In the kingdom of Yu, in the province of Luo, within the city of Yudingfeng, a young lad, no more than 17 or 18 years of age, gazed in astonishment at a petite bronze mirror and two diminutive red fruits resting before him. The bronze mirror, slender as two fingers, was tarnished with rust, bearing the marks of time upon its surface. This heirloom had been entrusted to him by his mother before her passing, and thus he had kept it close for many years. Earlier, while preparing to eat a sweet red fruit, one accidentally slipped from his grasp and landed upon the mirror's surface. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the room, and to his disbelief, the single fruit transformed into two. What on earth is happening? He pondered, lifting the two red fruits to scrutinize them closely. Employing his spiritual awareness, he discovered that both fruits were identical, every intricate detail of their skins mirroring one another completely. When he split the fruits open, the crimson juice and flesh revealed themselves, with the patterns on the seeds also being indistinguishable, confirming that the suddenly created fruit was indeed real and not an illusion. Could it be safe to consume? Might it be toxic? A flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. He utilized a spell to store the two halves of the fruit within his storage pouch, then turned his gaze back to the bronze mirror. Having carried this ancestral item for years, and having played with it on numerous occasions, he had never discerned any peculiarities about it. Had it not been for today's incident, he might have remained oblivious to its extraordinary nature until the end of his days. Could it truly be a treasure? With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, he cautiously lifted the bronze mirror, examining it closely. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he carefully channeled a trickle of spiritual energy into it. After a brief interval, however, the mirror remained unchanged, as if his energy had vanished into the abyss. Perhaps I have not infused enough energy? Furrowing his brow, he began to channel more power into the mirror. A fortnight later, within the cave dwelling, he discovered the following rules regarding the use of the bronze mirror. 1. The bronze mirror does not require spiritual energy for operation. 2. The mirror may be used only once every 12 hours. 3. The items produced by the mirror are non-toxic and safe for consumption. 4. The mirror can only replicate inanimate objects, not living beings. 5. The overall size of replicated items must not exceed the mirror's surface or replication will fail. 6. Liquids can be formed into a sphere the size of the mirror surface. 7. A small pile of spiritual rice can only yield a single grain upon replication. Upon completing his notes, he set down his writing instrument, a contemplative expression gracing his features. After weeks of diligent research, he had unraveled the fundamental operational rules of the bronze mirror. However, a pressing dilemma loomed before him. He possessed nothing of value to replicate. As a destitute, low-ranking cultivator, he owned merely a few first-grade low-tier talismans, alongside a single first-grade high-tier talisman, the Fireflow Talisman, reserved for emergencies. Yet, its size was akin to a palm, far exceeding the mirror's capacity for replication, thus rendering it unusable. The first thought that crossed his mind for a potential replication was a spiritual pill, but alas, he had none. Spiritual pills were luxuries in the realm of cultivation, with even the most affordable first-grade low-tier replenishing pill costing 10 spirit stones. The most valuable talisman he possessed was worth merely 7 spirit stones, while first-grade low-tier talisman could be obtained for just 1.5 spirit stones. Even if he liquidated all his assets, he could not afford the cheapest spiritual pill, thus this avenue was futile. Next, he considered spiritual rice, capable of yielding 1 grain each day, amounting to 30 grains over a month. However, the cave he rented required 2 spirit stones monthly, with 1 spirit stone purchasing 10 pounds of spiritual rice. 30 grains were insufficient for a single meal, so this option too was impractical. As for other magical artifacts, they were even more costly, rendering him unable to procure them. Just as he was mired in despair, a communication talisman suddenly soared through the entrance of the cave. Curious, he probed it with his spiritual awareness, and a warm, hearty voice resonated within. Xiaoyu, it's time to gather. Where are you? Oh no, he slapped his forehead, realizing I've been so absorbed in studying the bronze mirror that I forgot today is the day of the assembly. Hastily, he tidied himself and stepped out of the cave. In the realm of cultivation, low-ranking wanderers often banded together for warmth, surviving by hunting beasts and gathering rare treasures. Xiaoyu was one such individual, part of a small team consisting of 5 members, 4 men and 1 woman. Upon arriving at the meeting point, he found the others had already assembled. A robust, rugged man resembling a worldly hero, a frail elderly gentleman leaning on a cane, a refined middle-aged scholar dressed in scholarly robes, and a beautiful young woman in a flowing pink gown stood together. The burly man waved at Xiaoyu, calling out, "Xiaoyu, over here." "Uncle Zhao," Xiaoyu responded, making his way towards the group. The burly man, named Zhao Jinsheng, was the team leader, a latest Shi refinement cultivator known for his hearty demeanor and kindness, having looked after Xiaoyu over the years. Upon reaching them, Xiaoyu greeted the others, "Uncle Lu, Brother Yu, Sister Lu." Uncle Lu was the elderly man with the cane. Also at the latest Shi refinement level, Brother Yu, the scholarly gentleman, was paired with a lovely woman beside him, both at the mid-stage Shi refinement level. Observing Xiaoyu, the scholar chastised, "Xiaoyu, why were you so slow? We've been waiting for you." "Apologies, I was so engrossed in my studies that I lost track of time," Xiaoyu admitted, recognizing his fault and offering a sincere apology. "Enough of that," Zhao Jinsheng interjected with authority. "Now that everyone is here, let's not waste any more time. We should set off at once." The scholar, wishing to continue his reprimand, fell silent as Zhao Jinsheng's serious gaze met his, prompting him to turn and leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman beside Brother Yu offered Xiaoyu an apologetic smile. He nodded slightly, relieved by her gesture. Brother Yu, whose full name was Yu Kongkai, was known for his stingy nature, often fixating on trivial matters, which could be quite exasperating. "Come on, Xiaoyu, let's get moving." "All right." Uncle Lu patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, and together they exited the tavern. Chapter 2. Surprises outside Yulingfang, in the Meitan Mountain Range, a branch of the Tianyao Mountain Range. This area is teeming with myriad beasts and abundant resources. Legends speak of a formidable 4th-grade demon comparable to a human's nascent soul stage lurking deep within, which is why Fang Yu and his companions typically confine themselves to the periphery, hunting low-level 1st-grade beasts. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Meitan Mountain Range, Zhao Jinsheng extracted a small orange-eyed mouse from a pouch at his waist. This 1st-grade beast, known as the orange-eyed mouse, is timid by nature, adept at earth evasion, and highly sensitive to demonic energy. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. All right, I understand. Here you go." Zhao Jinsheng offered a red spirit fruit to the orange-eyed mouse, which displayed joy on its tiny face. After devouring the fruit, a fleeting expression of euphoria washed over its features. It then sniffed the air a few times before leaping from Zhao Jinsheng's hand and darting off in a particular direction. "Follow closely," Zhao Jinsheng commanded. Familiar with this routine, Fang Yu and the others promptly activated their agility techniques, swiftly traversing the rugged terrain with the grace of the wind. After some time, the orange-eyed mouse led the way, its gray-brown fur blending seamlessly with the dry grass, the subtle sound of its twitching nose revealing its vigilance. Fang Yu trailed in the middle of the group, his gaze sweeping over the low hills ahead. A powerful stench of blood wafted through the air, revealing 4 pitch-black beasts with gray-white eyes, gathered around the carcass of an unknown creature, tearing it apart with ferocity. They were 4 mid-stage 1st-grade phantom wolves, feasting hungrily. Zhao Jinsheng crouched down, running his fingers over the claw marks on the ground, whispering, "Do we have a chance?" Turning to Fang Yu, who nodded slightly in response. Demonic beasts are cunning creatures. They tend to flee when they sense a larger group. Hence, someone must distract them. Lacking magical artifacts, it fell to him, the most agile among them, to undertake this task. "I'm going." Fang Yu inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and swiftly employed his agility technique to propel himself forward. Once within a certain proximity, he waved his hand, casting a weak fire serpent spell onto the ground near the phantom wolves, causing a soft explosion. "Howl!" Startled by the sudden noise, the phantom wolves ceased their feeding, their gray-white eyes fixating on him. In the blink of an eye, Shadow shot forth like lightning, charging directly at Fang Yu. Sensing the danger, he quickly turned and fled, all the while glancing back to monitor their movements. The phantom wolves, swift as the wind, unleashed razor-sharp wind blades that whistled towards him. Fang Yu narrowly dodged, continuing to sprint with all his might towards the ambush point. "They and Oppos, recoming," Zhao Jinsheng called out, and Lu Dage promptly summoned a blue shield, positioning it behind Fang Yu. Clang, clang. The surface of the shield shimmered with a faint blue light, forming a sturdy barrier. The wind blade struck the shield but failed to breach its defenses. "Go," Zhao Jinsheng commanded, his green sword transforming into a streak of light as it lunged towards one of the phantom wolves. Yu Kanyao, unwilling to be outdone, swung his fiery red hooks, ensnaring another phantom wolf in an instant. Fang Yu halted, forming hand seals as he unleashed a fire control technique, transforming a searing flame into a whip that firmly ensnared one of the wolves. Lu Xiao cast an entrapment spell, immobilizing the last of the phantom wolves. With a swift thrust, Zhao Jinsheng and Yu Kongyao deftly dispatched the two beasts, their movements a blur as they cut down the remaining phantom wolves held captive by Fang Yu and Lu Xiao. As the crimson blood pooled on the ground, Fang Yu let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although his role had been merely to distract and delay, facing 4 phantom wolves had been a considerable strain. Well done. Zhao Jinsheng sheathed his green sword, clapping Fang Yu on the shoulder, a look of approval gracing his features as he approached the carcasses of the phantom wolves. Fang Yu and Amp, Apos, S gaze fell upon Zhao Jinsheng and Amp, Apos, S green sword, as well as Lu Dage and Yu Kongyao's blue shield and fiery hooks, a flicker of envy igniting within him. However, the thought of his mysterious bronze mirror quickly transformed that envy into anticipation. 3 days later, in the forest, several individuals were engaged in a fierce battle against a group of copper-haired pigs. Just one left. Zhao Jinsheng shouted, his green sword carving a graceful arc as it severed the neck of a copper-haired pig. Yu Kongyao's fiery hooks followed closely behind, slicing open the belly of another pig, blood splattering everywhere. Fang Yu retracted his fire control technique, wiping his brow, preparing to assist in collecting the spoils when a sharp cry pierced the air above. Watch out! A massive shadow suddenly descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, targeting Lu Dage. Be careful! Fang Yu's pupils dilated as he instinctively shouted. Lu Dage reacted with incredible speed, slamming his staff into the ground, activating a defensive technique that sought to ensnare the flying beast. However, the creature in Apos' speed was too great. With a powerful flap of its wings, it evaded the grasp of the spell, its sharp claws aimed directly at Lu Dage's throat. In the nick of time, Lu Dage flung a thumb-sized bead with dark golden patterns. Boom! As the bead exploded, a blinding bolt of thunder erupted, equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The avian beast let out a chilling wail, staggering backward from the impact. Seeing this, Zhao Jinsheng immediately rushed forward, his green sword flashing like a comet as it aimed for the creature's vital point. Lu Dage steadied himself, wielding his staff to cast the defensive technique once more, trapping the beast in place. With a swift strike, the green light flickered, and the avian beast's head fell to the ground, its foul blood gushing forth as its body thudded heavily to the earth. Phew! Lu Dage stood still, exhaling a deep breath of relief. Are you all right, Lu Dage? Fang Yu hurried forward, concern etching his features. Lu Dage waved his hand, catching his breath. I'm fine. Thanks to that thunder bead, I nearly lost my life. Thunder bead? Fang Yu recalled the dark golden bead Lu Dage had thrown earlier, though small. Its explosive power rivaled that of a high-grade, first-level spirit talisman. It was the first time he had encountered such an item. Lu Dage smiled, explaining, it's a one-time magical artifact that can unleash a thunder technique comparable to a late-stage Qi refinement strike. I stumbled upon it at the market a few days ago and purchased 2 for protection. 2. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue crossed Fang Yu's eyes, quickly morphing into envy. This item is truly impressive. Lu Dage, do you have any left? I've never seen such a one-time magical artifact before. Would you consider trading one for a high-grade, first-level flowing fire talisman? Well, considering our long-standing friendship, I suppose I can part with it. Lu Dage hesitated momentarily, but seeing the camaraderie among them and realizing he wouldn't be at a loss, he eventually nodded, retrieving another thunder bead from his storage pouch and handing it to Fang Yu. Fang Yu accepted the thunder bead, examining it closely before taking out a richly glowing red talisman from his own pouch. A hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes, but he ultimately presented it to Lu Dage. Old Master Lu inspected the item and confirmed it to be a first-class fire charm, intact and undamaged, before nodding in approval and putting it away. Thank you, Old Master Lu. Fang Yu curiously toyed with the Dan Lei Z in his hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinsheng, Yu Kongkai, and Lu Xiao observed this scene. They merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their attention elsewhere. They, along with Old Master Lu, harbored no suspicions, believing Fang Yu's youthful spirit was simply indulging in curiosity upon encountering something novel, eager to expand his horizons. After the group finished tidying up the remains of the copper-haired pig and the avian demon beasts, they pressed deeper into the forest. Fang Yu trailed behind the group. Though a surge of excitement coursed through him, his expression remained composed, as if his earlier intrigue had been nothing but innocent curiosity. Chapter 3. Aberration. As night descended upon the encampment, Fang Yu settled into a meditative posture within his tent. He subtly projected his divine sense, ensuring he was not being observed. With utmost caution, he retrieved the diminutive bronze mirror and the lightning-infused pellet from his storage pouch. Gently placing the pellet on the mirror's surface, he held his breath. In the subsequent moment, a faint white luminescence emanated from the mirror, and an identical dark golden orb materialized. A surge of elation coursed through Fang Yu. He swiftly concealed the mirror and both pellets before resuming his motionless meditation, his countenance betraying no emotion despite the tempestuous energy within. A month later, in a secluded canyon, Fang Yu and Apos' party was engaged in the pursuit of several emerald-plumed swifts. These avian demons, though only of the first order, were notoriously agile and elusive. Were it not for the meticulously laid traps, such an opportunity would have been improbable. Beware! Old Lu exclaimed, his crutch striking the earth with a resounding thud. A binding wind spell was instantly invoked, immobilizing one of the swifts. However, a larger swift emerged from the canopy, hurtling directly toward Fang Yu. This specimen, a late-stage first-order demon, possessed formidable speed. It shattered Fang Yu's protective spiritual aura, its razor-sharp beak aimed at his throat. Fang Yu and Apos' pupils contracted in alarm. Reacting instinctively, he retrieved a lightning pellet from his pouch and hurled it at the swift. A deafening roar erupted as the pellet detonated, unleashing a blinding torrent of lightning. The swift, struck by the celestial wrath, emitted a piercing shriek and stumbled backward. Fang Yu seized the opportunity, feigning distress. "Young Yu, are you unharmed?" Zhao Jinxing inquired, arriving with his sword drawn. Fang Yu shook his head, forcing a smile. "I am well, though I lament the loss of a lightning pellet." Zhao Jinxing patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Your safety is paramount. Such items can be replenished." Meanwhile, Old Lu and the Yu couple had joined forces, vanquishing the advanced swift. With the battle concluded and the swift carcasses collected, Fang Yu, recalling the perilous encounter, proposed. "Our expedition has spanned over a month, and our spoils are considerable. Perhaps we should return to the market for respite?" Having expended a lightning pellet, he could no longer feign possessing any. Without this trump card, he felt vulnerable. The revelation of the bronze mirror's secret would invite covetous gazes, even from nascent soul-level elders, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Thus, Fang Yu resolved that, should his companions object, he would depart alone. Fortunately, his suggestion met with approval. "Indeed, we are all weary, and our gains suffice. It is time to return," Zhao Jinxing concurred, echoed by the others. The party began to gather their belongings, preparing for their return to the market. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the tranquility. Two beams of spiritual light flashed, severing the Yu's heads. Before Fang Yu and his companions could react, four figures emerged from the forest, encircling them. These individuals, all possessing late-stage qi refining cultivation, brandished menacing artifacts. "Shinzhenjiao, after all these years, we have found you," sneered the lead cultivator. Zhao Jinxing and Apos' expression turned grave. "How did you locate us?" "We owe that to your old friend," another cultivator replied. In that instant, Old Lu raised his crutch, striking at Zhao Jinxing's back. Zhao Jinxing narrowly evaded the blow, summoning his azure sword. "Old Lu, is it you? Why this betrayal?" A flicker of conflict crossed Old Lu's face. "I was coerced. They hold my grandson hostage, the last of my lineage with spiritual roots. I could not bear to see him perish." "You," Zhao Jinxing retorted, but the four cultivators interrupted. "Enough talk, Shinzhenjiao. Today, you meet your end. The debt shall be repaid." The four attacked, their artifacts forming a web of death. Zhao Jinxing summoned a crimson scarf, an exquisite defensive artifact, and raised a barrier of light. He then lunged at his attackers with his azure sword. Simultaneously, Old Lu advanced upon Fang Yu, his gaze devoid of warmth. "Old Lu, do you seek my life?" Fang Yu demanded, retreating in bewilderment. Old Lu remained silent, invoking an earth spell. "Fire control," Fang Yu cried, conjuring a fiery whip. The whip was easily deflected by Old Lu and Apos' azure shield. "Spare your efforts," Old Lu scoffed, attempting to ensnare Fang Yu with another earth spell. Fang Yu narrowly evaded the trap, amazed at Old Lu's power. As Fang Yu pondered his escape, a surge of energy emanated from Zhao Jinxing, who unleashed a violet hammer, obliterating one of his attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jinxing attempted to break free, but the remaining three redoubled their efforts. "Shinzhenjiao Dai?" The lead cultivator unleashed a talisman, striking Zhao Jinxing's scarf with a wind blade. The scarf shattered, and the three artifacts tore through Zhao Jinxing, reducing him to a mangled mess. "Youngster, you are next." After resolving Zhao Jinxing, the three individuals turned their gaze, filled with murderous intent, towards Fang Yu, who was still entangled with Old Lu. The three magical artifacts shimmered with ethereal light as they hurtled towards him, enveloping his heart in a shroud of deathly aura. Fang Yu's expression shifted drastically, gritting his teeth. He retrieved 30 Dan Lei Zi from his storage pouch and hurled them towards the trio. "Fang Yu, how could you possibly possess so many Dan Lei Zi?" Old Lu's eyes widened in horror, as if he had glimpsed something utterly catastrophic. Realizing the peril too late, the other three attempted to flee. But it was already too late. Boom. In an instant, the air was rent with the terrifying sounds of thunder, blinding light coalescing into a brilliant display that illuminated the entire forest. The combined might of the 30 Dan Lei Zi instantly engulfed Old Lu and the three black-clad cultivators. Moments later, as the thunderous light dissipated, only a few charred corpses remained, utterly devoid of life. Following the battle, Fang Yu stood in place, gasping for breath. Yet his heart felt icy. He promptly collected the storage pouches and bodies of all involved, ensuring nothing was overlooked before turning to depart into the distance. However, To err on the side of caution, he chose not to return to Yudingfang City this time, but instead headed in the opposite direction. Chapter 4. Sudden Wealth Once Again. We have triumphed. This time, our target is a veritable prize, a wealthy but inexperienced fledgling. With merely a slight maneuver, the cunning Flower Row lured this Navi bird into our trap. Newcomers to the realm of cultivation are often easily deceived. Alas, we have stirred a hornet's nest. This inexperienced fledgling, Lu Qingfeng, is the direct descendant of the esteemed golden core cultivator, Taiyang Xingzi, from the Qian sect. We are in deep trouble. The anticipated calamity has yet to materialize, and I found myself harboring an unworthy thought, to claim the treasure for myself alone. My scheme was soon uncovered by my companions. In a certain cavern, Feng Yu gazed at the journal in his hands, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. For days had elapsed since the sudden outbreak of battle, during which he successfully extricated himself from the territory of the Meitan Mountains and now found himself in a secluded, spiritless forest underground. The journal he held was retrieved from the storage pouch of Uncle Zhao, Zhao Jinxing. Feng Yu was taken aback to discover that Uncle Zhao had a penchant for journaling. Yet, it was precisely this habit that allowed him to uncover the origins and aftermath of the recent conflict. It turned out that Uncle Zhao's real name was Shenzhen Zhao, who, 15 years prior, had been the leader of a band of robbers, engaging in the unscrupulous trade of robbery and murder. One fateful day, his gang ambushed an unsuspecting, wealthy target, only to later learn that this target was the direct descendant of a high-ranking golden core elder from a prominent sect. Initially, upon receiving this information, Zhao Jinsheng was gripped by fear, living in constant dread of the moment when the golden core elder might appear to exact vengeance upon him and his cohorts. However, as time passed without incident, his fear gradually subsided, leading him to conceive a nefarious plan. He resolved to eliminate his companions, thereby hoarding Lu Qingfeng's wealth for himself while mitigating the risk of exposure. Regrettably, his machinations were soon unraveled by his comrades. In light of this revelation, Zhao Jinxing had no choice but to hastily conceal Lu Qingfeng's storage pouch and flee in disarray. After successfully escaping, he made his way to Yudingfang City, adopting a new identity, and lived under the name Zhao Jinxing until a few days ago when he was discovered by his former allies, culminating in the brutal conflict. In essence, this is a tale of internal strife, betrayal, and the failure of a black eats black scenario. The thought that I had traveled alongside a cunning, ruthless bandit leader, one who had taken countless lives, over the past 2 years sent shivers down my spine. If Zhao Jinxing had ever entertained the notion of returning to his former ways, I feared the grass atop his grave would be 3 feet high by now. Thankfully, he had not pursued such a path, and he had managed to survive until now. After calming my tumultuous emotions, I laid out the spoils of this encounter. There were 8 storage pouches in total, 2 from the Yu couple, 1 from Zhao Jinsheng, 1 from the elder Lu, and the remaining 4 belonged to Zhao Jinxing's former accomplices. I began my examination with the storage pouch of the less powerful Yu couple. Inside, I found over 20 low-grade spirit stones, for first-tier low-grade spirit talismans, a low-grade offensive artifact, the Crimson Flame Hook, and 2 unknown spirit pills, with the rest comprising inconsequential mundane items. For someone who had never possessed more than 50 low-grade spirit stones, this was indeed a considerable fortune, causing my hands to tremble as I clutched the pouch. However, I understood that compared to the other storage pouches, the Yu couple's haul was merely an appetizer. Thus, I restrained my excitement and continued to explore the other pouches. From Elder Lu's pouch, I discovered over 50 low-grade spirit stones, several unknown spirit pills, a cultivation technique suitable for reaching the foundation establishment stage, 3 first-tier low-grade spirit talismans, a first-tier high-grade spirit talisman, the Flowing Fire Talisman, and a completely damaged mid-grade defensive artifact. Zhao Jinxing's pouch yielded a multitude of first-tier beast corpses, first-tier spiritual herbs, materials, and minerals, over 100 low-grade spirit stones, several unknown spirit pills, 2 first-tier low-grade spirit talismans, 2 first-tier high-grade spirit talismans, the Earth Thorn Talisman, a well-preserved mid-grade offensive artifact, the Flowing Cloud Sword, and 2 high-grade artifacts, one of which, a purple hammer, was intact, while a red scarf bore slight damage yet remained functional. Finally, the 4 robbers combined yielded over 300 low-grade spirit stones, a plethora of first-tier low-grade spirit talismans, a dozen unknown spirit pills, a vial of mysterious powdered elixir, over 10 first-tier high-grade offensive talismans, 2 cultivation techniques suitable for reaching the foundation establishment stage, 2 mid-grade defensive artifacts, and 4 high-grade offensive artifacts. This was splendid. With these acquisitions and the assistance of the Bronze Mirror, I need not worry about cultivation resources until I achieve complete refinement. Gazing at the bounty before me, shimmering with ethereal light, I was overcome with euphoria. With these treasures, I would only need to seek a tranquil spot for cultivation to reach full refinement, freeing myself from the perilous hunts for beastly prey and spiritual materials that had previously consumed my existence, leaving me unable to afford even a single artifact or spirit pill. In the midst of my elation, I could not help but reflect on the fates of the original owners of these treasures. Just days prior, They had been lively companions, and now they had perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. This stark reality deepened my understanding of the cruelty inherent in the world of cultivation. In this realm, it is survival of the fittest, where the victor reigns supreme, devoid of any semblance of justice. One moment, a person may be full of life, and in the next, they could be struck down in an instant. Death and tomorrow are eternally uncertain, and only strength serves as a true safeguard. If I wish to avoid becoming the small fish devoured by the big fish, I must persistently strive for ascendance and growth. Of course, as a mere lowly cultivator with only 4 spirit roots, I had previously dared not entertain such thoughts. But now, as I caressed the ancient bronze mirror in my hand, a glimmer of determination ignited in my eyes. Chapter 5. Spiritual Elixirs in the Zhao Kingdom. On the border, deep within a mountain shrouded in mist and seldom trodden by human feet, lies the Qin Sha Fong Market. Upon arriving at the entrance, Fong Yu smoothly gained entry after handing over a low-grade spiritual stone. Dressed in a gray robe and donning a hooded cloak, his features remained obscured from outside view. Fortunately, many cultivators around him donned similar attire, rendering him unremarkable in appearance. Upon crossing the threshold, a vast square of exquisite white jade came into view. The square was partitioned into numerous stalls, with loose cultivators having set up their shops after paying the stall fee. The wares on display varied widely, including spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, talismans, elixirs, and even an array of peculiar items. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, akin to a mundane marketplace. Behind the square stood a row of elegantly crafted single-story buildings, each adorned with various signs such as Indapos, Zhao Indapos, S Artifact Refinery Indapos, Kama Indapos, Yinshur Talisman Shop Indapos, and Indapos, Jinyu Spiritual Herb Store Indapos. Further back, magnificent tall structures gleamed with a radiant sheen, exuding an aura of extraordinary significance. Fong Yu first followed the flow of people, wandering around the square. Although the selection was abundant, most items lacked substantial value or were rather inexpensive and unremarkable. Disappointed by the lack of worthwhile goods, he departed the square and ventured toward the rear. At this juncture, the path diverged. One branch led to the shops he had just observed, while the other directed him to a building named Xianju Pavilion, accompanied by a sprawling courtyard of red walls and green tiles. The Xianju Pavilion was designated for renting market residences to cultivators. However, Fong Yu opted to proceed toward the shops, specifically the Baidan Pavilion. As he approached the exquisite and towering structure, he stepped inside. A sharp-eyed attendant immediately approached, greeting him warmly. "Good afternoon, esteemed sir. May I inquire what elixirs you wish to purchase?" Despite being merely a mortal, the attendant spoke with a dignified demeanor, showing no subservience due to Fong Yu's status as a cultivator. Fong Yu regarded him and, in a calm tone, inquired, "Do you have elixirs suitable for those in the mid to late stages of qi refinement?" Upon hearing this request, the attendant's eyes brightened. If spiritual elixirs were the luxuries of the cultivation world, then those that enhance cultivation were the CR mi de la SR mi of these luxuries. Successfully closing this deal would yield him a substantial commission. With enthusiasm, the attendant replied, "Indeed, esteemed sir. Please follow me. I shall summon our shopkeeper, as only he can authorize such esteemed elixirs." Fong Yu nodded and followed him into a quiet chamber. Soon, a slender, middle-aged man with sharp features and a keen gaze entered, dressed in a deep blue robe. He greeted Fong Yu with a smile. "I am Zhong Yunha, the shopkeeper of Baidan Pavilion. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" Sensing the subtle spiritual pressure emanating from Zhong, Fong Yu's heart tightened. Yet his expression remained impassive. "I am Han Yu." "Ah, esteemed Taoist Han. You seek elixirs suitable for the mid to late stages of qi refinement, correct?" Zhong inquired. "Indeed. Do you have any?" "Of course. Baidan Pavilion is affiliated with the Jin Hai sect, and we have even second-tier elixirs available. A mere first-tier elixir is certainly within our stock. Please, take a look." Zhong produced 2 jade boxes from his storage bag, opening one to reveal a dragon eye-sized, fiery red elixir. The moment it appeared, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, and Fong Yu felt a subtle loosening of his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he maintained his composure and asked, "What elixir is this? Could you provide some details, shopkeeper Zhong?" "Certainly. This is a first-tier mid-grade elixir, the Huanglong Dan. Its medicinal properties are balanced and harmonious, ideal for assisting those in the mid-stage of qi refinement. It is priced at 40 low-grade spiritual stones each." Fong Yu couldn't help but gasp at the price. Although he had mentally prepared himself before coming, hearing the figure still startled him. 40 low-grade spiritual stones. For context, a low-grade artifact costs around 60 to 70 stones. The price of a single elixir equated to 2/3 of a low-grade artifact, and considering elixirs are consumables, it was no wonder they were regarded as luxuries in the cultivation realm, far beyond the reach of ordinary loose cultivators. If not for his recent windfall, he wouldn't have dared to contemplate such an expense. "And the other one?" Fong Yu pressed, suppressing his excitement. Zhong closed the jade box and simply smiled at Fong Yu. Recognizing he was being assessed for his purchasing capacity, unperturbed, Fang Yu waved his hand, revealing a pile of spiritual stones that appeared to number over 100, glimmering enticingly on the table. Zhong's smile widened, and with renewed enthusiasm, he opened the second jade box, revealing a dragon eye-sized elixir, its surface a vibrant green with delicate white cloud patterns. As it emerged, an intoxicating fragrance of flowers and fruits enveloped the room. This is the Yuanshan Dan, a first-tier upper-grade elixir. Its potent effects can enhance cultivation without side effects, perfect for those in the late stages of qi refinement, priced at 70 low-grade spiritual stones each. Excellent. I shall take both elixirs, Fang Yu declared, satisfied. He produced 10 low-grade spiritual stones, adding them to the previous pile, totaling 110 stones. Upon hearing that Fang Yu desired both elixirs, Zhong's smile blossomed into one brighter than flowers. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. These 2 elixirs are now yours. After confirming the number of stones with his spiritual sense, Zhong pushed the 2 jade boxes toward Fang Yu. Fang Yu inspected the contents to ensure everything was in order before placing the boxes into his storage bag. Without further delay, he inclined his head slightly, expressing his farewell. I take my leave. Safe travels, esteemed Taoist. Should you require anything further, do visit again, Zhong replied as he escorted Fang Yu to the door. Once Fang Yu departed, Zhong's smile vanished, and he watched the retreating figure with eyes glinting with uncertainty. After leaving the Baidan Pavilion, Fang Yu proceeded to the Xianju Pavilion. The ancient yet charming lobby was desolate, occupied only by a plump Taoist in the qi refinement stage, reclining in a grand chair engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Fang Yu enter, the Taoist immediately rose to inquire, "Are you seeking to rent a residence?" "Indeed. What are the rates?" "A first-tier residence is 5 spiritual stones per month, while a second-tier residence is 50 spiritual stones per month." Fang Yu pondered his situation before responding. "I would like to rent a first-tier residence for 5 years." He then produced 300 low-grade spiritual stones. The plump Taoist counted the stones, confirmed the amount, and nodded in approval as he accepted the payment, retrieving a token to hand to Fang Yu. This token controls the residence and Oppos S restrictions. Please keep it safe. It will guide you to your rented residence and allow you access to the market without further fees. Thank you. Having previously rented a residence, Fang Yu was well-versed in the process. He accepted the token, bid farewell, and turned to exit. Chapter 6. Fulfillment. The marketplace is generally established upon spiritual veins. However, the spiritual energy here is sealed and controlled by formations. To cultivate within the market, one must either open a shop or lease a cave dwelling built by the marketplace. Sitting in the scattered cultivator square to practice is simply not permissible. Within the cave dwelling, the ancient and elegant furnishings exude a rustic charm, wooden tables and chairs, intricately carved screens, and landscape paintings adorning the walls, all enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Fang Yu sat cross-legged, a bronze mirror and a delicate jade box before him. He carefully opened the jade box to reveal a fiery red elixir, quietly resting within. It was the first-grade mid-tier spiritual pill, Huanglong Dan, acquired at considerable expense. The surface of Huanglong Dan shimmered with a faint spiritual light, emanating a potent medicinal fragrance, signifying its extraordinary quality. Fang Yu inhaled deeply, a mix of anticipation and trepidation swirling within him. Although he had tested the replication ability of the bronze mirror multiple times, this was the first attempt at replicating a pill, and he was uncertain of its success. If he succeeded, he would no longer need to worry about resources for cultivation. Conversely, failure would render all his previous plans futile. Success or failure hinges upon this moment, Fang Yu murmured softly, gingerly placing Huanglong Dan upon the surface of the bronze mirror. He held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the mirror, fearful of missing any detail. A faint white light flickered across the mirror and Oppos' surface, and in the next moment, to Fang Yu and Oppos' anxious eyes, a second Huanglong Dan materialized from thin air. Splendid. It's a success. A glimmer of exhilaration flashed in Fang Yu's eyes as he could not help but whisper in celebration. From now on, I shall no longer fret over a lack of cultivation resources. Even the foundation establishment is no longer an unattainable dream. Clenching his fists, excitement surged within him, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in his heart. In this moment, he glimpsed a radiant future. Once he confirmed that the bronze mirror could indeed replicate spiritual pills, Fang Yu did not immediately enter seclusion. First, he disposed of the corpses of ferocious beasts, spiritual materials, spiritual ores, and some surplus spoils, exchanging them for a considerable amount of low-grade spiritual stones before formally commencing his retreat. The threshold of the cave dwelling marked a 12-year span. In the depths of the mountains, the peach blossoms bloomed and withered, and seasons changed. In the blink of an eye, another spring arrived. On this day, within the cave dwelling, Fang Yu finally attained the consummation of qi refining. A flash of spiritual light enveloped him as he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of white vapor. Feeling the stability of his cultivation, which could no longer be enhanced, a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. After 12 years of arduous seclusion, and with the aid of numerous Huanglong Dan and Yuanshan Dan, He had successfully ascended from the mid-stage of qi refining to its consummate stage just half a month prior. Now, his cultivation had reached a point of no further advancement, and it was time to contemplate foundation establishment. Once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, his magical power would greatly increase, allowing him to traverse the winds without relying on magical artifacts, and his lifespan would extend to 230 years, officially widening the gap between him and cultivators of the qi refining stage. With such thoughts in mind, Feng Yu stood up, donned a robe, and placed a hood over his face as he walked towards the cave's entrance. Upon exiting the cave, he sought out a martial arts store within the marketplace, a shop specializing in the sale of various cultivation techniques, spells, secret methods, and miscellaneous books. He spent 150 low-grade spiritual stones to purchase 3 sets of foundation establishment insights from a particular foundation establishment cultivator, and gritted his teeth to spend 200 low-grade spiritual stones on a recording stone capturing the breakthrough of another foundation establishment cultivator. He opted for this because the imagery within the recording stone could not be altered, whereas the jade slips containing the foundation establishment insights could be subject to the scribe's intentions. If someone were to intentionally deceive him, and he remained unaware, it would lead to trouble. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, Feng Yu chose to exercise caution regarding this significant matter of foundation establishment. With my 4 spiritual roots, the success rate of directly challenging the foundation establishment stage is below 30%. How disheartening. A month passed swiftly. Within the cave, Feng Yu placed the jade slip down with a troubled expression. After a month of study, he had thoroughly reviewed the foundation establishment techniques and various related matters he had purchased, nearly able to recite them from memory. However, he was troubled by the fact that, according to prior experiences, the success rate of directly challenging the foundation establishment stage was closely linked to the nature of 1's spiritual roots. The best celestial spiritual roots and rare spiritual roots had a 100% success rate, while dual and triple spiritual roots, genuine spiritual roots, had success rates of 80 and 50%, respectively. Unfortunately, for someone with his 4 spiritual roots, the success rate plummeted to below 30%, akin to gambling with 1's life. Success would grant him 230 years of life. Failure would lead to immediate demise. Although he possessed the mysterious bronze mirror, which held immense potential for the future, it was impossible to gamble on such a low probability. It appears that relying on the 3 treasures of foundation establishment is the only way to guarantee success. A glimmer of determination sparked in Feng Yu's eyes. The so-called 3 treasures of foundation establishment are the foundation establishment pill, Yuyang water, and Xiling liquid. According to the recorded insights of predecessors, the foundation establishment pill could enhance the success rate by 30%, while Yuyang water and Xiling liquid each contributed 20%. The key was that the effects of these 3 could stack, potentially raising the overall success rate to 70%. A success rate of 70% would elevate Feng Yu's probability to over 90%, even with his 4 spiritual roots. If he could not succeed with such odds, it could only be said that fate decreed he would remain forever distant from foundation establishment. However, Feng Yu felt this possibility was unlikely. After all, having obtained such a powerful treasure as the bronze mirror was a testament to his good fortune, suggesting that misfortune was not in his cards. Thus, as long as he could acquire a set of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment, success would be all but assured. Yet, the thought of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment made Feng Yu's heart sink once more. They were exceedingly rare. As items that could enhance the success rate of foundation establishment, anyone aspiring to establish their foundation would covet them. Even cultivators with dual or triple spiritual roots yearned for them, as a higher success rate meant a greater assurance. After all, no one wished to gamble their life and path to immortality. This overwhelming demand led to a severe shortage of the 3 treasures, rendering them virtually unavailable in the marketplace. In recent days, Feng Yu had inquired at various shops selling elixirs, but none stocked these 3 items. Ultimately, it was the manager of Baidan Pavilion, Zhong Yunhe, who informed him that the 3 treasures could only be found at exchange meetings above the foundation establishment stage or at large to medium-sized auction houses, impossible to procure in regular shops, thus saving him from further fruitless efforts. Attending an exchange meeting of foundation establishment level or higher was beyond his reach. Thus, he was left with only the avenue of an auction house. However, items at auction houses were exceedingly expensive, with a single foundation establishment spiritual item starting at no less than 2,000 spiritual stones, and the foundation establishment pill requiring a minimum of 4,000 spiritual stones. Altogether, a complete set of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment would cost no less than 8,000 spiritual stones. If I wish to acquire the 3 treasures of foundation establishment, I must not only keep an eye on the information regarding various medium to large auction houses, but also prepare sufficient spiritual stones in advance to avoid being caught short-handed at a crucial moment. With this thought, Feng Yu felt a sudden surge of inspiration. Reaching into his storage bag, a map materialized in his hand. Chapter 7. Robbery. The map was crafted by Zhao Zhenxing. Before stepping into the realm of cultivation, Zhao Jinsheng was merely a scholar, one who cherished the art of writing and recording. Thus, he not only chronicled his own life experiences, but also illustrated the location where Lu Qingfeng's storage bag was buried. By adhering to the guidance provided by the map, Fang Yu could locate the very spot containing Lu Qingfeng and Apos' storage bag. This was fortuitous, as he was in dire need of a substantial amount of spirit stones. As a direct descendant of a golden core true man and a disciple of a major sect, Lu Qingfeng undoubtedly possessed many valuable items. Securing his storage bag would greatly enhance Fang Yu and Apos' chances of acquiring the 3 foundational treasures necessary for his cultivation. In the kingdom of Qing, Fima Prefecture, within the Lei Ping mountain range, Fang Yu meticulously studied the map in his possession, noting down the routes. 100 miles away from the bustling Yulingfang market, amidst a desolate forest, Fang Yu hurriedly walked. Suddenly, his spiritual sense detected 3 auras swiftly approaching from behind. Alarmed, he quickened his pace, but in the next moment, 3 masked figures emerged from the woods, encircling him in a triangular formation. Without hesitation, Fang Yu slapped his storage bag, and a crimson scarf shot forth, enveloping him in a faint red light. Simultaneously, a purple copper hammer appeared in his hand. Although the red scarf bore some damage, it was still a superior defensive artifact, its power not to be underestimated. 3 fellows, what is your intent? Fang Yu inquired, his gaze cold as he scrutinized the trio, a note of vigilance lacing his tone. Upon observing the purple copper hammer and the red scarf, the 3 masked individuals felt a flicker of trepidation at the sight of 2 superior defensive artifacts. The leader, a masked cultivator, chuckled darkly, his voice hoarse. No need to be anxious, fellow cultivator. We are merely passing through and have come to seek a small convenience. Fang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The 3 exuded a profound aura, all at the peak of qi refinement, clearly indicating ill intentions. While remaining discreetly cautious, he feigned nonchalance and asked, "What sort of convenience?" "Our trio is currently in a tight spot and would like to borrow some spirit stones from you. If you hand over your storage bag, we promise to leave immediately, seeking only wealth and not your life." Another masked cultivator stated coldly. Haha. Fang Yu scoffed, recognizing their deceit. He was no fool, even if their claims were genuine. He could never relinquish his storage bag, for it contained the invaluable bronze mirror, a treasure vital to his future path in cultivation. He would rather perish than part with it. "If you are wise, you will depart swiftly. I have no desire to engage in combat," Fang Yu retorted icily. At his words, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. The leader snorted disdainfully, "You refuse our hospitality. Then prepare to meet your demise." Before his words had fully escaped, the trio launched their assault simultaneously, their superior artifacts gleaming ominously as they hurtled toward Fang Yu. Anticipating their move, Fang Yu wielded the purple copper hammer, deflecting a large sword-shaped artifact, then summoned a fiery red spear to counter a trident-shaped weapon. Only the final weapon, a double-edged blade, struck against his red barrier. A resonating hum filled the air as brilliant light flickered violently, releasing an overwhelming spiritual pressure. The red scarf held the blade at bay, impervious to their attacks. Remarkable. This young man possesses 3 superior artifacts. However, they shall soon belong to us. One of the masked figures exclaimed greedily as they beheld Fang Yu's azure spear. "I shall see how many artifacts your consciousness can sustain," one of the masked men declared, producing a spirit talisman that shimmered with rich spiritual energy, revealing itself to be a first-tier superior talisman. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Fang Yu's heart sank. He understood that prolonging the conflict would only disadvantage him. Each individual's spiritual power and consciousness were finite, and the more artifacts they wielded, the greater the burden. "Go." Fang Yu suddenly called upon his storage bag, unleashing a torrent of dark golden beads that surged forth in abundance. Simultaneously, he ignited a handful of spirit talismans, erecting a series of golden barriers before him. All first-tier mid-grade defensive talismans known as an AMP, Apos, golden light talismans, and AMP, Apos. The explosive sounds reverberated in succession, lightning converging and morphing into a terrifying tempest. What is happening? The 3 masked men were engulfed in a blinding flash, their fearful expressions swallowed by the chaos. With a resounding crash, a dazzling light erupted in the forest, akin to the birth of a new sun. After a considerable time, once the storm dissipated, the charred remains of the earth were revealed, steam rising amidst the forest, the crystallized soil radiating a spectrum of colors. The 3 charred corpses lay quietly on the ground, their artifacts reduced to shattered fragments scattered about. Coughing, Fang Yu summoned a gentle breeze to disperse the lingering smoke, allowing him to discern the identities of the fallen assailants. Zhongzhonggui. Upon recognizing one of the faces, Fang Yu's pupils dilated in shock, a chill coursing through him. The individual was none other than Zhong Yunhe, the manager of the Baidan Pavilion, a familiar figure. He had previously warned Fang Yu regarding the foundational treasures, and now it appeared he was a robber, one intent on killing him for his possessions. Zhong Yunhe had concealed himself within the Baidan Pavilion for years, leveraging its platform to clandestinely engage in nefarious activities. Had they encountered an ordinary cultivator, even one at the peak of chi refinement, they would have easily overpowered him in a one-on-one confrontation. It was uncertain how many lives they had claimed over the years. Fang Yu approached, collecting the corpses, their storage bags, and the scattered fragments of artifacts before hastily departing. After a considerable duration, other cultivators arrived to investigate, but all they found was a scene of devastation, devoid of any trace of the conflict. In a cavern unearthed underground, Fang Yu sat cross-legged, clasping a translucent spirit stone, with wisps of spiritual energy flowing into his mouth and nose like a white dragon. Only when his internal power was fully restored did he gradually open his eyes. Let us see if those three had any valuable items. With anticipation, Fang Yu retrieved the storage bags belonging to Zhong Yunhe and his two associates. Upon opening the first, a mountain of spirit stones tumbled forth, towering over him and clearly numbering in the thousands. "Ah, I've struck it rich," Fang Yu exclaimed joyfully, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the substantial haul. He desperately needed spirit stones to purchase the foundational treasures, and this windfall was fortuitous indeed. Wait, could these be mid-grade spirit stones? Fang Yu mused as he picked up a few from the pile. Compared to low-grade spirit stones, these were glossier and contained purer, more concentrated spiritual energy, their potency approximately 100 times greater. The exchange rate reflected this, a perfect 1-to-100 ratio. Fang Yu had only heard of mid-grade spirit stones before. Today marked his first encounter with them. He delightedly toyed with them for a moment before stashing the total of 1,321 spirit stones into his own storage bag. Having meticulously counted and stowed away the spirit stones, Fang Yu turned his attention to the remaining items. Among them were the magical artifacts, excluding the 3 superior-grade ones that had been utterly destroyed. The trio also possessed 5 intermediate-grade offensive artifacts and 3 intermediate-grade defensive ones, likely their usual defenses. Regrettably, they were unable to deploy them before Fang Yu annihilated them with a thunderous blast, leaving these items as spoils for Fang Yu. In addition to the artifacts, the 3 individuals had several first-tier, high-grade spirit talismans, dozens of first-tier spirit pills, a plethora of first-tier, low to mid-grade spirit talismans, 2 cultivation manuals that only extended to the foundation establishment stage, and a plethora of unidentified medicinal herbs. What could this be? Fang Yu mused, scrutinizing a black jade slip in his hand. He had discovered it within Zhong Yunhe's storage pouch. Despite lacking any discernible spiritual energy or pressure, Zhong Yunhe had reverently placed it within a brocade box, giving it an air of peculiarity. With utmost care, Fang Yu released his divine sense, probing the black jade slip. Instantly, a cultivation technique flooded his mind. After a long while, Fang Yu lowered the jade slip, his expression inscrutable. The black jade slip contained a spirit eye cultivation technique known as the spirit piercing eye. According to the black jade slip's contents, the spirit piercing eye possessed remarkable power. Upon mastering it, one could not only perceive illusions one level higher than their own cultivation, but also unleash a law-breaking spirit light, which could obliterate all spiritual and magical energies. It was a formidable secret art. However, the cultivation method for the spirit piercing eye was exceedingly demanding. It required daily and nightly eye washes with specially prepared medicinal liquid. Each wash was excruciatingly painful, akin to having one's eyes gouged out. Practitioners had to possess the resolve to endure unbearable agony and persevere for 9 years to achieve mastery. Medicinal liquid? Fang Yu pondered, glancing at the array of medicinal herbs he had plundered from Zhong Yunhe's storage pouch. He meticulously identified them according to the medicinal formula recorded in the black jade slip. After a moment, he confirmed that these were indeed the ingredients required to concoct the medicinal liquid for cultivating the spirit-piercing eye. Furthermore, most of the auxiliary ingredients were already present, with only 2 essential herbs missing before he could commence concoction: 300-year-old jade brocade bamboo and 500-year-old obsidian orchid grass. I should keep an eye out for these 2 spiritual herbs. Having carefully stored away all the medicinal herbs, Fang Yu proceeded to examine the remaining items. Could this be the legendary evergreen token? He wondered, picking up a palm-sized, dark cyan jade token inscribed with the characters evergreen. He had only heard of it before, and this was his first time seeing the actual object. The evergreen token was issued by the Completion Foundation Establishment Cultivator and Rogue Cultivator, the Evergreen Immortal. The Evergreen Immortal, also of Rogue Cultivator origins, was known for his amiable nature and fondness for nurturing younger generations, earning him a favorable reputation among rogue cultivators. He organized an evergreen banquet every decade, deeply aware of the challenges faced by rogue cultivators in their cultivation and limited access to resources. Despite being called a banquet, it was essentially a small-scale auction where rare treasures, typically unavailable on the market, were offered at low prices, making it highly sought after by rogue cultivators. However, participation in the evergreen banquet required an evergreen token, and those without one were strictly prohibited from entering. Therefore, in the 9th year of each cycle, the Evergreen Immortal would scatter evergreen tokens across mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas for rogue cultivators to find. As for why he chose this method instead of opening it to all rogue cultivators, the Evergreen Immortal explained, cultivation is not for everyone. If one lacks affinity for immortality, even if they force their way onto the path of cultivation, they will ultimately become sustenance for others. Therefore, if one lacks even this modicum of luck, they should consider returning home early, marrying a bevy of beautiful concubines, and living a life of wealth and luxury, making their time in this world worthwhile. This was the Evergreen Immortal's counsel to all rogue cultivators. Some found it insightful, while others scoffed and dismissed it. Of course, all of this was irrelevant to Feng Yu. At this moment, he was merely curious about the treasures that would be offered at this evergreen banquet. This thing seems to be a magical artifact. Feng Yu attempted to channel a bit of magical power into the token. Instantly, the evergreen token's surface radiated light, and a series of holographic images appeared in the air, cycling through one after another. Upon closer inspection, Feng Yu realized that these were the auction items for this evergreen banquet. Superior-grade magical artifacts, first-tier high-grade elixirs. Wait, what's this? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared in astonishment at the bottle before him. It was a bottle of spirit liquid contained within a jade vial, with its name labeled below, Jade-Yang Water, one of the 3 treasures for Foundation establishment. It seems I must attend this evergreen banquet. Gazing at the image of the Jade-Yang Water, a flicker of excitement ignited in Feng Yu's eyes. Though initially indifferent to the evergreen banquet, he was now determined to make the trip. However, I currently only have a little over 500 spirit stones. That's far from enough to secure the Jade-Yang Water. I need to prepare at least 4,000 spirit stones. A portion of Jade-Yang Water typically fetched around 2,000 spirit stones. By preparing 4,000 spirit stones, twice the normal price, he should be in a good position. Of course, it was best to have as many spirit stones as possible to prevent unforeseen circumstances that could jeopardize his plans. With that in mind, Feng Yu and Amp Oppo's anticipation for Lu Qingfeng and Amp Oppo's storage pouch grew even stronger. Regaining his composure, Feng Yu carefully stowed away the evergreen token and continued to examine the remaining items. However, the rest were merely worthless trinkets. He promptly incinerated all of these items and emerged from the cave, continuing his journey toward the Qing Kingdom. 2 months later, Qing Kingdom. Flying Horse Prefecture, Thunderclap Mountain Range. Deep within the mountains, ancient trees, thicker than water tanks, soared into the sky, their dense foliage obscuring the sun and creating a stifling and humid atmosphere within the forest. Feng Yu concealed himself behind a massive tree, employing the breath concealment technique to observe a nearby hillside discreetly. After 2 months of travel, guided by a map, he had finally arrived at the location where Zhao Gingxing had buried Lu Qingfeng's storage pouch. The hillside was the final destination. However, he now faced a dilemma. A pack of demonic wolves with horns on their foreheads, grayish-blue hides, and crimson eyes had taken over the area. These were redhorn wolves, and they had established their den there. Adult redhorn wolves were lounging on rocks, while younger ones chased each other playfully. There were at least 30 of them. Although they were merely first-tier demonic beasts, Feng Yu still found them to be a formidable obstacle. Well, should I just kill them all? Chapter 9. The Wolf King. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Feng Yu's hand, materializing into a violet-hued hammer. Just as he prepared to strike, an icy paralysis seized him, cold sweat soaking his back. A massive crimson-horned wolf, as large as a water buffalo, emerged from the forest, exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure, its presence both menacing and formidable. Upon sighting this crimson-horned wolf, others of its kind on the slope rushed down to greet it, encircling it as if it were the monarch of the pack. To his dismay, Feng Yu realized this was a second-tier crimson-horned wolf. Anxiety gripped him as he silently acknowledged the danger. A second-tier beast corresponded to a foundational cultivator among humans. Fortunately, he had refrained from attacking earlier, for otherwise, he would have drawn the attention of such a powerful creature. As a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, facing a second-tier beast would not just be a challenge, it would be a certain death. The chasm between the foundational and Qi refining stages was vast, nearly insurmountable. A foundational cultivator could easily slaughter those in the Qi refining stage, and the brutality of a second-tier beast was even more daunting. It seemed that the matter of acquiring treasures required careful deliberation. Feng Yu quietly retreated until he safely exited the territory of the crimson-horned wolves, then swiftly vanished into the forest like a whisper of wind. In a subterranean cavern, Feng Yu sat cross-legged, deep in contemplation about how to obtain Lu Qingfeng's storage bag under the watchful eyes of the second-tier crimson-horned wolf king. At that moment, inspiration struck him, and he slapped the storage bag, summoning a palm-sized yellow jade bottle into his hand. Inside the bottle was a powdery spiritual medicine, a treasure he had acquired from the associates of Zhao Zhenxing. Initially unaware of its nature, he later discovered in the market that this powder was called Beast Lure Powder, a superior first-tier elixir known for its potent allure to beasts, often utilized by cultivators to attract them for easier hunting. What effect would this first-tier elixir have on a second-tier beast like the Wolf King? Even if it proved effective, a single bottle would hardly suffice. Perhaps he could replicate it in greater quantities. Thus, for the next month, Fang Yu employed a bronze mirror to replicate the beast lure powder, producing a dozen bottles. A month later, Fang Yu returned to the Laping mountain range, finding a suitable location several dozen miles from the slope where the crimson-horned wolves resided. After setting up an automatic ignition device, he stealthily approached the vicinity of the wolf pack once more. As the sovereigns of this mountain, the crimson-horned wolves lounged lazily in the sun, frolicking as they had a month prior. Fang Yu concealed his presence with utmost effort, burrowing into the earth until he waited for half an hour. Suddenly, a plume of yellow smoke billowed into the sky, releasing a peculiar scent that swiftly permeated the area around the wolf pack. The crimson-horned wolf king abruptly lifted its head, sniffing the air, a glimmer of greed flashing in its crimson eyes. With a low growl, it surged toward the source of the scent, followed by other wolves of lesser strength who had already dashed ahead. Success! A surge of joy filled Fang Yu as he darted from behind a tree, racing toward the slope. He had to locate Lu Qingfeng and Apos' storage bag before the Wolf King returned. On the slope, ancient trees towered, their lush foliage filtering sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground, thick layers of fallen leaves creating a soft carpet beneath his feet, the air rich with damp, decaying matter. Several rudimentary caves were faintly visible, their entrances cluttered with animal bones and weeds, exuding a sense of chaos and desolation. Fang Yu, pressed for time, followed the map's guidance and, after some effort, finally discovered a concealed stone wall. With a resounding thud, he struck the stone wall with a magical artifact, revealing a blue storage bag nestled within. Indeed, it was here. A flicker of delight crossed Fang Yu's eyes as he swiftly tucked the storage bag into his bosom. However, just then, a furious wolf howl echoed from afar. Fang Yu's heart sank as he turned to see a streak of spiritual light hurtling through the mountainside. Rapidly approaching, none other than the second-tier crimson-horned wolf king. Damn, how could it have returned so quickly? Panic surged within him, and without hesitation, he activated his agility technique, darting like the wind into the depths of the forest. Behind him, the wolf king's enraged roars grew ever nearer. Fang Yu dared not glance back. He could only flee with all his might, knowing that even a moment's hesitation could lead to his demise. A foul wind, reeking of blood, surged from behind. The wolf king's voice nearly upon him, enveloping him in a shroud of impending death. Fang Yu's heart raced as he swiftly retrieved a Thunder Dan from his storage bag, casting it behind him without a moment's pause. Boom! Upon the Thunder Dan's detonation, thunder erupted, blinding light illuminating the entire forest. Yet, the crimson-horned wolf king merely hesitated momentarily before resuming its relentless pursuit, not a single hair displaced from its coat. Indeed, the Thunder Dan proved ineffective against a second-tier beast. Fang Yu's heart sank, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolutely calm. He rapidly assessed the items at his disposal, and suddenly an idea struck him. He retrieved the blue storage bag he had just acquired. As his consciousness scanned the contents, a deep green talisman emerged in his grasp, its surface shimmering with potent spiritual energy, unmistakably a superior-grade talisman, more powerful than a full-force strike from a Qi refining stage cultivator. This is it. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Yu's eyes as he cast the superior talisman and the remaining Thunder Dawn into the fray. Boom! As the superior talisman detonated, a colossal surge of spiritual light shot skyward, intertwining with the thunderous might of the Thunder Dawn, creating a terrifying shockwave. Sensing the impending danger, the crimson-horned wolf king displayed a flicker of trepidation in its eyes, forced to retreat repeatedly, emitting an angry howl. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yu unleashed his agility technique with all his strength, propelling himself like an arrow into the distance. Though the wolf king was furious, it was momentarily thwarted by the combined power of the superior talisman and the Thunder Dawn, unable to pursue, merely watching helplessly as Fang Yu escaped. When the terrifying spiritual energy dissipated, the area was devoid of Fang Yu and Apos' presence. The crimson-horned wolf king scanned its surroundings, and upon finding no trace of him, let out a furious roar, belching flames and wreaking havoc all around. Meanwhile, Fang Yu had already covered several dozen miles, yet he did not pause, continuing his flight until he finally exited the Laping mountain range, letting out a sigh of relief. He had successfully evaded capture. Chapter 10. The Talismans at the border of the Qing Kingdom. In the bustling market of Huayun Mountain, Fang Yu chose not to return to the Qingsha market. Zhong Yunhe was the steward of Baidan Pavilion, a store affiliated with the esteemed Jin Hai sect of the Golden Core lineage. Although no one witnessed him slay Zhong Yunhe, for the sake of his safety, he resolved never to return to Qingsha again. After all, as a loose cultivator, he was unrestrained and unencumbered. As long as he had ample resources for cultivation, he could practice anywhere. In the rented cave dwelling, a soft glow emanated from the spiritual array, illuminating the entire space. Sitting cross-legged on an ancient jade bed, Fang Yu breathed deeply, exhaling wisps of white mist that danced like ethereal dragons. Once his internal state was fully restored, he slowly opened his eyes, reached for his storage bag, and summoned a blue pouch dusted with stone fragments. Upon opening the blue pouch, he poured its contents onto the ground, revealing a mountain of spiritual stones, a pile so vast it resembled a miniature hill, no less than 3,000 stones. Oh, truly worthy of the direct descendant of a golden core master. The disciples of major sects never fail to astonish me, Fang Yu exclaimed joyously as he began to count, ultimately discovering over 3,400 low-grade spiritual stones, in addition to 13 medium-grade stones, totaling more than 4,700 low-grade stones. With this newfound wealth of spiritual stones, he could easily acquire a foundation establishment pill and a vial of Yuyang water, or perhaps even Xiling liquid at an auction. It seems certain he could secure the precious vial of Yuyang water at the upcoming Chongqing banquet. Elated, Fang Yu carefully stored the pile of spiritual stones and continued to examine the other items. To his astonishment, he found two exquisite magical artifacts. He picked up a golden blue shield and a sleek black sword. The shield, semicircular in shape, exuded an air of antiquity. Its surface adorned with an intricately carved phoenix poised to take flight, its feathers composed of countless delicate spiritual patterns that radiated a faint golden light. The sword, a 3-foot-long ancient blade, was slender and elongated, its surface a deep black, seemingly infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Speckled with myriad tiny points of light that twinkled as the sword moved, reminiscent of stars traversing the night sky. The spiritual pressure emanating from these two artifacts was immensely powerful. They dwarfed the quality of his upper-grade artifacts, which now appeared crude and unsophisticated in comparison. Although Fang Yu had never encountered artifacts of such caliber before, he instinctively recognized these as the legendary top-tier magical tools. Indeed, as a direct descendant of a Golden Core master, he possessed not one but two coveted magical artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. It was truly a testament to the disparity of fortune among cultivators. After delighting in the exquisite craftsmanship of the two artifacts, Fang Yu set them aside, intending to later inscribe his own magical imprint upon them. He then turned his attention to the remaining items. Lu Qingfeng's storage bag contained fewer varieties, but was filled with treasures. In addition to the spiritual stones and top-tier magical artifacts, there were dozens of first-grade upper-tier talismans for defense, attack, and escape, along with a plethora of first-grade upper-tier elixirs for healing, detoxification, mana recovery, and various other purposes. After meticulously cataloging and organizing these treasures, only 2 jade boxes remained before him. Each of these jade boxes bore a spiritual restriction, and considering Lu Qingfeng's status, it was evident that whatever lay within was of immense value. With great anticipation, Fang Yu picked up one of the jade boxes and began to unravel the restriction. Fortunately, the enchantment was not overly formidable. After a painstaking half-day, he finally heard a soft pop. The spiritual light on the jade box dimmed, and the restriction vanished in an instant. Fang Yu's face brightened as he cautiously opened the box, revealing a talisman lying quietly within. Curious, he lifted the talisman from its confines, noticing that it was unlike any ordinary spiritual talisman. It was only half the size of his palm, entirely gray, and adorned with a golden thread pattern depicting a small cauldron. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, devoid of any detectable spiritual energy. Fang Yu had never encountered such a talisman before. Wait a moment, could this possibly be the legendary talisman treasure? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his mouth fell slightly agape as disbelief flickered in his eyes. A talisman treasure was a special type of talisman that could only be crafted by cultivators at the Golden Core stage or higher. These talismans possessed extraordinary power, encapsulating a portion of the might of a cultivator's life-bound magical treasure within the talisman paper itself. When used, even foundation establishment cultivators could inflict harm or even slay. However, such talismans were exceedingly rare, as creating them would result in the permanent loss of a portion of the power of a cultivator and Oppo's life-bound treasure, requiring decades of painstaking refinement to restore. This not only wasted a cultivator's lifespan, but also jeopardized their most treasured artifact, their life's essence. Few cultivators in their prime would willingly sacrifice their life-bound treasures to create a talisman treasure of no immediate use to themselves. Only those Golden Core cultivators who recognized their inability to break through and face the twilight of their lives would recklessly expend the power of their life-bound treasures to create talisman treasures as a safeguard for their descendants. This led to the extreme scarcity of talisman treasures, which, even when they did circulate, were exchanged only among the offspring of powerful factions. For ordinary low-level cultivators, such treasures were beyond their wildest dreams. Realizing the significance of this potential talisman treasure filled Fang Yu with immense joy. With this talisman for protection, his safety was further assured. With great reverence, he placed the talisman treasure back into the jade box and carefully stored it in his storage bag. Fang Yu then turned his attention to the final jade box. After another half-day of work, he cautiously opened the box, discovering a jade slip lying quietly within. What could this be? Filled with anticipation, Fang Yu picked up the jade slip. Given that it shared the same esteemed status as the talisman treasure, The contents within must surely be extraordinary. He was eager to uncover what secrets this jade slip held, the value of which could rival that of a precious talisman treasure. As his consciousness delved into the slip, he was met with the inscription, Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. Chapter 11. The Alchemical Formula in the Cave. Fang Yu gazed in astonishment at the jade slip in his hand. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise to arrive so suddenly. It was the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill, a usable recipe inscribed with materials that, while expensive, could still be acquired with sufficient funds. This meant that, as long as he gathered the necessary ingredients, he could concoct the Foundation Establishment Pill himself. With this thought, Fang Yu's heart began to race. Overwhelmed by a happiness that felt almost surreal. After a moment, he finally calmed down, carefully storing the formula before picking up the two exquisite magical artifacts to begin their refinement. Meanwhile, countless miles away, within a resplendent palace suffused with Taoist essence, ethereal lights flickered, exuding immense spiritual pressure, while the white spiritual energy coalesced almost into a liquid state. A golden orb radiated a gentle glow, enveloping the entire palace in a delicate veil, as white spiritual mist swirled around it, continuously rushing inside the orb at an alarming rate. Beneath the orb, a handsome young Taoist sat cross-legged with closed eyes. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, his eyelids flickering briefly before returning to tranquility. The grand hall remained silent as always, while outside, dozens of towering peaks pierced the heavens, with cultivators riding white cranes or wielding flying artifacts weaving between the structures. Above them, a pale azure mountain protection formation cast a vast shadow over the area, and on the majestic gate hung three prominent characters, Crimson Flame Sect. At the border of the Qing Nation, in the Huayun Mountain Marketplace, Fang Yu exited the cave and first visited a vendor selling various texts, purchasing several books related to alchemy, such as Fundamentals of Alchemy and Detailed Alchemy Techniques. He then moved on to a shop selling magical artifacts, where he acquired an alchemical furnace. Given that nearly all cultivators harbored aspirations to become alchemists, such furnaces were quite common. After procuring these items, Fang Yu began to investigate the materials required for creating the Foundation Establishment Pill, discovering to his delight that all the spiritual herbs were available for purchase, albeit at a steep price, totaling over 800 spirit stones for a single set of materials. Without hesitation, he bought 5 sets, spending more than 4,000 spirit stones, depleting 2/3 of his wealth in the process. He ensured to make his purchases across 10 different shops, changing his attire at each stop to avoid drawing attention to his newfound riches. Fortunately, the entire process went smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. Once he had acquired everything, Fang Yu set up a stall in the marketplace, renting a space to sell the surplus magical artifacts, spiritual talismans, and pills he had obtained from his companions, Zhong Yun and his other allies. For someone who already possessed 2 exquisite artifacts for offense and defense, these items had become superfluous, yet discarding them felt wasteful. Given his diminished spirit stones, he needed to replenish his funds to purchase the Jade Sun water, so aside from keeping a small reserve, he intended to sell the rest. Offering prices slightly below the market average, coupled with the quality of his goods, ensured rapid sales, netting him over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This restored his dwindling wealth back over 4,000. He thought purchasing a bottle of Jade Sun water should now be feasible. If not, he could always sell a few more artifacts at the auction. After concluding his sales, Fang Yu returned to the cave. In the following days, he refrained from hastily concocting the Foundation Establishment Pill, instead immersing himself in the study of alchemy, starting from the most fundamental concepts. Simultaneously, he pondered the steps outlined in the alchemical formula, calculating potential issues and refining his operational methods. Thus, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year later, at the Wanmu Valley, the Taoist domain of the Foundation Establishment Lu's cultivator, Qing Cheng. At the entrance gate, a beam of spiritual light descended from the heavens, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man, unmistakably a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from him caused the surrounding Qi refinement cultivators to bow their heads, not daring to utter a sound. The disciples guarding the entrance hastened to greet him, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, esteemed senior, please enter." The middle-aged man nodded expressionlessly and entered without needing to present his Qing Ling token. Fang Yu glanced enviously at the man's retreating figure before continuing onward. "Fellow cultivator, please present your token." 2 disciples from Wanmu Valley obstructed his path. Sensing their equally formidable Qi refinement prowess, Fang Yu felt a flicker of unease but complied. Producing his Qing Ling token, one of the disciples retrieved a magical artifact, scanning the token, which illuminated with a blue glow. The disciple nodded, took the token, and addressed Fang Yu. "The token is valid. Fellow cultivator, you may enter." "Thank you." Fang Yu expressed his gratitude, suppressing his curiosity as he stepped through the gate. Before him stood several towering, exquisite pavilions, adorned with lush greenery and rich spiritual energy, creating an ambience far superior to the cave he had rented in the marketplace. "Please follow me," A beautiful maid approached him as soon as he entered. Fang Yu nodded slightly, relieved to sense that her cultivation was only at the qi refinement early stage. He had feared that the presence of so many qi refinement great perfection cultivators might diminish the value of his own. However, it appeared that was not the case. Under the maid's guidance, he arrived at a cloud-piercing pavilion bearing the inscription Guest Residence. Upon entering the pavilion, they ascended to the 7th floor, which was divided into individual rooms. After leading him to an empty room, the maid informed him, "There is still a month until the banquet begins. You may rest here until then. In 1 month, someone will come to notify you." She continued, "There will be a qi refinement cultivator exchange meeting on the 3rd floor 3 nights from now. If you are interested, you are welcome to attend." "All right, thank you." Fang Yu nodded. Once the maid departed, he turned to survey the room before him. It was furnished with a meditation mat, bed, tea table, and washing area, all the essentials for living, with simple wards in place to prevent prying eyes from intruding. Indifferent to his surroundings, he merely glanced around before settling onto the mat, retrieving a copy of Detailed Alchemy Techniques to study with great care. Chapter 12. Spiritual Liquid. As time swiftly passed, the 4th night arrived. Previously constrained by financial limitations, Fang Yu had never attended a trade meeting among cultivators, so today he curiously made his way to the 3rd floor. He discovered a spacious hall adorned with an ancient and elegant decor, exuding an imposing atmosphere. In the center of the hall stood a simple platform, surrounded by numerous chairs, some of which were already occupied. A glance around revealed a gathering of qi refining stage cultivators of all ages, genders, and appearances. Some wore veils, others hats, while many donned winter attire, with a variety of colors ranging from red to black. Fang Yu chose an empty chair and closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the commencement of the exchange. The others did likewise. Even when engaging in private conversations, they communicated through mental messages, rendering the hall eerily silent, a scene that could terrify any unsuspecting mortal who stumbled upon it. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, a young man ascended the platform. He was in the late qi refining stage, with a handsome appearance, clad in the attire of a disciple from the Wanmu Valley. Evidently a disciple of that sect. Although Wanmu Valley was not a formal sect, due to the numerous disciples taken in by the revered Qingqing Zhenren, it still boasted a considerable number of practitioners. "Welcome, fellow Taoists. I am Lu Guanyuan, a 2nd-generation disciple of Wanmu Valley. It seems most of our anticipated guests have arrived, so let us not delay any further. Allow me to present the first offering." Lu Guanyuan slightly bowed to everyone before retrieving several dozen spirit talismans from his storage bag. "I present my self-crafted superior-grade offensive talisman, the Wind Strike Talisman, priced at 6 spirit stones each. I am open to spirit stone transactions or negotiations for equivalent items." Upon concluding his announcement, several individuals approached the stage to examine the talismans. Once they confirmed their quality, they began purchasing them with spirit stones, while others sought to negotiate trades with different items. Fang Yu remained seated, quietly observing. Generally, the price for a superior-grade talisman ranged between 7 to 8 spirit stones, with defensive talismans typically commanding a higher price than offensive ones. Lu Guanyuan's offering, at just 6 spirit stones, was indeed quite a bargain. However, this was of little use to Fang Yu, who was already well equipped with superior-grade talismans, not to mention possessing exquisite magical artifacts and talisman treasures, rendering such talismans beneath his notice. Lu Guanyuan quickly sold out his talismans and gracefully stepped down, making way for the next participant. A middle-aged scholar-like cultivator ascended the platform, seeking to purchase a superior-grade defensive artifact. As time progressed, numerous individuals took turns on stage, displaying a myriad of items including magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. Yet, nothing piqued Fang Yu's interest until a gaunt, elderly man stepped forward, revealing a transparent vial containing a pale golden liquid. "I have a bottle of millennial stalactite spiritual liquid for exchange, suitable for trading with elixirs that enhance cultivation in the late qi refining stage or equivalent spiritual items. I do not accept spirit stones." Upon hearing the name millennial stalactite spiritual liquid, Fang Yu's eyes brightened instantly. For over half a year, he had been engrossed in studying alchemy, and it was widely known that understanding various spiritual herbs was essential for any aspiring alchemist. He had previously encountered this particular item in an ancient text. Millennial stalactite spiritual liquid is renowned for its ability to swiftly restore a cultivator's spiritual energy and enhance the spiritual sense of qi refining stage practitioners, potentially increasing it by up to 30% with substantial consumption. The advantages of a potent spiritual sense are self-evident, aiding in both combat and breakthroughs in cultivation realms. Without hesitation, he rose and approached the platform. Ultimately, including Fang Yu, 5 individuals ascended the stage. It was unlikely that only a handful of discerning individuals existed. More likely, the others lacked the elixirs the old man sought, combined with his refusal to accept spirit stones, which explained their absence. After a brief inspection of the millennial stalactite spiritual liquid, one eager participant swiftly declared, "I will exchange 5 qi pulse elixirs." Qi pulse elixirs are known to accelerate cultivation speed in the late Qi refining stage. Fang Yu had read about these elixirs, which were priced similarly to the Yuanshan elixirs he had previously purchased at 70 low-grade spirit stones each, totaling 350 for 5. I offer 6. Another competitor chimed in. I will provide 7 Yuanshan elixirs. I too will offer 7 Yuanshan elixirs, but I can additionally provide you with 50 low-grade spirit stones. While the other bidders continued to raise their offers, the old man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the quiet Fang Yu. I will exchange 10 Yuanshan elixirs. Fang Yu stated calmly. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, while the other competitors stared at Fang Yu in astonishment. 10 Yuanshan elixirs amounted to 700 spirit stones. Was this individual truly willing to spend such an exorbitant price for a single bottle of millennial stalactite spiritual liquid? Upon hearing Fang Yu's offer, the other bidders promptly turned and left without hesitation. Sensing this, Fang Yu let out a subtle sigh of relief. After successfully exchanging items with the old man, he returned to his seat, his heart still aflutter. For others, this bottle of millennial stalactite spiritual liquid might not seem worth 700 spirit stones, given its singular nature and limited application in enhancing spiritual sense. However, for Fang Yu, the situation was markedly different. With the assistance of his bronze mirror, he could continuously replicate new millennial stalactite spiritual liquid, maximizing its effects, thereby justifying the cost of 10 Yuanshan elixirs as immensely worthwhile. Moreover, his elixirs were all replicated using the bronze mirror, incurring no actual expense, rendering any sense of regret entirely unfounded. The exchange continued as individuals took turns presenting various magical artifacts and spiritual items, each with their own requests. Soon, it was Fang Yu's turn to ascend the platform once more. He retrieved a mid-grade magical artifact and a low-grade artifact. Though he possessed many elixirs, his earlier display of 10 superior-grade elixirs had already drawn the attention of some observant individuals. Should he present more elixirs for sale, it would be excessively ostentatious. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind, which was contrary to his preferred low-profile approach. Thus, he opted for discretion. He offered 2 magical artifacts, 1 mid-grade offensive and 1 low-grade defensive, accepting only spirit stone transactions. I am also seeking to acquire Yujin bamboo of at least 300 years and Wuguang Lanqiao of 500 years or more. The more, the better. And terms are negotiable, Fang Yu announced to the audience. The Yujin bamboo and Wuguang Lanqiao were essential materials for crafting the eye-cleansing elixir required for cultivating the breaking spirit law eye. He had collected all other necessary ingredients. But these 2 vital components had eluded him. Throughout the past 6 months, he had asked various pharmacies to keep an eye out for them. Yet he had received no news. Thus, he hoped to seize this opportunity to find them here. Soon, someone approached and purchased the 2 magical artifacts from Fang Yu. However, he yielded no results regarding the Yujin bamboo Wuguang Lanqiao. Disappointed, he inquired once more but received no response, leading him to return to his seat. The exchange continued. Yet no further items sparked Fang Yu and Appo's interest. Once the event concluded, he turned and ascended the stairs, returning to his room. Chapter 13. Main ingredients in the room. Fang Yu sat cross-legged on a mat. He opened a jade vial and, using his magical power, carefully extracted a small portion of the Millennium Stalactite essence. The pale golden liquid flowed at his fingertips, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Aiming it at a bronze mirror, in the blink of an eye, a delicate white light flickered, and an identical small portion of the new essence appeared. He quickly caught it and returned the original essence back to the jade vial. After sealing it, Fang Yu swallowed the replicated essence. A cool sensation streamed down into his stomach, followed by a wave of icy comfort spreading from his dantian to his mind, as if he were immersed in a clear spring, immensely soothing. Simultaneously, his spiritual awareness began to grow gradually. 26 days later, Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling a 30% increase in his spiritual awareness, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his gaze. During this nearly month-long period, he had daily replicated and consumed new essences, ultimately expanding his spiritual awareness by 30%. However, that was the limit of the Millennium Stalactite essence for a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Further consumption would yield no additional benefits and would only expedite the recovery of depleted magical power, akin to a quick recovery elixir. Nevertheless, Fang Yu felt content, for the rewards he reaped far outweighed what he had invested. Suddenly, as Fang Yu concluded his meditation and prepared to delve further into alchemy, a communication talisman flew in from outside the door. He took the talisman and infused it with a strand of magical power, prompting a gentle female voice to emanate from within. Dear friend, the banquet will begin shortly. Please proceed to the neighboring Evergreen Pavilion. Is it finally starting? A glint of excitement sparkled in Fang Yu's eyes as he rose, anticipation coursing through him as he exited his room. The Evergreen Pavilion stood adjacent to Fang Yu's guest quarters, an imposing wooden structure that towered into the clouds. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious hall on the first floor, already filled with no fewer than 100 Qi refinement stage cultivators. The middle-aged man he had encountered on his first day was notably absent, likely in one of the upper private chambers. Fang Yu glanced at the upper floor, where spiritual barriers were in place, and then found an empty table to sit. Before him lay a cup of unknown spiritual tea and a small plate holding 3 thumb-sized, jade-like fruits, rich in hues of green and red. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the cups and plates of others were entirely empty, suggesting they had consumed everything. Curious, he lifted the spiritual tea and took a gentle sip. In an instant, his vision brightened as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, easily convertible into cultivation. Unfortunately, it was ineffective for him. His cultivation had reached its peak, and only after successfully establishing a foundation could he hope to break through further, rendering this spiritual energy wasted. After finishing the unknown spiritual tea, Fang Yu turned his attention to the jade-like fruits. He took one and consumed it, finding that its effects mirrored those of the tea, enhancing cultivation but still proving futile for him. However, to avoid drawing attention to himself, he consumed all the fruits, internally marveling at the generosity of Elder Evergreen, whose reputation for nurturing juniors was indeed well-founded. The tea and fruits he had just consumed together were valued at no less than 60 spirit stones. And with over 100 individuals present, the total amounted to thousands of spirit stones. Such generosity was no wonder Elder Evergreen's name circulated widely among loose cultivators. After finishing his meal, Fang Yu refrained from further distractions, closing his eyes to cultivate and patiently await the commencement of the auction. Approximately a stick of incense later, a powerful spiritual pressure suddenly descended, prompting Fang Yu to open his eyes. He beheld a rotund figure, a plump Taoist clad in a light blue robe, standing on a raised platform in the middle of the hall. His crescent moon smile and genial demeanor exuded an aura of affluence. If not for his overwhelming presence, one might mistake him for a prosperous merchant from the mundane world. Greetings, Elder Evergreen. The Qi refinement cultivators collectively rose and called out. Elder Evergreen chuckled amiably. Please, be seated. I thank you all for your presence. I know you must be eager, so let us begin without further ado. With that, Elder Evergreen promptly retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag. Upon opening it, a refreshing medicinal aroma wafted through the hall, rich spiritual energy palpable from afar. This is a first-grade upper-tier elixir, Yuan Chun Dan, suitable for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators to aid in their cultivation. This vial contains 10 pills, starting bid at 560 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the gathered cultivators were visibly stirred. The market price for Yuan Chun Dan typically hovered around 70 lower-grade spirit stones per pill. Therefore, 10 would amount to 700 spirit stones. Elder Evergreen and Apos' offering was a bargain at 560, a savings of 140 spirit stones, a significant sum for cultivators reluctant to part with even a single stone. Consequently, voices began to rise. I bid 560, 570, 575. Fang Yu, seated calmly, observed the unfolding scene. Not only was Yuan Chun Dan ineffective for him, but he also possessed plenty already, leaving him uninterested in spending money on such elixirs. Soon, the vial of Yuan Chun Dan was claimed by a bidder at 618 lower-grade spirit stones. Elder Evergreen then produced various upper-tier offensive and defensive magical artifacts, a mid-tier flying artifact, a first-grade upper-tier talisman, and elixirs for advancing Qi refinement mid-stage cultivators. Regrettably, these items held no value for Fang Yu until Elder Evergreen revealed a peculiar bamboo, resembling jade fat. 400-year-old Eugene bamboo, starting bid at 300 lower-grade spirit stones. Fang Yu's heart raced with excitement as he gazed at the jade bamboo in Elder Evergreen's hands. The bamboo appeared as if meticulously carved from jade, emanating a gentle luminescence. Its nodes were distinct, with silver-white veins adorning the edges of the leaves, reminiscent of exquisite brocade, precisely as described in the alchemical formula. Notably, it had 4 segments, confirming its age as over 400 years, as Eugene bamboo grows only one segment every century. Fang Yu was astonished to encounter here, at last, one of the 2 principal ingredients he had sought for the missing cleansing essence. Chapter 14. The bidding 310, 315, 330. As the price reached 370, a hush fell over the crowd. Suddenly, Fang Yu stepped forward and proclaimed, 400. This declaration silenced the room completely, and after a long pause, no one dared to raise their bid. Just as Fang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, a voice echoed from the private room above, 500. Hearing the voice from above, Fang Yu's heart sank, and a frown creased his brow beneath his hat. Those who occupied the private room were evidently not ordinary individuals. They were either foundation establishment cultivators or heirs of prominent sects and influential families. The former posed a threat he could not confront, while the latter could be equally dangerous, given the possibility of powerful elders or hidden cards at their disposal. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to make one final bid. If the other party persisted, he would withdraw. 550. Fang Yu called out, his heart racing. To his surprise, after several moments, There was no response from the private room. It was only when he ascended the stage to receive the jade bamboo from Master Chongqing that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to his seat, he awaited the appearance of the Yuyang water. As Master Chongqing presented increasingly remarkable items, the atmosphere grew ever more fervent. A supreme magic weapon and a first-grade spirit talisman made their appearances, both of which Fang Yu coveted. Unfortunately, their prices soared above 1,000 spirit stones, and he could not afford to waste his resources on them, given his determination to secure the Yuyang water. Consequently, these two treasures were claimed by the bidders in the private room above. Next came the grand finale of the Chongqing banquet, which was undoubtedly the reason many friends had gathered. Master Chongqing spoke eloquently, and Fang Yu could not help but sit up straighter, an expression of earnestness gracing his features. The only item remaining on the promotional list was the Yuyang water, making the identity of this final treasure all too clear. One of the 3 treasures essential for foundation establishment, the Yuyang water could enhance the success rate of foundation establishment by 20%, serving as a crucial spiritual item for any aspiring cultivator. The starting bid was set at 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. Master Chongqing held the jade vial aloft, a fiery red liquid floating within, resembling flames in midair. As soon as he finished speaking, bids began to fly. I bid 1,750. I bid 1,800. I bid 1,900. Under the fervent bidding, the price of the Yuyang water quickly reached 2,130 low-grade spirit stones. However, after surpassing the 2,000 mark, the pace of bidding slowed considerably, as a vial of Yuyang water typically priced around 2,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, there were few who had cultivated to the peak of qi refinement and were financially capable of purchasing it, leaving only a handful of eligible bidders. Noticing the dwindling number of bidders, Fang Yu suppressed his excitement and called out, 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Compared to the general market price of 2,000 spirit stones, his bid significantly exceeded expectations, making it unaffordable for most qi refinement cultivators. 2,700. A voice suddenly rang out from the private room above. Fang Yu furrowed his brow and made another tentative bid. 2,800. 2,900. Without even a moment's pause, the private room raised the stakes again, signaling their intention to secure the Yuyang water. Fang Yu's heart sank. Unlike the previous item, he now possessed the formula for foundation establishment pills. If he successfully refined them, combined with this vial of Yuyang water, his success rate for foundation establishment would surpass 70%, a chance worth seizing. Conversely, if he let this opportunity slip away, it could be ages before he encountered another vial of Yuyang water, a coveted item sought by every qi refinement cultivator. Considering the possibility of relying solely on the foundation establishment pills, which offered just over 50% success, he felt uncertain. With resolve, Fang Yu raised his voice once more. 3,000. This time, the private room hesitated for several moments, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of the bidder below. However, they quickly responded, 3,300, 3,400, 3,900. Fang Yu's eyes hardened as he made a decisive leap of 500. Though he had prepared over 4,000 spirit stones for this occasion and had obtained an additional 200 from the earlier trade of a magic weapon, his previous expenditure of 550 spirit stones on the jade bamboo meant that 3,900 was his absolute limit. Upon hearing this bid, the gazes of the other attendees shifted towards Fang Yu, marked by surprise. A qi refinement cultivator not only dared to compete with those in the private room, but was also willing to pay nearly double the market price for a single vial of Yuyang water. Surely, he must have lost his mind. Some exchanged glances laden with incredulity. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Fang Yu remained focused on the stage. One moment passed, then another, and still no response came from the private room. Only when Master Chongqing's gavel fell, announcing Fang Yu as the victor of the Yuyang water, did the tension in his heart dissipate. Ascending the stage, Fang Yu completed the transaction with Master Chongqing and carefully secured the Yuyang water in his storage pouch before descending. At this moment, Master Chongqing addressed the crowd. This concludes the Chongqing banquet. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all fellow cultivators for your attendance. I have arranged 8 short-distance teleportation arrays at the entrance for your convenience. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu felt a surge of joy, his earlier worries dissipating as he made his way swiftly towards the exit. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Wanmu Valley, where, as Master Chongqing had promised, 8 random short-distance teleportation arrays awaited, unguarded. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu stepped onto one of the arrays, and in an instant of blinding white light, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar wilderness. Without pausing, he chose a direction at random and activated his agility techniques, vanishing swiftly into the depths of the forest. An hour later, having traversed several hundred miles, Fang Yu glanced back to see no one in pursuit, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just then, an unexpected voice called out, "Fellow cultivator, please wait." Chapter 15. A formidable foe, a beam of golden spiritual light appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching him. Only a fool would linger. Fang Yu cursed silently and, without hesitation, began to run again, his heart filled with uncertainty. Hadn't the esteemed Qin Chun Jinren mentioned that the direction of the teleportation array was random? How, then, had this individual managed to find him? A chill ran down Fang Yu's spine, and he quickened his pace even further. Yet, the other party's speed was even greater, in the blink of an eye. The golden light descended before him, blocking his path. As the light dissipated, it revealed a strikingly handsome young man clad in a moon-white robe. His gaze was indifferent and aloof, exuding an air of unspoken nobility. Beneath him lay an extraordinary flying artifact, clearly a superior-grade item. Typically, such artifacts were only wielded by Foundation establishment cultivators, as they could fly but lacked speed, relying on these treasures as their primary means of aerial travel and status symbols. Although this young man was merely at the chi refining stage, his possession of such an artifact indicated an extraordinary background, likely that of a prominent sect or noble family. Fang Yu instinctively felt averse to offending such individuals, yet if the young man sought trouble, he would not be foolish enough to submit without a fight. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Fang Yu asked, drawing forth a shield and a sword, both superior-grade artifacts, his expression wary. Upon seeing the two artifacts before him, the stranger's eyes flickered with surprise, and he replied with a gentle smile, "There's no need for alarm, my friend. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to propose a transaction." "What transaction?" Fang Yu and Apos' heart stirred with suspicion, for the young man's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the individual who had competed with him for the Yuyang water earlier. "I seek to purchase the Yuyang water in your possession." As Fang Yu had surmised, the young man indeed sought the coveted Yuyang water. "I possess no such item. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Fang Yu retorted firmly, "You needn't deceive me. My pet ferret possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, capable of detecting any aura within a 500-mile radius." A slender, serpentine creature with purple cat ears and a fluffy violet coat emerged from the young man's sleeve, perching on his shoulder. Its clever, mischievous eyes seemed to declare, "It is indeed you." Fang Yu's heart sank, although he realized he had not been betrayed by Qin Chun Jinren. The situation had become even more dire. He replied solemnly, "Even if I possessed the Yuyang water, I would not part with it. Please, do not be hasty." The young man maintained his composure in the face of Fang Yu and Apos' refusal. "I harbor no malice. I simply wish to engage in a fair transaction. You may first hear my terms before deciding." "Oh, what terms could you possibly offer? Will you exchange it for a Foundation establishment treasure?" Fang Yu furrowed his brow, remaining alert. The young man chuckled, "I possess no Foundation establishment treasures, but I can offer you 3,500 low-grade spirit stones, along with a superior-grade artifact." He opened his palm to reveal an exquisitely crafted golden bell, adorned with intricate patterns. The powerful spiritual pressure emanating from within was nearly indistinguishable from that of the two artifacts Fang Yu held, confirming its superior-grade status. Fang Yu felt a twinge of regret, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Regret stemmed from the common knowledge of the cultivation world. The more unusual the form of an artifact, the greater its power. Particularly for items such as bells, towers, bowls, and mirrors. The golden bell was undoubtedly formidable, and while he was tempted, the Yuyang water was vital to his successful Foundation establishment, making it impossible for him to part with it. Suddenly, before Fang Yu could articulate his thoughts, the young man shook the bell, which emitted a dazzling spiritual light accompanied by a crisp chime. Fang Yu's expression shifted, and in the next moment, his eyes glazed over. Vacant and dazed, a silver streak shot forth from the young man's sleeve, swiftly aimed at Fang Yu's brow, a long, needle-like superior-grade artifact, moving with alarming speed. In a moment of peril, a flicker of alarm crossed Fang Yu's eyes, and he instinctively summoned his azure shield to block the impending strike. A brilliant spiritual light enveloping him. The impact felt as though a great mountain had collided with his shield. As he successfully deflected the silver needle, Fang Yu's heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Ah, you regained your senses rather quickly. Your spiritual awareness must be significantly stronger than that of an average person." The young man's expression darkened upon witnessing his failed ambush. This tactic had proven effective time and again, and it was the first time he had encountered failure against an opponent of equal standing. "Prepare to meet your end." Fang Yu snapped back to reality, seething with fury as he hurled hundreds of Dan Thunderballs at the young man. Although the young man was unaware of their nature, he swiftly summoned a vibrant orange umbrella, yet another superior-grade artifact, which hovered above him, enveloping him in a protective orange light. The Dan Thunderballs erupted in a cacophony of deafening explosions, blinding flashes of lightning converging into a terrifying tempest that engulfed the young man. Fang Yu's gaze remained icy as he observed the scene, still haunted by the earlier encounter. It was his first brush with death. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual awareness, he might have succumbed to the young man's wiles, becoming merely a wraith, lost to the void. As he contemplated this, his murderous intent surged, a force capable of freezing all vitality. Suddenly, a silver light burst forth from the storm, dispersing the surrounding lightning. The young man, shielded by his orange umbrella and protective light, remained unscathed. The damn thunderballs, even in such great numbers, were ineffective against a superior-grade artifact. If these are your only means, then you may as well resign yourself to oblivion. The young man brandished a green spear, another superior-grade artifact, alongside the silver needle, launching an assault on Fang Yu. At the same time, he produced a richly luminous spiritual talisman, exuding a terrifying spiritual pressure. Fang Yu's expression shifted. This was the first time he faced such a formidable adversary. His damn thunderballs had proven utterly futile, and the young man possessed superior-grade artifacts in greater abundance. Unless, a glint of determination flashed in Fang Yu's eyes as he stowed away his black sword and summoned 7 first-tier, superior-grade golden talismans, forming layer upon layer of golden barriers around him. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to continue the fight, but each use of a talisman consumed a portion of his spiritual awareness, and summoning so many at once was already a testament to his superior prowess compared to other cultivators of the same rank. After preparing his defenses, Fang Yu summoned his azure shield to protect himself and retrieved a gray talisman adorned with a golden depiction of a small cauldron, an unknown talisman he had acquired from Lu Qingfeng and Appo's storage pouch. Infusing his mana into the talisman, his complexion paled as it resembled an abyss, absorbing his energy without any discernible response. Time was of the essence. With a thunderous roar, the young man unleashed a silver long needle and a green spear, striking against the golden talisman before Fang Yu. A dazzling and terrifying radiance erupted, emanating a dreadful wave from its core. After shattering 5 layers of golden light in succession, the green spear and silver long needle were finally halted. At that moment, an incredibly brilliant spiritual light surged from the young man's hand. From this luminescence, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth and struck fiercely against the golden barrier. With a resounding boom, an even more terrifying brilliance erupted, unleashing a ferocious whirlwind that swept through the surroundings, snapping trees in half. Chapter 16. The kill. As the radiance dissipated, a charred shield, marred with cracks at its edges, stood resolutely on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the young man furrowed his brow in disbelief. It had not shattered yet? Very well, let us try again. A cold smile crept across his lips as he brandished a silver needle and a green spear, charging once more towards Fang Yu. At that moment, however, the dark shield suddenly vanished, revealing Fang Yu behind it. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, and before him hovered an exquisitely crafted ancient azure cauldron, emanating a dreadful aura reminiscent of boundless waves. The young man's expression shifted dramatically. A talisman treasure? Spare me, fellow cultivator, he shouted, but before he could finish, the azure cauldron surged forward, effortlessly piercing through his once reliable defensive artifact. The cauldron crushed him, and the purple weasel he bore into a gruesome pulp. The silver needle, the orange-red umbrella, and the green spear, all his artifacts, lost their luster and fell to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Fang Yu finally relaxed, quickly withdrawing the magical energy from the talisman treasure. The azure cauldron reverted to its paper form, the golden thread pattern of the cauldron visibly dimming. An overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, turning his face pale once more. He hastily ingested a drop of the 1,000-year stalactite essence, inwardly lamenting, I had not anticipated the consumption of the talisman treasure to be so terrifying, nearly draining over half of my magical energy and putting me on the brink of exhaustion. What a grave situation. This battle against the enigmatic young man marked Fang Yu's first experience using a talisman treasure. His lack of knowledge had left him unprepared. He had almost been drained of magical energy, which would have meant certain death had it occurred during combat. Fortunately, that dire outcome was averted, and he emerged victorious. Fang Yu swiftly collected all the scattered items and, employing his lightness technique, vanished like a gust of wind into the forest. Half a month later, in the market of Wuyun Mountain, within his rented cave dwelling, Fang Yu gradually opened his eyes. The aura of his perfected qi refinement flickered briefly before settling once more. He retrieved the storage pouch of the mysterious young man, and, upon opening it, a multitude of items tumbled out. The first thing that caught his eye was a substantial quantity of low-grade spirit stones, totaling 3,563. Following that were several dozen low-grade spirit talismans, a dozen mid-grade spirit talismans, 1 high-grade spirit talisman, and a plethora of low-grade spirit pills for healing, detoxifying, and replenishing magical energy, among others. Next were the artifacts and 2 jade boxes sealed with spiritual restraints. Among the 5 artifacts were 3 premium ones, a golden bell, a silver needle, and an orange-red umbrella, along with a superior flying artifact, the willow leaf boat, and a superior attacking artifact, the green spear. Fang Yu had previously encountered these artifacts, with the golden bell and silver needle leaving the most profound impression. One could assail the opponent's soul, inducing a state of stupor, while the other, though not the most powerful among premium artifacts, excelled in speed, making it a formidable tool for ambushes when combined with the effects of the golden bell. During the recent exchange, he had fortuitously obtained a vial of the 1,000-year stalactite essence, significantly enhancing his spiritual perception compared to other cultivators of the same realm. Otherwise, he might have perished under such an attack. As for the orange-red umbrella, it was a standard premium defensive artifact, slightly damaged but still functional. After setting these artifacts aside, Fang Yu turned his attention to the two mysterious jade boxes. Both boxes were warded with spiritual restraints, and he was unsure of the correct method to open them, so he proceeded to dismantle the barriers slowly. After some time, the restraints dimmed, and the resistance vanished. Fang Yu utilized his magical energy to open the box, revealing a white jade slip resting inside. Curiously, he lifted the slip with his magical energy, inspecting it carefully for any dangers before probing his consciousness into it. Suddenly, a technique emerged in his mind, the heavy source 100 water technique. Surprise flickered across Fang Yu's face. He had not anticipated this to be a technique. He had initially thought it might be a powerful secret art. Typically, aside from wandering cultivators, disciples from large sects and prominent families seldom carry their cultivation techniques with them, as this would risk exposing their weaknesses. They rely on the sect's libraries and lecture halls, where they can receive new techniques upon reaching each realm, along with guidance from senior members on various cultivation insights, far more convenient than the solitary struggles faced by wandering cultivators. Given the young man's refined demeanor and his possession of high-quality artifacts, it was likely that he was not a wandering cultivator, suggesting that this technique was perhaps a personal treasure. However, the fact that it was of interest to a sect disciple and preserved with such care indicated that it was certainly not an ordinary item. As Fang Yu possessed a water affinity in his spiritual roots, he could cultivate this technique. If he succeeded in establishing his foundation in the future, he would not need to search for new techniques. He could directly pursue the heavy source 100 water technique. Currently, the Fire Spirit True technique he practiced could only take him to the initial stage of foundation building. If he succeeded in that, he would have to find another technique. On the other hand, the heavy source 100 water technique could support cultivation up to the initial stage of core formation. Although it only barely reached that stage and lacked the subsequent method for refining one's innate magical treasure, it was sufficient for him at this moment. After all, core formation and innate magical treasures were still distant prospects for him. His immediate priority was to refine a foundation-building pill and successfully establish his foundation. Otherwise, if he failed in foundation building, pondering further would be futile. Carefully storing away the heavy source 100 water technique, Fang Yu turned to the final jade box. After some time had passed, he opened the box to find a transparent vial containing an unknown purple liquid, within which countless glowing particles flickered like stars. Upon seeing this mysterious purple liquid, Fang Yu's expression shifted, disbelief evident in his eyes. Could this be one of the three treasures for foundation building, the purple spirit liquid? He gingerly extracted the vial, his gaze filled with excitement as he beheld the exquisite liquid shimmering before him. Chapter 17. Foundation Establishment. In order to successfully establish a foundation, Fang Yu had long memorized the insights of predecessors and various anecdotes related to this process. After a brief examination, he was exceedingly certain that the vial before him contained the purple spirit liquid, one of the three treasures for foundation establishment. This meant that he now possessed two of the three essential treasures, Jade Sun Water and Purple Spirit Liquid. If he could refine the foundation establishment pill, his success in this endeavor would be virtually assured. With this thought, a joyous smile spread across Fang Yu and Appo's face as he carefully stored the Purple Spirit Liquid. He couldn't help but reflect on why that individual was so eager to acquire his Jade Sun Water. It was also for the purpose of foundation establishment. Having already obtained the Purple Spirit Liquid, acquiring the Jade Sun Water would enhance his success rate by 20%. Alas, it seemed that all these efforts had been in vain for him. Now, he needed only the foundation establishment pill. Having studied pill refining for nearly a year, he had pondered the formula for the foundation establishment pill countless times. It was nearly time to begin the refining process. Regaining his focus, Fang Yu gathered all the items before him and rose to enter the alchemy chamber. The alchemy chamber was an exceptionally spacious and sealed room, with intricate patterns carved into the azure stone slabs and a black platform standing at the edge. Most rented caves came equipped with a simple alchemy chamber and a fire supplying formation. Fang Yu placed the alchemy furnace in position and then took a seat at the alchemy platform. Instead of rushing into the refining process, he sat in meditation for a moment until he had adjusted his mind and body to their peak state. Only then did he categorize and arrange the various medicinal materials before channeling his mana to activate the fire supplying formation. With a hum, fierce flames erupted, instantly heating the entire alchemy chamber. Fortunately, the protective formation surrounding Fang Yu shielded him from any adverse effects. Once the furnace was preheated, he took a deep breath to steady his mind. Although he had mentally rehearsed the entire process countless times over the past 6 months, today marked his first formal attempt at refining, which inevitably stirred feelings of excitement and anxiety. However, his exceptional composure allowed him to quickly dispel these emotions as he calmly began to add the medicinal materials to the furnace in the prescribed order. Boom. 2 months later, a loud explosion resounded as thick black smoke billowed from the alchemy furnace, forcing the fire-supplying formation to cease its operation. Fang Yu gazed at the now completely charred remnants of the medicinal concoction, frowning deeply. Yet, he did not rush, but instead began to analyze the reasons for this failure. Alchemy is a profoundly intricate discipline, from the age of the medicinal materials to their prior preparation, and then the order and timing of their addition. Every single step must be executed flawlessly. A mere moment's lapse could lead to failure. In this instance, he had delayed the timing of adding the materials by 2 breaths, resulting in the complete ruin of a concoction he had labored over for more than 2 months. Having discerned the cause of his failure, Fang Yu calmly cleaned up the remnants. He had mentally prepared himself for multiple failures before beginning, acknowledging that as it was his first attempt, initial setbacks were entirely normal. After all, he was not lacking in resources. A bit more time was all that was required. 3 years later. I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded. In the alchemy chamber, Fang Yu, with disheveled hair and a face adorned with stubble, leaped about in a frenzy of joy, alternating between laughter and tears, resembling a madman. All this exuberance stemmed from the sight of the Foundation establishment pill before him. After more than 3 years of relentless effort and countless failures, he had finally succeeded in refining a batch of Foundation establishment pills. After a considerable time, once he had regained his composure, Fang Yu wiped his face, erasing the stubble and grime. He carefully stored the Foundation establishment pill and then collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted 7 days and nights. On the 8th day, awakening from his slumber, Fang Yu stretched luxuriously, his body cracking and popping as he felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. Rising, he seated himself upon a meditation mat woven from tranquil grass, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy slowly converge upon him. 2 hours later, finally attaining a state of utmost tranquility, Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. He retrieved the Jade Sun Water, Purple Spirit Liquid, and Foundation Establishment Pill from his storage pouch. The Foundation Establishment Pill was a pristine white, resembling jade, and emitted an aroma reminiscent of orchids. Gazing at the 3 treasures he had painstakingly acquired, Fang Yu did not immediately commence the Foundation Establishment. Instead, his thoughts drifted into reminiscence. Born into a farming family, he grew up under the care of his parents. When he was 8, a devastating flood struck his hometown, sweeping his father away. His mother took him on a desperate journey to escape disaster. Half a year later, after sacrificing her last morsel of food for him, she hanged herself from a withered tree in front of a dilapidated temple. After burying her, he continued his solitary journey. Weeks later, on the verge of starvation, he encountered his master. At that time, the master was over 90 years old, nearing the end of his life. Having devoted his existence to the pursuit of immortality, he had no children or heirs. In his final days, he sought a disciple to whom he could pass on his legacy. Fate led him to Fang Yu, who possessed 4 spiritual roots. Thus, the master not only saved him from despair, but also took him as his disciple, introducing him to the world of cultivation. Fang Yu understood that his master had always entrusted his unfulfilled aspirations for immortality onto him, though the master never voiced it, even at the moment of his death, when he simply held Fang Yu's hand and said, "Xiao Yu, take good care of yourself." With that, he breathed his last. From that moment on, Fang Yu navigated the cultivation realm alone, enduring numerous life-threatening challenges, and now, he found himself in his 30s. "Father, mother, master, if you could see me now, I believe you would be proud," Fang Yu murmured softly, his eyes flashing with determination. With his mind sharpened like a crystal-clear blade, he dispelled all distractions and began to ingest the 3 treasures of Foundation Establishment, settling into a meditative posture. Boom! The immense potency of the elixir unfurled within him. The mana in his dantian surged violently. Fang Yu silently chanted his cultivation technique, tirelessly circulating his mana through the small and large circulatory paths. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, and the pace of his mana's operation quickened, increasing the pressure within his dantian. At last, a drop of liquid, pure white and resembling jade, materialized within his dantian. Boom! Fang Yu's spirit surged, his consciousness expanding rapidly, as though he had emerged from a narrow vessel into a new realm, where everything around him transformed. Concurrently, an immense spiritual pressure emanated from his body, lifting him into the air without any breeze. Soaring on the wind, a hallmark of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. With a flash, Fang Yu opened his eyes once more, feeling his internal mana, now exponentially more robust than before, and a broad smile spread across his face. Chapter 18. A sudden change in the cave abode. Fang Yu sat cross-legged in midair, keenly sensing the condition within his body. His spiritual awareness surged, and his mana transformed into liquid. What is this? Suddenly, Fang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed into his dantian, where an ancient, rusted bronze mirror exuded an aura steeped in the passage of time. How did his bronze mirror end up in his dantian? It is said that the life-bound magical treasures of a core formation cultivator can be stored within the dantian and nurtured with mana, the longer they are nurtured. the more powerful they become. However, I am currently only at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, how can I retrieve it? Feng Yu attempted to manipulate the bronze mirror, striving to extract it from his dantian. But regardless of whether he employed spiritual awareness or mana, the bronze mirror remained obstinately immobile, as if it had taken residence within his dantian. His expression visibly shifted to one of anxiety. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it can still be used. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he gazed in both shock and delight at the two spirit stones in his hand. After realizing that he could not retrieve the bronze mirror by any means, he began to shift his approach, attempting to utilize the mirror as a magical artifact. To his surprise, he succeeded on the first try. Although he could no longer take the bronze mirror out of his dantian, its functions had transitioned to his spiritual awareness. As long as he enveloped an object with his spiritual awareness and then employed the bronze mirror, he could duplicate that object. This not only enhanced safety, eliminating concerns that the bronze mirror could be snatched away, but also negated the limitation that it could only replicate objects no larger than the mirror and Apos' surface. This meant that, henceforth, any inanimate object within the range of his spiritual awareness could be duplicated, including talismans, magical tools, spirit talismans, spirit stones, and dried spiritual herbs, which he had previously been unable to replicate. This undeniably amplified the practicality of the bronze mirror. After spending over half a month confirming that the bronze mirror was indeed problem-free, Feng Yu's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally relaxed. Inside the cave abode, dozens of fist-sized night pearls emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the ancient and elegant cave. The lush greenery nourished by spiritual energy shimmered vibrantly, and wisps of steam slowly rose from the teacup. Feng Yu sat on a chair, diligently studying the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju. It had been over a month since he successfully established his foundation. After solidifying his realm, he commenced a meticulous study of this technique. The cultivation method he had previously practiced could only support his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Now that he had succeeded, he needed to seek a new technique, and the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju was particularly suitable, as it not only corresponded to his water spiritual root, but could also be cultivated all the way to the core formation stage. Its only drawback was its exceedingly slow pace. Setting down the jade slip, Feng Yu rubbed his temples in frustration. The Zhongyuan Baishui Ju possessed many merits, yet its sole flaw lay in its sluggish cultivation speed, which was merely half that of other techniques. For example, if a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root required 20 years to advance from the early to the perfected foundation establishment stage using another technique, then practicing the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju would necessitate 40 years. For someone like him, a cultivator with inferior 4 spiritual roots, it would take even longer. Of course, slow cultivation had its advantages. The mana acquired through the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju would be far denser, surpassing that of other cultivators at the same realm by 30%, providing a significant edge in combat. This was also why that young man had earnestly treasured it. Otherwise, a technique with only flaws or mediocrity would not attract the attention of those from powerful backgrounds. Although the cultivation speed would be considerably sluggish, the benefits were evident. Especially with the bronze mirror at hand, I lack no resources for cultivation. While others might be fortunate to consume a few spirit pills in a year, I could have as many as I desired, a factor that adequately compensated for the technique's shortcomings. Soon, a glimmer of determination flickered in Feng Yu's eyes as he resolved to cultivate the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju. Thus, he settled onto a meditation mat and began to disperse his energy. Dispersing energy merely entails releasing the mana within, not diminishing one's cultivation realm. Once he had fully released the mana cultivated through the Horling Jinju, he could then practice the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju and swiftly restore his mana. Feng Yu and Apos' transition to the Zhongyuan Baishui Ju progressed smoothly. 3 months later, on this day, Feng Yu was deeply engrossed in his cave abode, stabilizing the mana he had just regained. Suddenly, a dull and Apos, bang and Apos, echoed, and the surrounding spirit supply formation dimmed, cutting off the flow of spiritual energy entirely. What is happening? Feng Yu abruptly opened his eyes, astonished at the malfunctioning spirit supply formation before him. The entirety of the spiritual energy within the rented cave was supplied by the market's construction forces. This was the first time he had encountered such an interruption without any overdue rental payments. Could something have occurred in the market? A thought struck Feng Yu, and he lifted the silence enchantment, cautiously approaching the cave entrance. Upon opening the door, the scene before him made his pupils constrict. The protective array of the market was shattered, flames erupted in the streets, buildings collapsed, smoke billowed, and the sounds of cultivators' shouts and cries intertwined in chaos. Above, 2 factions wielding flying magical tools were engaged in fierce combat. One side donned black robes adorned with a silver wave pattern, representing the construction forces of the Huayun Mountain Market, disciples of the Sani sect. The other side wore purple robes embroidered with a golden floral pattern, disciples of the Jinhua sect from the neighboring country of Qing. Damn it, why would the Jinhua sect suddenly attack the San sect's market? Witnessing this scene, Feng Yu's heart sank, and his expression grew grave. Although his cultivation had stabilized, he was still merely at the early foundation establishment stage. Rashly involving himself in such large-scale chaos would be unwise. Fang Yu quickly regained his composure, forming hand seals to cast the concealment technique, completely masking his presence. Then, with a flash, he pressed against the wall and swiftly moved towards the outskirts of the market. Fortunately, as a loose cultivator, he was accustomed to carrying all his belongings with him, allowing him to flee immediately when encountering unexpected situations. Utilizing his foundation establishment cultivation, Fang Yu swiftly reached the outskirts of the Huayun Mountain Market, unnoticed by the Qi refinement cultivators. Whoosh! After leaving the Huayun Mountain Market, he summoned his superior flying magical tool, the Willow Leaf Boat, transforming into a streak of spiritual light as he sped away into the distance. However, he soon came to a halt. A sudden flash of yellow spiritual light appeared, blocking his path. As the light dissipated, two figures, a stout man and a slender man, both clad in purple robes embroidered with golden floral patterns, emerged, both at the early foundation establishment stage. Seeing the exquisite white cloud-shaped superior flying magical tool beneath them, a flicker of wariness crossed Fang Yu's eyes as he cheerfully inquired, "Dear fellows from the Jinhua sect, may I ask what business you have in stopping me?" The slender man, his gaze cold and voice haughty, replied, "Please excuse us, fellow. We are here on orders from our sect to intercept any remnants of the San Yi sect. Kindly present your storage bag for inspection. Once we ascertain that you are not a remnant of the San Yi sect, we will promptly allow you to leave." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "Do you not think this is excessive? The storage bag contains my entire fortune and life. How could I casually hand it over to others?" "What do you mean by that? Do you think my brother and I would deign to regard a mere rogue like you? If you refuse to comply, it can only mean you harbor ill intentions, and we shall have no choice but to consider you a remnant of the San Yi sect." The stout companion's countenance darkened with fury, his shrill, irksome voice grating on the nerves as he began to threaten Fang Yu. Fang Yu remained impassive, his demeanor composed as he replied, "I assure you, that was never my intention. However, the contents of my storage bag encompass my entire fortune and existence. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to your demand for it." "Very well, then you shall perish." The lean man suddenly erupted, launching a conical high-grade magical artifact from his sleeve, hurtling it towards Fang Yu and Apos' head with alarming speed. Fortunately, Fang Yu had been vigilant from the outset. A resplendent orange-red umbrella soared out from behind him. The umbrella emitted a protective barrier, successfully deflecting the gray conical projectile. Simultaneously, Fang Yu summoned two offensive artifacts, a superior-grade black sword and a high-grade purple-bronze hammer, both directed towards the stout and lean assailants. Chapter 19. Chaos. Two extraordinary artifacts. Upon witnessing this scene, the rotund and slender Taoists exchanged fleeting glances of trepidation, swiftly summoning their respective offensive artifacts in a desperate attempt to thwart Fang Yu's assault. The air was filled with the clamor of clashing metal and the shimmer of spiritual light as a long sword, a bronze hammer, a golden scissors, and a sharp axe danced in a fierce battle above. For the moment, Fang Yu held the upper hand, wielding his exquisite black sword, which, with each collision, carved deep gashes into the opposing golden scissors and axe. With just a few strikes, he could obliterate an upper-tier artifact. A flicker of pain crossed the slender Taoist's eyes as he hastily manipulated a gray cone to assist, while simultaneously summoning a defensive artifact to shield himself. However, at that moment, a crisp chime resonated through the air. Alarm surged through the hearts of both Taoists. It was too late. The slender Taoist found himself momentarily stunned as a flash of silver erupted from Fang Yu's sleeve, piercing through his brow in a blinding instant. Crimson blood gushing forth as his artifact dimmed and fell to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that the slender Taoist could not react in time, losing his life in an instant. Cursed be it. How much spiritual awareness and power did he possess to still command two extraordinary artifacts? The rotund Taoist was struck with immense horror, turning on his heels to flee without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yu had successfully transitioned to the heavy Yuan 100 water technique, endowing him with a depth of power exceeding that of his peers by 30%. And his spiritual awareness was similarly enhanced, making the manipulation of these artifacts a trivial matter. Seeing the rotund Taoist attempt to escape, Fang Yu promptly pursued him with both extraordinary artifacts in tow. The rotund Taoist summoned an upper-tier flying artifact, but without the slender Taoist's extraordinary flying artifact, he was utterly incapable of evading Fang Yu. Thus, in a state of despair, Fang Yu shattered his defensive artifact and severed his head with a single stroke of his sword. After vanquishing the rotund Taoist, Fang Yu consumed several drops of thousand-year stalactite essence to replenish his spiritual power, then hastily gathered all spoils and ascended into the air, vanishing swiftly. On the ground, an intense skirmish unfolded. A group of Qi refining cultivators was relentlessly pursuing another faction of Qi refining cultivators. The pursuers donned the garb of the Golden Flower sect, brandishing finely crafted artifacts, while the fleeing individuals wore a hodgepodge of attire, their artifacts ranging from subpar to non-existent, clearly representing a band of rogue cultivators. As Fang Yu soared past on his flying artifact, he furrowed his brow at the sight. Drawing forth his extraordinary black sword and swiftly decapitating a disciple of the Golden Flower sect. Having already slain 2 foundation-building cultivators from the sect, he saw no harm in eliminating a few chi-refining disciples. Beware, a foundation-building cultivator. Retreat. The surrounding Golden Flower disciples were seized with terror at the sight and fled in panic. However, with a flick of his wrist, a silver flash darted past, penetrating the heads of several disciples, causing them to collapse in an instant. Having successfully reached foundation building, he now faced chi-refining cultivators with an ease that resembled autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Retrieving his long sword and silver needles, Fang Yu descended from the sky. Sensing his formidable spiritual pressure, the rogue cultivators bowed their heads in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder. Thank you for saving our lives." Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What transpired? Why are the Golden Flower sect's members present in the kingdom of Qing?" This was the question that perplexed him most. "Are you unaware, esteemed elder?" A brave middle-aged man of the chi-refining stage ventured to reply. "The cultivation circles of the kingdom of Qing and the kingdom of Mountain have clashed, and soon the kingdoms of Yu, Qi, and you have also engaged in conflict. Now, the entire southern wilderness is in utter disarray." "What?" Fang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the war's abrupt onset. Everything had seemed stable until now. How had it escalated so quickly? "I'm not entirely sure." The middle-aged man shook his head. "It began with a conflict between the Han and Yu kingdoms, and before long, they escalated their hostilities and sought alliances, dragging other nations into the fray, ultimately resulting in the current turmoil. Which nations have yet to join the war?" Fang Yu pressed, his tone growing somber. "There are still some, esteemed elder," the middle-aged man responded eagerly. "Currently, the cultivation circles of the kingdoms of Yun, Lu, and Shen have not yet entered the conflict." "That is a relief." With that, Fang Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. "This is for you." He tossed an upper-tier artifact to the middle-aged man, then collected the storage bags of the surrounding Golden Flower disciples before ascending rapidly and vanishing from sight. Once he departed, the rogue cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that this esteemed elder was not a practitioner of the dark arts. Otherwise, they would have met a dire fate. Only the middle-aged man, clutching the upper-tier artifact, reveled in delight as he examined it. A month later, at the border of the kingdom of Yun, Minglian Market. Fortunately, that individual did not deceive me. Observing the bustling market still operating normally, Fang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Exhaling deeply as he stepped into the market's interior, the chi-refining disciples stationed at the market's entrance, upon sensing his spiritual pressure, not only waived his entrance fee but also greeted him with profound respect. This was one of the benefits of becoming a foundation-building cultivator, barring a few special locations. One could enter almost any market in the southern wilderness without paying an entrance fee. Upon entering Minglian Market, Fang Yu noted the orderly environment, seemingly unaffected by the chaos of the outside world. The only noticeable change was the increased number of people, as this was one of the few stable areas, attracting a significant influx of refugees seeking shelter. Without lingering in the rogue cultivator square, Fang Yu made his way directly to the Immortal Residence Pavilion, responsible for renting out caves. The long-eared Taoist in charge, spotting Fang Yu's arrival, began to impatiently declare, "We have no caves." However, sensing the aura of a foundation-building cultivator emanating from Fang Yu, the Taoist's expression froze, abruptly swallowing his words. "No caves?" Fang Yu inquired, frowning. No. We have plenty, esteemed elder. These are exclusively available for foundation-building cultivators like yourself." The long-eared Taoist quickly corrected himself, presenting a map marked with yellow circles indicating several secluded yet conveniently located residences near the market center. Fang Yu, not picky about the options, casually selected one and, after paying a half-year deposit, departed the Immortal Residence Pavilion amidst the Taoist's respectful demeanor. Chapter 20. South Wilderness in the Rented Cave. Fang Yu sat cross-legged until he fully restored his state before slowly opening his eyes. He then took out all the storage bags belonging to the disciples of the Golden Flower sect. Among them were 2 from the early Foundation establishment stage and 13 from the Chi refinement stage. He first opened the 13 Chi refinement bags, which yielded a large pile of inferior spirit stones, several mid to low-grade magical artifacts, 2 high-grade magical artifacts, a plethora of first-tier spirit talismans, first-tier spirit pills, and some worthless odds and ends, none of which piqued Fang Yu's interest. After categorizing the valuable items, he incinerated the remaining junk before examining the 2 storage bags from the early Foundation establishment disciples. The first item was a superb flying magical artifact, followed by several high-grade magical artifacts, no less than 5,000 inferior spirit stones, some second-tier spirit talismans, and a few second-tier spirit pills meant for healing and restoring mana. However, there was not a single pill that could enhance his cultivation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Fang Yu's eyes, aside from the superb flying magical artifact. He found little of interest, for he lacked nothing. Even the second-tier spirit talismans and pills he previously did not possess could easily be procured from the market shortly. The reason he lacked them during the Qi refinement stage was not due to financial constraints, but rather the inability to utilize second-tier spirit talismans at that stage. If he could have, he would have amassed a vast collection of talismans to vanquish foes effortlessly, sparing himself from the harrowing pursuit of the Crimson Horn Wolf King. After organizing the items, Fang Yu picked up the superb flying magical artifact and began the ritual of refinement. At the Minglian Sect's alchemy shop, he glanced at the sign above before stepping inside. As he entered, an immensely powerful aura approached him, belonging to someone in the Foundation establishment stage, far surpassing his own. I am Qiu Dancheng, a steward of the Minglian Sect's alchemy pavilion. How may I address you, friend? A middle-aged man wearing a pure yang cap and a moon-white robe approached, his expression cordial. Sensing the aura of this late Foundation establishment individual, Fang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He politely replied, I am Han Yu. This is indeed my first visit. He could not help but inwardly scoff. Seeking pills? The name holds a certain charm. Ah, it is you, Taoist Han, Qiu Dancheng said with a smile. Are you here to purchase pills? Why not accompany me to an upstairs parlor, where we can enjoy some spirit tea and engage in a leisurely discussion? Certainly. Fang Yu nodded and followed Qiu Dancheng to the parlor on the second floor. Once the attendants brought the tea, Qiu Dancheng inquired, what items are you looking to purchase? This is what I wish to acquire. Fang Yu presented a list detailing several items. Aside from the 500-year-old Wu Guanglan grass, the rest consisted of pills suitable for refining one's cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage, covering all three phases of the early, mid, and late stages. He opted for this approach due to the sudden onset of war, which left him feeling uneasy. Although the Minglian market had yet to be embroiled in conflict, the future remained uncertain. To safeguard himself, he decided to secure the necessary pills for the Foundation establishment stage in one go. With the assistance of the bronze mirror, he would no longer need to worry about pill resources. Qiu Dancheng glanced over the list and shook his head. We still have a few stocks of 500-year-old Wu Guanglan grass in the repository, and I can sell one to you. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with the others. The moment Fang Yu felt a glimmer of joy, it was quickly extinguished. He furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, why is that? Is it that your shop lacks inventory? Not exactly, Qiu Dancheng replied, shaking his head. You must be aware that battles are currently raging in the outside nations, correct? Indeed, I am aware. But what prompted such conflict? Fang Yu inquired curiously. It began with a skirmish over a spirit stone mine between the Xingho sect of the Rain Country and the Juying sect of the Han Country. Somehow, during this time, a direct descendant of a high elder from the Xingho sect was accidentally killed by a disciple of the Juying sect, escalating tensions into war. Soon, the conflict spread from the cultivation circles of both nations to those of neighboring countries, engulfing all involved. Fang Yu gasped, realizing the implications of a direct descendant from a high elder of a major sect being slain. Typically, only those at the nascent soul level are qualified to be high elders, and the death of such a figure in Apos, S descendant could indeed ignite warfare. However, he wondered how this related to his desire for pills. To be frank, our Minglian sect feels that the current peace is unlikely to endure much longer. The flames of war will inevitably reach us, which is why all second-tier spirit talismans, spirit pills, magical artifacts, and other finished goods have been halted from sale, reserved as emergency supplies for the impending conflict, Qiu Dancheng said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's brows knitted deeply. He pressed on. Is there truly no room for negotiation? I do not wish to purchase in bulk. I merely seek one of each type of pill. Qiu Dancheng offered a wry smile. I'm afraid that is impossible. This is an order from the sect, and I do not have the authority to contravene it. I kindly ask you not to make things difficult for me. Is there truly no way for me to acquire these pills? Fang Yu's expression shifted, revealing his inner turmoil. You might consider visiting the exchange fair. A Taoist Chu Shixian has decided to host an exchange meeting among Foundation establishment cultivators at Yunying Tower in 6 months. If you are interested, you may attend and perhaps find what you seek, Qiu Dancheng suggested. Fang Yu frowned, contemplating this. He suddenly asked, are there any merchant caravans leaving the South Wilderness at present? The South Wilderness cultivation realm comprises 16 nations. At its southernmost point lies the Black Sea Abyss, which devours all life. To the north lies the frigid ice domain, riddled with spatial rifts that no one dares approach. The eastern region is the perilous Tianyao mountain range, teeming with monstrous beasts, a veritable forbidden zone. Only the vast sea of sands to the west, though equally treacherous, can be traversed under the guidance of nascent soul experts, leading to the bustling cultivation sanctuary of Zhongzhou. In times past, numerous grand merchant associations from Zhongzhou, as well as local South Wilderness merchants, would traverse the sea of sands, facilitating trade. At such times, low-level cultivators like Fang Yu could exchange spirit stones to join a caravan bound for Zhongzhou. Though costly, it ensured safety. However, Fang Yu's heart sank once more. None. Qiu Dancheng shook his head, explaining, since the onset of war. The merchant associations from Zhengzhou have suspended all dealings with us due to the unstable situation, intending to resume trade only once the circumstances stabilize. Local merchants have become entangled in the conflict and cannot spare personnel to venture to Zhengzhou. They too must wait for the war to conclude. At this moment, Fang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. To some qi refinement cultivators, he was a lofty figure of the foundation establishment stage, yet within the vast South Wilderness realm, he was but a mere lowly rogue cultivator, lacking even the qualifications to draw the attention of higher-tier cultivators. He had no choice but to silently endure the repercussions brought about by the war. The weight of an era's dust upon him felt like a mountain. For now, he could only place his hopes on the exchange fair in 6 months' time. Thank you for your information, Taoist friend. I am deeply grateful. Fang Yu sighed softly, expressing his gratitude with a bow to Qiu Dancheng. Qiu Dan humbly waved his hand and remarked, "My friend, you are too kind. These are merely trivial tidings, easily discernible should you inquire outside, and hardly worthy of mention. By the way, do you still desire the 500-year-old Wuguang orchid grass?" "Indeed. Of course I do," Fang Yu replied, nodding with enthusiasm. It would be a missed opportunity to let it slip away. He planned to return and concoct the eye-cleansing elixir. Eager to witness the power of the refined, broken spiritual law eye, seeing Fang Yu's firm decision, Qiu Dan promptly summoned someone to bring forth a specimen of the 500-year-old Wuguang orchid grass. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yu departed from the Minglian spiritual pill shop and proceeded to explore other establishments selling elixirs. However, without exception, these shops either lacked second-tier spiritual pills altogether or had been entirely depleted by the Minglian sect, leaving not a single item in stock. Ultimately, Fang Yu could only return to his cave abode in resignation. Chapter 21. The Path of Immortality. 1 month later, within the rented cave abode, Fang Yu gazed at the bottle before him, filled with a thick, dark purple spiritual liquid that appeared rather ominous. The concoction required for the cultivation of the breaking spirit law was not particularly difficult to brew, far simpler than the foundational elixirs. Thus he successfully crafted a vial within a month. With this single vial, he could subsequently replicate it endlessly through the bronze mirror, effectively providing him with an inexhaustible supply of the eye-cleansing liquid. According to the records inscribed on the jade slip, one must persistently wash their eyes with the spiritual liquid for 9 consecutive years to fully cultivate the breaking spirit law eye. This was merely the beginning. As the frequency of eye cleansing increased, so too would the power of the law eye. However, each cleansing would be excruciatingly painful, akin to having one's eyes forcibly extracted, inducing a torment that could drive one to despair. Those lacking in determination would easily abandon their efforts, leading to a tragic failure. I shall see just how far the depths of this pain extend. A flicker of curiosity danced in Fang Yu and Appo's eyes as he picked up the spiritual liquid, allowing a drop to fall into each eye before commencing the absorption of the liquid through his cultivated method. In an instant, a wretched scream erupted from his lips, his face turning as pale as a sheet, and he writhed uncontrollably on the ground. Fang Yu had always considered himself to possess unwavering resolve, yet he never anticipated the pain to be so unbearable. It felt as though his eyes were being ripped from their sockets, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts, his very soul trembling at that moment. The echoes of his agonized cries reverberated throughout the cave, continuing for the duration of an incense stick before the mournful wails faded into silence. As the tidal wave of agony receded, Fang Yu lay curled on the ground, his pallid visage drenched in sweat, pooling around him in a small puddle. Within that brief interval, he had perspired more than in the entirety of the previous decade. After another incense stick's time had passed, Fang Yu finally managed to sit up again. He cast a wary glance at the eye-cleansing liquid, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. He had believed himself mentally prepared, yet the suffering far exceeded his expectations, rendering him incapable of enduring it. And this was merely the beginning. The thought of enduring such torment daily for the next 9 years sparked a moment of hesitation within him. The following day, facing the eye-cleansing liquid once more, Fang Yu gritted his teeth and instilled a drop into each eye. The piercing scream echoed once again through the cave. On the 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. Despite enduring the agony of having his eyes seemingly gouged out each day, Fang Yu remained resolute, refusing to yield. He understood that such pain was trivial on the path of cultivation. He had once sat in solitary darkness for over a decade, risking his life numerous times for resources. Like a small beast navigating a treacherous jungle of the survival of the fittest, he had to remain vigilant against the surrounding predators brimming with malice, while simultaneously battling against his own capricious nature, which sought comfort and ease. This was the essence of cultivation, a struggle not only against the heavens, the earth, and others, but also against oneself, merely a modicum of suffering. Determination gleamed in Fang Yu's eyes as he seized the spiritual liquid and dropped it into his eyes once more. In the next moment, an uncontrollable shriek escaped his lips once again. Seasons changed, and the frosty leaves turned crimson upon the mountains. Half a year swiftly passed. One day, Within the rented cave abode, Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, sensing the almost negligible growth of his cultivation within him, and he sighed in frustration. Alas, the progress of his heavy origin 100 waters technique was painfully slow, merely half that of ordinary methods, compounded by his 4 spiritual roots and the absence of elixirs. Consequently, his cultivation progress over the past 6 months could be likened to that of a tortoise. At this rate, I fear my lifespan will expire before I even reach the later stages of foundation establishment, let alone attain immortality. No, it is imperative that I acquire a medicinal elixir to enhance my cultivation. With this thought, Feng Yu rose, adjusted his attire, and stepped towards the door. Today marked the day of the exchange meeting, and he hoped to procure a pill suitable for enhancing his early-stage foundation establishment. However, if that proved unfeasible, his only remaining option would be the Minglian Square Market, specifically the Yunying Tower. This was the sole tavern that had been reserved by the Foundation Establishment Rogue Cultivator, Chu Shixian, to host the Foundation Cultivators Exchange meeting. Upon arriving at Yunying Tower, Feng Yu was met at the entrance by 2 Qi refinement stage cultivators who stood guard. Sensing the Foundation stage spiritual pressure emanating from him, they promptly bowed in greeting. "We greet the esteemed elder." Feng Yu nodded slightly before stepping inside. Upon entering Yunying Tower, he found the spacious hall on the first floor bustling with activity. In the center stood a raised platform, surrounded by tables and chairs, some of which were already occupied. Feng Yu spotted Xiao Danshan from the Minglian sect, who also noticed him. He did not approach, merely offering a slight nod in acknowledgement before finding an empty chair to sit. Other Foundation cultivators cast a glance his way, but upon realizing he was not an acquaintance, quickly diverted their attention elsewhere. After settling in, Feng Yu closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the noon hour when someone would ascend the platform. "Welcome, fellow cultivators. I am Chu Shixian, the organizer of this exchange meeting." Chu Shixian was a tall, slender young man of handsome appearance, exuding an air of refinement, and was among the few late-stage Foundation cultivators present. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to present several demon cores, beast skins, and various spiritual herbs for trade. Finding nothing of interest, Feng Yu remained quietly seated, observing. Following Chu Shixian, one by one, the Foundation cultivators took to the stage to present their items for exchange. But none sparked his interest. At this stage in his journey, he lacked for spiritual stones, talismans, and magical artifacts. He had even replicated dozens of talismans. Ordinary items held no allure for him, until a diminutive, disheveled middle-aged man with a crooked smile and donning a dark yellow robe took the stage. He rummaged through his storage bag, producing a vast array of items that far exceeded those previously displayed, yet their quality was lacking. A half-broken sword, a dimly glowing yellow talisman, time-worn fragments of unknown origin, and a battered magical artifact. One might mistake him for a scavenger from the mundane world. Chapter 22. The Jade Pendant. Upon witnessing the objects presented by the lecherous Taoist in yellow robes, a voice from the audience immediately expressed disdain. "Taoist Huang. What purpose do these items serve? Can they truly be used for exchange? Are you jesting with us?" However, the Taoist Huang remained unfazed by the criticisms, instead exuding an air of pride as he explained. "Dear friends, you may find these items unremarkable, perhaps even shabby. Yet each is a treasure painstakingly gathered from the ancient abodes of reclusive cultivators. Each item possesses a significant history. Perhaps within the seemingly mundane shard of a magical artifact lies the transcendent legacy of an ancient practitioner. Thus, do not overlook them. Furthermore, I am not bartering. They may be acquired with spirit stones. Interested parties should act swiftly." In the audience, Feng Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he fixated on a fragment of a blue jade pendant that lay upon the stage. The moment it was revealed, he sensed a remarkably familiar aura, mirroring the essence of the Zhongyuan 100 waters technique he practiced. Could this be an artifact forged by a core formation practitioner who cultivated the same technique? He pondered curiously whether it would hold any utility for him. Most others, however, scoffed at Taoist Huang's words, dismissing them entirely. They believed that there could not possibly be so many ancient cultivator abodes. The majority were traps set by malevolent practitioners seeking to ensnare the unwary. Even if such abodes did exist, the ravages of time would have rendered most treasures devoid of spirit energy, making the acquisition of ancient legacies exceedingly rare. Despite their skepticism, a few individuals, driven by the prospect of unearthing a hidden gem, ascended the stage. Feng Yu blended among them, remaining inconspicuous. Upon reaching the platform, he promptly grasped the half of the blue jade pendant. A wave of familiarity washed over him, resonating with the essence of his own technique. Suppressing the urge to channel his energy into the pendant, Feng Yu inquired of Taoist Huang, "How much for this item?" Upon hearing Feng Yu and Appo's question, Taoist Huang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he eagerly responded, "You possess discerning taste, Taoist. This shard is a fragment of a magical artifact I unearthed from the cave of a core formation elder. Although it is damaged, its origins are extraordinary. Pray, name your price." As Huang began to elaborate, Feng Yu, growing impatient, interrupted, No matter its storied past, it remains significantly damaged and devoid of spirit energy. Were it not for its potential link to my technique, I would not consider purchasing such and Oppos, rubbish and Oppos. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Huang declared, sensing Fang Yu and Oppos' impatience. Farewell. Fang Yu replied without hesitation, turning to leave. The idea of spending 3,000 low-grade spirit stones on a mere fragment was utterly absurd. Wait, the price is negotiable. Daoist Huang called out, desperate to retain a potential buyer. Aware that these trinkets were either his own scavenged finds or inexpensive acquisitions. He recognized their limited worth and was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. 500 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Yu countered, turning back. Your offer is excessively harsh. Regardless of its current state, this is still a fragment of a magical artifact, and the materials used in its crafting are worth far more. Huang protested. 800 low-grade spirit stones. 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After several rounds of negotiation, Fang Yu ultimately secured the half of the blue jade pendant for 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. This price was not unreasonable, for as Huang had stated, it was indeed a fragment of a magical artifact, and the materials alone were worth more than he had paid. After handing over the 1,600 low-grade spirit stones, Fang Yu carefully stored the pendant in his spatial pouch and descended from the high platform. Daoist Huang lingered on stage for some time longer, until it became evident that no one was interested in his remaining junk before he reluctantly left the platform with a sheepish expression. Subsequent individuals took the stage, yet none possessed items that piqued Fang Yu's interest, nor were there any elixirs aimed at enhancing cultivation. Until he stepped forward. Clapping his spatial pouch, two resplendent top-tier magical artifacts materialized, an orange-red umbrella and a silver needle. However, these were not original pieces but rather replicas he had crafted using a bronze mirror. Since the bronze mirror had found its way into his dantian, it had transcended its former limitations of size, now allowing him to replicate items within the bounds of his spiritual awareness. He had thus created numerous replicas of vital and valuable items for future contingencies. Now, in response to the demand for elixirs suitable for foundational cultivation, and having ruled out talismans as a contingency, he deemed top-tier magical artifacts most fitting. Given their rarity, not every foundational cultivator possessed them. Most relied on superior artifacts, leaving only the fortunate or those from prominent sects with a couple of top-tier pieces. Thus, a cultivator like him, at the early stages of foundational cultivation, possessing a plethora of top-tier artifacts, was a veritable symbol of wealth among his peers, rendering these artifacts highly desirable. I shall exchange these two top-tier artifacts solely for elixirs suitable for foundational cultivation, regardless of quantity. Any shortfall may be compensated with spirit stones. To accommodate those who might possess fewer elixirs, Fang Yu graciously added the option to make up the difference with spirit stones. Strangely, after he made this announcement, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The foundational cultivators gazed at the two top-tier artifacts with fervent eyes, yet none stepped forward to offer elixirs in exchange. Observing this desolate scene, Fang Yu could not suppress a deep furrow of concern. Unbeknownst to him, the recent war had taken everyone by surprise. By the time the scattered cultivators had realized the situation, various resources in the market had already been withdrawn, making them unobtainable. Thus, not only he but also other foundational cultivators were severely lacking in cultivation elixirs, rendering them incapable of presenting anything for trade. After waiting on stage for a while longer, and seeing no one capable of offering suitable elixirs for foundational cultivation, Fang Yu reluctantly descended. During this time, some attempted to barter with spirit stones or second-tier talismans. Yet all were met with his refusal, as he already possessed numerous second-tier talismans and lacked any need for them. Chapter 23. The arrival of enemies. After the exchange meeting concluded, Fang Yu walked out of Yunying building, his heart heavy with disappointment. Due to the ongoing war, various factions had tightened their grip on the resources for sale, and everyone was now lacking the cultivation materials essential for the foundation establishment stage. With no surplus to sell, he pondered his next course of action. Should he truly seek refuge somewhere, waiting for the war to end? But what if this conflict persisted for decades, even centuries? Would his lifespan endure long enough to achieve the core formation stage? With a heart full of worry, Fang Yu returned to his cave dwelling. After a while, still unable to devise a viable solution, he set the problem aside and retrieved a half of a blue jade pendant. The pendant shimmered with a watery luster, its texture exquisitely fine, adorned with intricate carvings resembling a koi fish, albeit incomplete. As he sensed the familiar aura emanating from the pendant, Fang Yu infused it with a stream of spiritual energy, but it sank into silence as if cast into the sea. Noting this, he furrowed his brow and decided to increase the energy input. The spiritual energy within his dantian rapidly diminished, 1/10, 1/5, 1/4, 1/3, until only 1/5 remained. Suddenly, the pendant glowed with a blue light, and a fragmentary cultivation technique appeared in his consciousness. The Chongyuan Baishui Ju, identical to the one he had previously acquired. covering the journey from qi refinement to foundation establishment. However, this half of the pendant sparked hope within Fang Yu for obtaining the subsequent techniques. If this fragment contained knowledge from qi refinement to foundation establishment, then the other half must encompass the core formation stage and higher. If he could acquire the remaining half of the pendant, he would no longer need to fret about future cultivation techniques. Regrettably, such matters are often elusive. The other half could be lost anywhere, and finding it in this vast realm of cultivation was nearly impossible. With a shake of his head, he carefully stored away the blue jade pendant, promising to pay more attention whenever he had the chance. Time slipped away, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, without any elixirs to enhance his cultivation, Fang Yu had not engaged in deep meditation. Instead, he practiced the spirit eye technique, enduring the pain of eye gouging daily while gathering suitable elixirs for the early foundation establishment stage, though his efforts yielded little success. Until one day, within his rented cave dwelling, having just completed his spirit eye training, Fang Yu sat cross-legged on his mat. At that moment, a communication talisman suddenly flew in from outside. Fang Yu opened his eyes, dispelled the cave's protective barriers, and allowed the talisman to approach him. After infusing it with a trace of his spiritual energy, an urgent voice emerged from the talisman. It was Qiu Dansheng, Taoist Han. There is an urgent matter to discuss. Please come to Minglian Building at once. Minglian Building, the heart of Minglian Market, served as the central hub of the protective array for the entire market. Ordinarily, only disciples of the Minglian sect could enter and exit. Today, however, Qiu Dansheng's summons was indeed peculiar. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Fang Yu's eyes as he rose from the mat and transformed into a streak of spiritual light, soaring toward the cave's entrance. In the center of the market stood an elegant wooden building that reached for the clouds. On the second floor, in a spacious hall, over a dozen cultivators, men and women, young and old, sat together, all dressed appropriately and exuding formidable auras, each one a foundation establishment practitioner. Seated at the head of the assembly was Qiu Dansheng, a late-stage foundation establishment elder of the Minglian sect. Fang Yu blended into the crowd, quietly listening to his speech. Esteemed friends, Qiu Dansheng began, his face grave, I have just received alarming news. The Wanjian Pavilion has suddenly declared war on our Minglian sect. A large contingent of their disciples has invaded the territory of Yun country, and a small portion is on the verge of reaching our market. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the gathered cultivators shifted dramatically, some even contemplating an immediate departure. The Wanjian Pavilion, a sect from the neighboring kingdom of Qing, possessed a nascent soul ancestor and 5 core formation masters, making their declaration of war a matter of utmost concern, especially given the historical animosity between the two sections. Their proximity had bred a deep-seated enmity, and it was inevitable that conflict would arise. Qiu Dansheng, understanding the trepidation of the loose cultivators, continued, We will not compel anyone to remain. Should any of you wish to leave, you are free to do so now. However, if you choose to stay, you must participate in the battle to aid us in resisting the disciples of the Wanjian Pavilion. Rest assured, we will not treat you unfairly. Those who volunteer to fight alongside us will receive a bottle of Jinya Dan and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. The mention of Jinya Dan stirred something within Fang Yu. Since his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he had researched various elixirs to enhance his cultivation, and Jinya Dan was among the finest, boasting a potency greater than other spirit medicines by 30% and reputedly the most suitable for early foundation establishment practitioners. If he could obtain a Jinya Dan, with the aid of his bronze mirror, he could potentially advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage within a decade, and continue to reap benefits thereafter. Originally inclined to depart, Fang Yu swiftly changed his mind. Over the past 6 months, his cultivation had barely progressed, and his training speed was excruciatingly slow, leaving him without any viable solutions. Now that a rare opportunity had presented itself, to let it slip away might mean waiting an indeterminate time for another chance, perhaps even losing the singular opportunity to alter his fate. Thus, he resolved to listen further to Qiu Dansheng's discourse. As the promise of a bottle of Jinya Dan and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones resonated, not only Fang Yu, but also the other foundation establishment cultivators felt a stirring in their hearts. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, they cautiously inquired, Taoist Qiu, how long must we hold our ground to complete this task? Surely we Shan and Apos, be expected to stand vigil until the war concludes? If it lasts for decades, must we endure for decades? Not at all. Qiu Dansheng clarified. We have received word that reinforcements are on their way, though it will take some time to arrive, approximately 3 months. Therefore, esteemed friends, you need only assist us in holding the market until our reinforcements arrive. After the task is complete, you may choose to leave or remain as you wish. Moreover, during this period, if you demonstrate valor in battle, our sect offers additional rewards. For each foundation establishment cultivator you defeat, you will receive 3 Jinya Dan and 500 low-grade spirit stones. Qiu Dansheng solemnly promised. This proposal was indeed appealing. Many foundation establishment practitioners contemplated, finding the terms reasonable, even with the inherent risks. Essentially, they were being asked to defend the market for 3 months in exchange for a bottle of Jinya Dan and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, Fang Yu spoke up. Will there be any core formation practitioners present during the conflict? Qiu Dansheng assured him, rest easy, esteemed friends. The core formation practitioners of the Wanjian Pavilion are being held at bay by our own core formation elders, so there will be no core formation practitioners on the battlefield. Should any appear, you will be free to leave without obstruction from our sect. With this assurance, Fang Yu declared, in that case, I am willing to stay and lend my assistance to Daoist Qiu. I too am willing to join the fight. In the end, including Fang Yu, a total of 9 Foundation cultivators chose to remain and assist in the battle. Meanwhile, those Foundation cultivators who felt uncertain and deemed it imprudent opted to depart from the market on the spot. Chapter 24. Duel of Magic. Having resolved to remain and assist Qiu Dansheng in repelling the onslaught from the Wanjian Pavilion, Fang Yu spent the ensuing days in quietude within his cave abode. He diligently practiced the spirit vision technique while rigorously cultivating his skills. Despite the absence of medicinal elixirs to aid his progress, his rate of cultivation was akin to that of a tortoise. Nevertheless, he persevered without yielding to fatigue or temptation to slacken his efforts. 4 days later, a communication talisman arrived in Fang Yu's cave, delivering a succinct message, Friend Han. They have arrived. A glimmer of determination sparked in Fang Yu's eyes as he transformed into a beam of spiritual light, soaring out of the cave. In the Minglian Square, a radiant barrier enveloped the entire marketplace, emanating from the central Minglian Tower. With a brilliant column of light shooting skyward and a formidable spiritual pressure permeating the air, a group of disciples from the Minglian sect, all in the Qi refinement stage, stood resolutely on the ground, organized into squads of 4, their expressions grave and their training evident. Above them, a cadre of Foundation establishment cultivators led by Qiu Dansheng prepared for confrontation, comprising 3 disciples from the Minglian sect, all of whom had reached the late Foundation establishment stage. In contrast, Fang Yu and his companions were only at the early or mid-Foundation establishment stage, encircling Qiu Dansheng protectively. In the distance, a large contingent of Wanjian Pavilion disciples approached swiftly, wielding magical artifacts and clad in gray robes adorned with silver sword insignias, their expressions icy and brimming with murderous intent. We shall confront them, Qiu Dansheng declared, and the others expressed no dissent. Engaging the Wanjian Pavilion disciples in battle was prudent. Should they find themselves outmatched, they could retreat into the protective formation to regroup. However, if they waited until the formation was breached, they would have no escape route, a truth well understood by all. Let us go. With a commanding voice, Qiu Dansheng led the charge towards the encroaching Wanjian Pavilion disciples, with the others following closely on their flying artifacts. Opposing them, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wanjian Pavilion also surged forth from their ranks to engage Fang Yu and his companions. Both sides instinctively divided the battlefield into 2 clusters, for mingling Foundation establishment cultivators with Qi refinement disciples could result in collateral damage, endangering many of the latter, a scenario detrimental to both sections. The Foundation establishment cultivators each selected their adversaries to engage in combat. Fang Yu's opponent was a young man with a crimson visage, also at the early Foundation establishment stage. The young man brandished a top-tier artifact resembling a whisk, unleashing a flurry of white silken threads that darted towards Fang Yu like steel needles. Startled, Fang Yu quickly summoned his orange-red umbrella, creating a protective barrier around himself. As the multitude of silver threads struck the barrier, it rippled but ultimately held firm. Go! Fang Yu commanded as he maintained the umbrella's defense, while simultaneously deploying his own top-tier black longsword. With a swift motion, the black blade lunged towards the crimson-faced youth. However, the young man had already summoned a white shield-like artifact to encase himself. With a resounding clash, the black sword impacted the white shield, leaving a mark but failing to penetrate its defenses. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the young man's features. For cultivators from established sects, possessing 1 or 2 top-tier artifacts was commonplace, unlike the majority of rogue cultivators who could scarcely afford even mid-tier artifacts. The crimson-faced youth retrieved a second-tier talisman, but just as he prepared to activate it, a melodious chime rang out. Ding! Alarm surged within him, but it was too late. An invisible force acted upon his consciousness, rendering his gaze blank. In a flash, a streak of silver light shot forth from Fang Yu's sleeve, arriving before the young man in an instant. The white shield, unlike Fang Yu's umbrella, could not encompass him entirely. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the silver light pierced his brow. With a squelch, blood gushed forth from the young man's forehead. And as the support of his magical power dissipated, both the shield and his lifeless body plummeted to the ground. The entire exchange transpired in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. For Fang Yu, whose magical power and consciousness vastly exceeded that of his peers, and who wielded multiple top-tier artifacts, ordinary cultivators posed no significant threat. Having swiftly gathered his spoils, Fang Yu turned his attention to the other skirmishes. He observed Xiao Dansheng single-handedly battling two late Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wanjian Pavilion, while his companions were similarly engaged with adversaries of equal standing. Xiao Dansheng was the first to conclude his battle, having decisively eliminated his opponent. Fang Yu targeted another early Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wanjian Pavilion and surged towards him. However, the other party was not oblivious. The memory of Fang Yu's previous kill lingered vividly. Faced with Fang Yu and another foe, it would be folly to remain stationary. "Brother, save me," cried the early Foundation establishment disciple of the Wanjian Pavilion, turning to flee towards Xiao Dansheng's skirmish. Fang Yu and a fellow Foundation establishment rogue quickly pursued him. "Fool!" The leader of the Wanjian Pavilion and Oppos' late Foundation establishment cultivator bellowed in fury upon witnessing this turn of events. He immediately designated one of his late Foundation establishment comrades to engage Xiao Dansheng while he charged towards Fang Yu and his companion. A jolt of alarm surged through Fang Yu as he summoned both his orange-red umbrella and a blue-gold shield, layering the defenses of his two top-tier artifacts to bolster his confidence. He then unleashed his black longsword to confront the late Foundation establishment cultivator. Although he possessed two top-tier offensive artifacts, the Silver Needle was of mediocre power, inferior to most top-tier offensive artifacts. Its only advantage lay in its speed. In a direct duel, it offered no edge and would only exacerbate his mana expenditure, hence he typically refrained from using it in head-on confrontations. Meanwhile, his companion mirrored his actions, first conjuring a defensive artifact to shield himself before wielding his own offensive artifact against the late Foundation establishment cultivator. However, he possessed only one top-tier offensive artifact, and his defensive artifact was merely mid-tier, prompting him to expend a second-tier defensive talisman, further taxing his consciousness. Humph. The late Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wanjian Pavilion scoffed at the sight of the approaching top-tier artifacts. He summoned a glass fan, swinging it forcefully, channeling his magical power into it, causing its aura to swell. A vividly animated fire dragon erupted from the fan, its tail whipping as it clashed with Fang Yu and Oppos' black longsword. With another swing, a second fire dragon ensnared the other top-tier offensive artifact. After successfully neutralizing both of Fang Yu's artifacts, the Wanjian Pavilion cultivator still had the capacity to unleash a third fire dragon directly at Fang Yu, recognizing him as a formidable threat that needed to be eliminated swiftly. Unfortunate. Fang Yu's expression darkened. He had no choice but to raise his hand and summon yet another blue longsword. However, this sword was merely a mid-tier artifact, and as it engaged the fire dragon, its magical power drained rapidly, with blackened scorch marks beginning to mar its blade, its brilliance diminishing at a visible rate. Though Fang Yu possessed ample resources and felt no remorse over the loss of a mid-tier artifact, the burden of mana depletion was inescapable. He produced a second-tier mana-replenishing elixir and swallowed it, feeling the restorative essence course through him. Yet, even with this aid, it paled in comparison to the speed of his mana consumption. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Dansheng and Oppos' battle had taken a turn. Previously faced with two late Foundation establishment cultivators, he now contended with one late and one early Foundation establishment adversary, significantly alleviating his pressure. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a second-tier top-tier talisman. Go! The talisman radiated brilliant light as a column of water surged forth, slicing through the air towards the early Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wanjian Pavilion. The individual had no time to react, having just deployed a mid-tier defensive talisman. He was instantaneously obliterated by a torrent of water, his body reduced to countless fragments. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Wan Sword Pavilion were struck with terror, their resolve wavering. Retreat. Perceiving the dire situation, the leading Foundation establishment cultivator issued a command, momentarily buying some time for the Qi refining disciples nearby before they all hastily withdrew. However, Xiao Dan and his companions chose not to pursue, wary of falling into the enemy's trap or being lured away. Chapter 25. Dragon Mist Tea. After the battle concluded, the group of Foundation establishment cultivators returned to the Minglian Tower in the heart of the market. On the second floor, in the main hall, they took their seats. Some cast furtive glances at Fang Yu, their initial indifference and even disdain now replaced by a faint sense of wariness. They had all witnessed Fang Yu single-handedly slay a fellow cultivator from the Wanjian Pavilion of the same rank, a feat that did not go unnoticed. Strength, after all, is the ultimate passport in this world. No one would be foolish enough to ignore a formidable cultivator of equal standing. Fang Yu was aware of the glances directed his way, yet he remained unperturbed. From the moment he chose to reveal a fraction of his prowess, he had anticipated such reactions. Compared to the immediate benefits of the Golden Bud Pill, this minor risk was well within acceptable limits. Dear friends, please enjoy the tea. With a grand gesture, Xiao Dansheng summoned steaming cups of tea before each individual. Observing Xiao Dansheng and Oppos' solemn demeanor, Fang Yu gazed curiously at the tea before him. The brew shimmered a pale golden hue, a delicate mist swirling above it, resembling a dragon gliding gracefully within the cup, captivating all who beheld it. At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary dragon mist tea from the Cloud Nation?" It is said that the tea tree is a fourth-tier spiritual plant, thriving only within secret realms. The leaves, once harvested, enhance one's spiritual awareness, and the more one consumes, the greater the benefits, even effective for Yuanying ancestors. Indeed, this is dragon mist tea, Qiu Dancheng replied, pride evident in his voice. This tea slightly enhances spiritual awareness, and its benefits increase with consumption. However, achieving an effect significant enough for a Yuanying ancestor is exceedingly difficult. Why is that? Someone inquired, curious. Qiu Dancheng continued. The yield of this spiritual tea is extremely low. There is but a single tea tree, and it can only grow in secret realms. Each year, the amount harvested is minimal, and several sects share this meager bounty, often leaving each with less than half a pound. For figures of the Yuanying level, it is insipid and yet too precious to discard. I was fortunate to acquire a couple of ounces from a senior in my sect. Now I understand. While it may hold little value for a Yuanying ancestor, it still offers benefits for us Foundation establishment cultivators. Thank you, Taoist Qiu, for your generous hospitality. Thank you, Taoist friend. The crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators expressed their gratitude and admiration for Qiu Dancheng. Such high-grade spiritual items had previously only been heard of in tales, never witnessed firsthand. Yet, Qiu Dancheng had received them directly as a gift from his sect's elders, a clear advantage of having a lineage. While others conversed, Fang Yu had already taken a sip of the spiritual tea. A refreshing essence coursed into his mind, enveloping his consciousness and causing a slight enhancement in his spiritual awareness. Though barely perceptible, he recognized the potential for accumulation. A small amount could lead to significant growth. With a bronze mirror, he could replicate this effect as often as desired. With continued consumption, his spiritual awareness would flourish, greatly benefiting his combat capabilities and breakthroughs in cultivation. With this in mind, Fang Yu discreetly stored the remaining tea in his storage bag. His subtle actions went unnoticed, as the attention of the gathering remained fixated on the tea. After enjoying the tea, Qiu Dancheng turned his gaze toward Fang Yu, expressing his gratitude. I must thank Taoist Han for his assistance today. Without your remarkable powers, we would never have so easily repelled those Wanjian pavilion rogues. Taoist Qiu is being too modest. It was merely a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning. Fang Yu replied with a courteous nod, a gentle smile gracing his lips, striking a balance between politeness and distance. In truth, he preferred not to entangle himself too deeply with the Minglian sect, fearing he might be drawn into more perilous conflicts. Had it not been for the allure of the golden bud pill, he would have departed long ago and would not have offered his assistance to Qiu Dancheng. Moreover, he had revealed a portion of his strength for a specific purpose. What about the promised reward for slaying enemies? Fang Yu gazed expectantly at Qiu Dancheng. Qiu Dancheng did not disappoint. He retrieved a jade vial and 5 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. As he handed them to Fang Yu, he explained, "These are the items I promised to all of you. For each Foundation establishment cultivator killed, one is entitled to 3 golden bud pills and 500 lower-grade spirit stones. This vial contains 3 golden bud pills. Thank you, Taoist friend." Fang Yu displayed an appropriate expression of joy, concealing his inner thoughts as he accepted the items amidst the envious gazes of the scattered cultivators. After a brief inspection, he stored them away, feeling a weight lift from his heart. His decision to reveal his strength and slay a fellow cultivator was entirely motivated by this reward. Though Qiu Dancheng had previously promised that, once the Minglian sect's reinforcements arrived in 3 months, they would receive a vial of golden bud pills as compensation. The uncertainties of that time frame loomed large. One could never predict the potential for unforeseen events. What if the market were besieged, or if the Minglian sect reneged on their promise? To mitigate these risks, he resolved to secure the enemy-slaying reward first. With the golden bud pills in hand, he could leave at any moment, free from the Minglian sect's constraints. After presenting the rewards to Fang Yu, Qiu Dancheng addressed the gathered cultivators. Although we successfully repelled the Wanjian Pavilion's attack today, they will not easily relent. They are bound to return. Thus, for the next 3 months, I beseech all of you to assist in safeguarding this market. The Minglian sect will not disappoint you. Rest assured, Taoist Qiu, having made a promise to you, I shall certainly uphold it. Another declared, indeed, we will do our utmost to protect this market. Those Wanjian Pavilion cultivators are not as formidable as they seem. You need not worry, Taoist Qiu. Qiu Dancheng's prior actions had solidified his credibility and that of the Minglian sect, calming the hearts of the scattered cultivators. Consequently, their words now carried a sincerity that had not been present before. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Fang Yu first entered a meditative state to restore his peak condition before retrieving his storage bag. He began by sealing the dragon mist tea he had acquired from Qiu Dancheng in a vial to preserve its potency. Next, he produced another storage bag, the one belonging to the red-faced young man. As he probed inside with his spiritual sense, he discovered a sizable mound of lower-grade spirit stones. Numbering no less than 1,000, followed by various magical tools, spirit talismans, elixirs, a jade box, and assorted miscellaneous items. Chapter 26. The Silver Talisman. After careful inspection, Fang Yu discovered that the storage bag of the crimson-faced young man contained over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, several second-tier talismans, predominantly of low and medium quality, with not a single high-grade or top-grade talisman in sight. Additionally, there were a few second-tier spirit pills, primarily for combat purposes, lacking any for cultivation. As for the magical artifacts, there was a pair of top-grade offensive and defensive artifacts, a high-grade flying artifact, and a pair of spare high-grade offensive and defensive artifacts. It was evident that while disciples of the sect were generally more affluent than wandering cultivators, their resources for cultivation were still quite scarce, necessitating careful management, as they had not yet reached a point where they could squander resources freely. After clearing away the worthless trinkets, Fang Yu focused his attention on the final jade box. This was the only item in the young man and Appo's storage bag that bore a spiritual seal, indicating its significance to him. The primary purpose of the spiritual seal was not to prevent others from opening it, but rather to prevent the loss of spiritual energy from the contents within. Otherwise, if the jade box were placed in the storage bag, one would need to retrieve the bag itself before accessing the box. And if the bag, linked to one's life, were taken away, one could easily imagine the precariousness of their situation. At that point, no amount of spiritual seals would prevent others from accessing it. Thus, the presence of the spiritual seal merely confirmed the importance of this item to its original owner. After a short while, with a soft thud, the spiritual light upon the jade box dimmed, indicating that Fang Yu had successfully worn down the spiritual seal. With utmost caution, he used his magical power to open the box, revealing a shimmering silver talisman inside. The surface of the talisman was imbued with rich spiritual energy, emanating powerful waves of spiritual force, while silver symbols resembling tadpoles danced across the paper. Fang Yu carefully extracted the talisman from the box, unable to ascertain its tier. However, he was certain that it was neither a talisman treasure nor a second-tier talisman, given its extraordinary appearance and the solemnity with which the crimson-faced young man treated it. It was undoubtedly a precious item. Regrettably, Fang Yu's knowledge of talismans was limited, leaving him unaware of its nature or efficacy. He resolved to pay closer attention in the future. He solemnly placed the silver talisman back in the jade box, planning to acquire relevant texts about talismans later to investigate its true nature. Once everything was in order, Fang Yu took out the elixir for cultivating the spirit-dispersing eye, dropping a single drop into his eye. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as his face twitched slightly. He endured the pain in silence. 6 days later, the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion launched another assault. This time, Fang Yu and Appo's adversary was a burly elder in the mid-foundation establishment stage. It was clear that his previous display of strength had garnered the attention of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, leading them to assign him a slightly stronger opponent. However, Fang Yu refrained from showcasing his full prowess. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat the burly elder, he chose restraint. Revealing all his cards would strip away his secrets and significantly diminish his safety. Moreover, defeating an opponent of a higher tier would draw undue attention. He did not wish to become too conspicuous, as it would invite numerous potential troubles and dangers. In any case, he had already obtained what he desired. Even if the marketplace was breached and the mission failed, it would not affect his subsequent cultivation plans. Thus, he merely engaged the mid-foundation establishment elder in a stalemate. However, he felt he had done enough to honor Qiu Danqing, considering that the latter was only in the early foundation establishment stage. It was unreasonable to expect an outsider to risk everything for the benefit of the Minglian sect. Fortunately, even without exerting his full strength, Qiu Danqing and the others successfully held their ground once again. After all, they had the advantage of a formidable defensive formation. Should they falter, they could retreat into the formation, recuperate, and re-emerge to continue the fight. In contrast, the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion lacked such a luxury, forced to battle while consuming pills to restore their magical power. Despite having a slight numerical advantage, they could not outlast Fang Yu and Appo's side under these circumstances. Thus, the second confrontation concluded with no discernible victor among the Foundation establishment cultivators, while the Qi refining cultivators suffered mutual losses. Following the second failed assault, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion organized several more attacks over the next 2 months, yet without decisive means, each ended in failure. Then one day, a group of Minglian sect disciples unexpectedly arrived. "Junior brother Lu, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the spirit mine in Lanhushan?" Qiu Danqing asked, frowning as he surveyed the 7 or 8 individuals before him. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator and several Qi refining disciples appeared in disarray, their faces pale and some stained with blood, exuding an air of weakness. Junior brother Lu, a middle-aged man at the mid-foundation establishment stage, spoke with anguish. "Senior brother Qiu, the spirit mine in Lanhushan has been overrun. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion used a multitude of talisman treasures to launch a surprise attack, killing Senior Brother Chun and Senior Brother Wang, and breaching the protective formation. I barely managed to escape with my life. What? Upon hearing this, Qiu Danqing and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were struck with alarm. How could this happen? With the strength of senior brothers Chun and Wang in the late Foundation establishment stage, bolstered by the protective formation, how could they fall to surprise attack? Junior brother Lu's expression darkened as he explained, "We fell into the trap set by the thieves of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. During the battle, senior brothers Chun and Wang inadvertently strayed too far, and then suddenly, a false core formation cultivator appeared, using talisman treasures to attack them, resulting in their immediate demise. After their fall, we were utterly no match for the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's thieves and could only retreat into the formation, but it was soon breached. We had no choice but to break out and flee. After escaping, I gathered a few Qi refining disciples who had also managed to escape, and here I am." Upon hearing the term false core formation cultivator, Qiu Danqing and the others' faces darkened. A false core formation cultivator referred to one who had achieved perfection in the Foundation establishment stage, on the brink of breaking through to become a formidable core formation cultivator. Such individuals were typically of great importance to their sect. They either remained in secluded cultivation or ventured into perilous realms in pursuit of the rare opportunity to form their core, rarely making public appearances. Sects generally did not assign them to tasks, allowing them to focus solely on their breakthrough. As the value difference between a false core formation cultivator and a true core formation cultivator was immense, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the choice to prioritize the latter. However, the fact that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had dispatched their own false core formation cultivator to battle underscored their determination to annihilate the Minglian sect. As disciples of the Minglian sect, Qiu Danqing and the others felt an immediate surge of pressure, as if a shadow had been cast over their futures. Naturally, they did not take junior brother Lu's account at face value. They separated to inquire with the Qi refining disciples. And only after receiving consistent reports did they fully believe junior brother Lu's words. With heavy hearts, they each returned to their respective abodes. Chapter 27, The False Dan in the Rented Cave. As the distant chimes echoed in the air, Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Were enemies approaching once more? The bell sounded a call to arms, and he transformed into a beam of spiritual light, swiftly exiting the cave. In the bustling market, under the protective formation, Fang Yu and several foundation-building cultivators hovered in midair, gazing at the rapidly approaching disciples of the Wanjian Pavilion. A vast, dark mass of spiritual light surged forward. Led by more than a dozen formidable foundation-building cultivators, their numbers outstripping Fang Yu's group by 4 or 5. However, what truly instilled fear among them was the sight of an elder clad in a black and white robe, with a gaunt face, a hawk-like nose, and piercing eyes sharp as a sword's edge. The aura emanating from him was even more terrifying than that of Qiu Dansheng and the other late foundation-building cultivators. Fang Yu's heart sank. He had only sensed such a level of spiritual pressure once before, from the esteemed Qin Chengzhen Ren of Wanmu Valley, a consummate foundation-building master, also known as a false Dan cultivator. The realization that this man was indeed a false Dan cultivator brought a wave of dread. With a surreptitious glance at Qiu Dansheng and the others, he noted that the highest cultivation level among them was held by Qiu Dansheng and 3 other late foundation-building cultivators, while the remainder were primarily early to mid-foundation-building practitioners. In contrast, Wanjian Pavilion boasted not only a false Dan cultivator, but also 3 late foundation-building cultivators, alongside a multitude of early and mid-foundation-building disciples. In terms of both raw power and numbers, they significantly outmatched Fang Yu's side. Were it not for the protective formation, they would have no choice but to flee. Yet, even with the protective formation, Fang Yu felt a sense of foreboding settle over him. The expressions of Qiu Dansheng and the other Ming Lian sect cultivators were grim. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent so soon after learning from Lu Shidi that Wanjian Pavilion had dispatched a false Dan cultivator. However, as expected of elite cultivators nurtured by a major sect, Qiu Dansheng quickly regained his composure, his initial embarrassment fading. He spoke with confidence. "Fellow cultivators, do not panic. Even if he is a false Dan cultivator, we have the protective formation to rely on, and our Ming Lian sect has its own hidden cards." As he spoke, he suddenly produced a spiritual talisman. The talisman, roughly the size of half a palm, was a pale yellow, adorned with a red thread pattern resembling a small red sword. It appeared unremarkable, devoid of any discernible spiritual energy. Yet, as one who possessed over 100 talismans, Fang Yu instantly recognized it as a treasured talisman. The surrounding loose cultivators also included well-informed individuals, one of whom exclaimed, "A talisman? This is the legendary talisman? Indeed, it is a talisman, bestowed upon us by our sect's golden core ancestor, Hualing." Qiu Dansheng proclaimed with conviction. "With this talisman, we need not fear even a false Dan cultivator." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding loose cultivators settled somewhat. At that moment, Qiu Dansheng added, "Fellow cultivators, if we can withstand this battle, I will personally ensure that each of you receives an additional vial of golden sprout pills." First, he produced the talisman to stabilize their morale. And then he dangled the promise of a vial of golden sprout pills as bait. This ignited the fighting spirit among the loose cultivators. For a single vial of golden sprout pills could save them years of arduous cultivation, and 2 vials would be akin to nearly a decade's worth of effort. As long as they aided Qiu Dansheng in defending the market, their cultivation would advance significantly. Such an opportunity was irresistible to those who typically lacked resources for cultivation. In that moment, only Fang Yu remained unmoved, maintaining his composure, for he was not in need of golden sprout pills and could not empathize with the struggles faced by the other loose cultivators. They are coming. Leave the false Dan cultivator and the late foundation-building cultivators to us brothers. The rest will be left to you, fellow cultivators. Qiu Dansheng declared, raising his gaze towards the fray, charging forth, with the others swiftly following suit. Soon, the foundation-building cultivators from both sides clashed in midair. Each selected their opponents in an instant. Qiu Dansheng led his 3 brothers to confront the false Dan cultivator and 3 late foundation-building cultivators. Fang Yu, however, found himself facing 2 mid-foundation-building disciples from Wanjian Pavilion, a hint of resignation crossing his face. One was an old adversary, the bearded elder, while the other was a middle-aged man with a broad face. Perhaps due to his previous conspicuous performance, he had now become a primary target for Wanjian Pavilion. Go! Fang Yu swiftly summoned 2 exceptional defensive artifacts, a fiery orange umbrella and a deep blue shield, to protect himself. He then unleashed a black longsword, a silver needle, and a blue spear, totaling 2 superior offensive artifacts and 1 high-quality offensive artifact. The 2 opponents likewise summoned 1 exceptional offensive artifact and 1 high-quality offensive artifact, entangling themselves in battle with Fang Yu. Despite contending with 2 mid-foundation building cultivators simultaneously, Fang Yu still retained considerable strength. His spiritual energy exceeded that of his peers by 30%, and his consciousness, enhanced by daily consumption of dragon mist tea, was subtly more potent by 40%. Thus, he skillfully maneuvered multiple artifacts while still holding back. Yet, he refrained from unleashing his full power, instead focusing on both holding off his adversaries and monitoring the unfolding battle involving Qiu Dansheng and the others. Qiu Dansheng's quartet faced off against 4 cultivators from Wanjian Pavilion, with Qiu Dansheng directly confronting the false Dan cultivator, activating the talisman immediately. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, manifesting a red small sword that charged towards the hawk-nosed elder. However, the elder, refusing to be outdone, activated his own talisman, unleashing a green spear that clashed with the red sword. As the battle raged on, a fierce wave of spiritual energy erupted, creating a terrifying storm that swept through the vicinity. Although Qiu Dansheng initially found himself at a disadvantage, his indomitable will allowed him to hold the elder at bay. Meanwhile, the other 3 late foundation-building cultivators from Wanjian Pavilion were similarly engaged, unable to interfere with the others. Seeing this, Fang Yu felt a slight sense of relief. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lu Shidi, what are you doing? Lu, a Ming Lian sect cultivator engaged in battle with a Wanjian Pavilion disciple, suddenly altered his course, attacking a fellow Ming Lian sect late foundation-building cultivator alongside the Wanjian Pavilion disciple. Caught off guard, the 2 exceptional artifacts struck the defenseless cultivator's protective artifact with full force, shattering it and reducing the unfortunate individual to a gruesome sight. Lu Yiyun, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Qiu Dansheng and another Ming Lian sect cultivator's eyes widened in shock at the scene. In response to their inquiries, Lu Yiyun remained cold and indifferent, continuing his assault on the 2 without a hint of remorse. Meanwhile, the hawk-nosed elder opposite Qiu Dansheng sneered triumphantly. You 2 might as well give up. Lu Shidi is an undercover agent for Wanjian Pavilion. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of the foundation-building cultivators from Qiu Dansheng's side. Chapter 28. The cave. The revelation that Lu Yun was an undercover agent for the 10,000 Sword Pavilion left Qiu Dansheng and the other disciples of the Minglian sect utterly astounded. Regaining their composure, the 2 immediately turned to flee. They had been barely holding their ground, and with Lu Yun's betrayal, compounded by the murder of one of their own, their chances of defense had dwindled further. The scattered cultivators, sensing the dire situation, also began to disperse. In that moment, all thoughts of sect missions, honor, and rewards were cast aside. In the face of death, everything else paled in comparison. The cultivators of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, however, were unwilling to let this matter rest, launching attacks to obstruct the fleeing individuals. Fang Yu's countenance darkened as he surveyed the scene behind him, where a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion had severed his escape route, while 2 mid-stage cultivators loomed menacingly ahead. The 3 formed a pincer movement, encircling him and cutting off all avenues of retreat. Let us see how you escape this time, sneered the late-stage cultivator from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. That worthless scum must pay for Zhou Shidi's life, shouted another cultivator in a fit of rage. Despite being surrounded, Fang Yu remained composed. Suddenly, he withdrew all his magical tools from around him, The three cultivators, believing him to be in despair and ready to abandon his resistance, were taken by surprise when he produced a shimmering silver talisman. The late-stage cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. No, stop him. It's the Lesser Universe Teleportation Talisman. A flurry of spiritual energy surged towards Feng Yu, but it was too late. The silver talisman erupted in brilliant light, engulfing him entirely, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. The attacking magical tools arrived only moments later, striking at the empty space where he had just stood. The three cultivators of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion were left astonished and furious, their faces contorted with rage as they realized their quarry had escaped. In a serene forest, akin to emerging from the depths of the ocean and shedding an immense burden, Feng Yu gasped for breath, attempting to quell the nausea rising within him. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings and the absence of his enemies, he finally relaxed. He had not anticipated that utilizing the Lesser Universe Teleportation Talisman would impose such a toll on his physical form. Should he employ it multiple times in quick succession, he feared he might be crushed to pulp by the spatial forces. The Lesser Universe Teleportation Talisman was the silver talisman he had previously acquired from the storage bag of a young red-faced cultivator from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Initially unaware of its nature, he later discovered its identity as he perused various texts. This talisman could randomly transport the user up to 300 miles away, and it was not restricted by cultivation level or rank. However, such talismans were exceedingly rare, as the techniques for crafting them had been lost to time, rendering each one a precious relic. Delighted by this revelation, Feng Yu realized that his bronze mirror could replicate such talismans. Thus, what was a rare treasure for others was an abundant resource for him, possessing dozens of these invaluable talismans. Fortunate indeed was he to have the Lesser Universe Teleportation Talisman at hand. Otherwise, his escape would have been far more arduous. Calming his thoughts, Feng Yu summoned his flying magical artifact and swiftly chose a direction to depart. After a brief period, he became increasingly troubled by the unchanging scenery before him. No matter how he flew, the surroundings remained the same. Initially oblivious to the anomaly, he soon recognized something was amiss. Why is there an illusion array here? He pondered. Suddenly, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, transforming it into a fiery serpent. The serpent struck the foliage below, but dissipated into nothingness, leaving no discernible effect. The landscape remained unchanged. Realizing this, he waved his hand, and a black long sword flew forth, radiating brilliant spiritual light as it slammed into the empty space ahead. With a resounding boom, the scenery finally began to shift, the space warping and flickering, light oscillating between brilliance and darkness. Yet, even after expending a third of his internal energy, he was still unable to shatter the illusion array. Is my power insufficient? Feng Yu furrowed his brow, retracting the black sword. He summoned an orange-red umbrella and a blue-gold shield to protect himself, then retrieved a dull gray talisman. As his spiritual energy surged into it, a formidable pressure emerged, and dazzling golden light erupted, resembling a newly born sun, from which a small cauldron emerged. The cauldron was inscribed with numerous intricate patterns of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure that rendered even the finest magical artifacts insignificant in its presence. Go, Feng Yu commanded with a thought, sending the small cauldron crashing into the empty space before him. This time, the scenery began to peel away layer by layer, as though the space were a shattered mirror. After a prolonged struggle, as his internal energy dwindled to a third, just as he contemplated halting his efforts, a soft thud echoed. The scene transformed from the previous idyllic landscape to a dim cave. What is this place? Feng Yu mused, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The cavern was vast, filled with dusty stone furniture and a dried corpse seated on a meditation mat, a solemn and ancient alchemical furnace placed before it, devoid of any discernible aura. The entire cave was steeped in the scent of decay and antiquity. Could it be the dwelling of an ancient cultivator? Had he inadvertently stumbled into the lair of a long-gone master? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Feng Yu's eyes as he cautiously released his spiritual sense to probe his surroundings. Only when he discerned the absence of immediate danger, save for the protective array surrounding the corpse, did he allow himself a moment of respite. At least in this scenario, should any peril arise, he could make a swift escape. Once he confirmed the relative safety of his environment, Feng Yu chose not to act hastily. Instead, he consumed a spirit pill to restore his energy and sat cross-legged with 2 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, focusing entirely on recuperating his strength. As he felt his internal energy replenishing, Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. He stowed away the now-dimmed spirit stones and rose from the ground. His gaze fell upon the dried corpse and the alchemical furnace before it. Though he had yet to touch them, the mere act of observing allowed him to sense the stark contrast between the furnace and ordinary magical artifacts. The exquisite craftsmanship and inherent aura were worlds apart. Such feelings he had only experienced from the artifact projections released by talismans. Could this be a genuine magical artifact? If so, did it imply that the individual was a core formation cultivator, or even greater? At this realization, Fang Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on the dried corpse clad in a resplendent azure robe, particularly the at its waist. Chapter 29. The unexpected. Within the dimly lit and obscure cave of an ancient, unknown cultivator, the atmosphere remained as bright as day for a foundation-building cultivator with night vision. Fang Yu did not act recklessly. He remembered that the area near the corpses draped in azure robes was protected by a formation. Thus, he first withdrew a small spatial shifting talisman, ready to activate it at a moment's notice, before cautiously releasing a white longsword and edging closer to the corpse. As he approached, a crackling sound erupted. A bolt of lightning materialized from the darkness, striking the white longsword. This superior magical artifact was instantly obliterated, shattering into fragments that scattered upon the ground. A chill coursed through Fang Yu at that moment. The very essence of death permeated the air. Even the talismans utilized by core formation cultivators had never evoked such a sensation within him. Undoubtedly, this lightning possessed the lethal capacity to eliminate him effortlessly, far beyond his means of defense, likely emanating from a third-tier formation. Fortunately, this formation seemed to function solely in passive defense, lacking any offensive capabilities. The lightning merely destroyed the white longsword without pursuing him further. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to the spatial shifting talisman to escape, abandoning any hope of treasure. If the formation could only defend passively, then perhaps there was still hope. Although it was a third-tier array, with a bit of perseverance, it might be dismantled. Resolute in his intent, Fang Yu produced another talisman, having prepared dozens beforehand, thus alleviating concerns of shortages. With a hum, a small cauldron imbued with formidable spiritual pressure materialized, violently charging towards the corpse. Thunderous crackles erupted as bolts of terrifying lightning struck the cauldron, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling display of spiritual energy. In mere moments, the cauldron exhausted its power and reverted to its paper form, igniting spontaneously and disintegrating. Come again. I refuse to believe I cannot wear you down. Anticipating this outcome, Fang Yu calmly retrieved a second talisman. Weeks later, he watched as the talisman's energy dissipated in a fiery blaze, while the formation guarding the corpse remained steadfast, showing no signs of fatigue. Fang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and a profound sense of frustration and despondency enveloped him. Excluding the one talisman reserved as a model, he had exhausted his last usable talisman. After expending numerous talismans and considerable effort over these days, he had failed to diminish this enigmatic third-tier formation. Instead, it stood resilient, showing no signs of decline. Fang Yu pondered that if he continued in this manner, even if he could replicate more talismans, it was unlikely he could overcome this unknown array unless he devised an alternate strategy. Do I possess any means surpassing talismans? He mused, gazing at the corpse on the mat and the alchemical furnace that seemed to be a magical artifact. The sensation of standing before a treasure trove yet unable to access it left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. Therefore, he meticulously reviewed his abilities and discovered two potential paths forward. One was to elevate his cultivation level. The efficacy of talismans is inherently linked to the user's cultivation stage. For instance, the false core cultivator from the Sword Pavilion and the late foundation-building cultivator Qiu Dan Chung wielded talismans with far greater potency due to their deeper reservoir of spiritual energy, maximizing the talisman's power. Should he elevate his cultivation to the mid-foundation stage, or even the late foundation stage, the effectiveness of his talismans would significantly increase. With a multitude of talismans at his disposal, he might very well breach this unknown third-tier formation. The second avenue lay in the unrefined spirit-breaking eye technique. According to the records in the Jade Slip, upon mastering this technique, one could not only see through illusions of a higher cultivation level, but could also emit a spirit-breaking light capable of obliterating all spiritual energy and magical power. This might yield remarkable results against formations reliant on spiritual energy. As for advancing his cultivation, he had the Golden Sprout pill, ensuring resources were plentiful, yet he lacked time. At his current pace, it would take at least 7 or 8 years to reach the mid-foundation stage. Similarly, the spirit-breaking eye technique required over 8 years of continued practice to master. Since both endeavors were long-term, why not cultivate here while simultaneously honing the eye technique? Fang Yu deliberated, growing more convinced of this plan's viability. Although the exact location remained unclear, given the ancient cultivator had lain undiscovered for so long, this place seemed relatively secure. Furthermore, while the formidable third-tier formation was impressive, it was merely a passive defense, posing no direct threat to him. With ample resources for cultivation at his disposal, it would be prudent to remain here, avoiding external turmoil while focusing on his practice. With this resolution, Fang Yu turned his gaze toward the corpse and gradually retreated to the cave and Apos' edge. He summoned several azure shields, exquisite defensive artifacts that shimmered with spiritual light, enveloping him in layers and forming a relatively sealed space. He then retracted his spiritual energy, allowing the shields to remain fixed in place, creating a defense as solid as iron walls. Having completed these preparations, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him and sat cross-legged upon his mat. With this rudimentary defense in place, he would have ample reaction time should any unforeseen events occur. Once seated, Feng Yu began to meditate, restoring his spiritual energy until his dantian was fully replenished and his state of being reached its zenith. He then produced the eye-washing elixir, dropping a drop into each eye. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as his face twitched slightly, yet compared to his earlier experience of collapsing in agony, he fared much better this time. After completing his daily eye-washing ritual, he retrieved a bronze mirror and a golden sprout pill, replicating a new one before consuming it. Next, he grasped 2 medium-grade spirit stones, absorbing their energy for his cultivation. Typically, few cultivators would engage in such luxurious practices. Spirit stones are not only essential for enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy during breakthroughs, but also serve as the foundation for numerous formations within the cultivation realm. Thus, spirit stones are undeniably the true gold and silver of the cultivation world, not to mention the often impoverished loose cultivators. Even wealthy sects or families seldom use spirit stones for direct cultivation. They typically seek out spiritual veins instead. Only when truly necessary do they utilize spirit stones, maximizing their value. It is only a cultivator like Feng Yu who need not worry about the scarcity of spirit stones, acquiring a new medium-grade spirit stone daily without concern, who can afford to engage in such an extravagant practice without a second thought. Chapter 30. Breaking the formation. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 17 years have passed. Alas, the potency of the elixir has completely waned. Within the dim confines of an ancient cultivator's cave, in a small space surrounded by shields, Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay the golden sprout pill, contained within a jade vial, and a hint of helplessness flickered in his gaze. Initially, he had aspired to cultivate directly to the late foundation establishment stage in one go. However, since his breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment 6 years ago, spurred by the elixir's power, he had unwittingly consumed an excess of the golden sprout pill, leading to a rapid decline in its efficacy. What began as half-effectiveness dwindled to a third, then a quarter, a fifth, and ultimately, it now bore no effect whatsoever. Currently, his cultivation level was nearing the late foundation establishment stage, but without the aid of the spirit pill, his training speed had reverted to a painfully slow pace, akin to a tortoise's crawl. Although the distance seemed close, for someone with only half the normal cultivation speed, it would still require at least a decade of arduous effort. This was an unacceptable predicament for him. Despite being not yet 50, with ample lifespan ahead, Feng Yu was unwilling to wait any longer. His aptitude was merely that of a pseudo-spirit root with 4 spirit roots. The success rate during foundation establishment had been dismally low, making the subsequent stage of core formation seem even more daunting. If he wished to succeed in core formation, a forceful breakthrough would be futile. He could only hope to gather a substantial amount of core formation spiritual materials, akin to how he had approached foundation establishment, for a glimmer of hope at success. However, such resources were exceedingly rare, and he had only heard of them throughout his life, never having encountered them firsthand. Perhaps it was due to his low cultivation level that he had yet to reach that realm. Regardless, core formation spiritual materials were undoubtedly precious, necessitating considerable time and effort to procure. Therefore, he must hasten his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment and then seek out the materials necessary for core formation. This would be his final attempt. Should it prove unsuccessful, he would have to temporarily depart and return later for the treasures. Feng Yu stowed away the numerous shields and gazed at the distant, azure-robed corpse, his eyes darkening slightly. This was a manifestation of his breaking spirit law eye, a sign of his mastery after 17 years of cultivation. 9 years prior, he had finally succeeded in mastering this spiritual eye technique and had continued to diligently practice eye cleansing since. According to the Jade Slip, the more frequently he practiced eye cleansing, the stronger the Endopos, breaking law spiritual light and Endopos, emitted from his law eye would become, compared to when he had just mastered it. His spiritual eye had grown significantly more powerful. With a swift motion, Feng Yu summoned a talisman treasure, unleashing spiritual light as a small azure cauldron surged toward the corpse. Boom! Lightning erupted from thin air, relentlessly striking the azure cauldron, sending forth waves of potent spiritual energy that whipped through the cave like a tempest. As the spiritual light on the cauldron began to dim, Feng Yu continued to channel his mana, releasing a plume of gray spiritual light. Silent and unseen, the gray light descended upon the lightning, dissolving it as effortlessly as spring snow. Witnessing this, Feng Yu's face lit up with joy. He hastened to amplify his mana as the gray light surged forward. The void rippled as if stirred by unseen waters, revealing a formation. A white light barrier blocked the gray spiritual light, while the azure cauldron followed closely, and terrifying bolts of lightning continued to erupt from within the barrier, crackling and flashing like a newborn sun, illuminating the entire cave in radiant white. Through his spiritual sense, Feng Yu perceived the intense confrontation. His mana was depleting rapidly, as was the spiritual energy of the formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, as Feng Yu's complexion paled, drenched in sweat, he swallowed the ninth mana-replenishing elixir. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed as a formation plate, imbued with the weight of time, shattered into pieces, falling from the corpse's robe and instantly turning to dust upon hitting the ground. The white light barrier dimmed and vanished in an instant, allowing the faint golden cauldron to approach the corpse without hindrance. Was the formation plate unable to withstand the ravages of time, leading to its spontaneous destruction? Feng Yu's face shone with delight as he swiftly withdrew his mana from the azure cauldron. After securing the talisman, he cautiously released a long sword, slowly approaching the corpse. He meticulously inspected it from all angles, ensuring there was no danger, before using a spatial transfer talisman to lift the storage bag with the long sword, employing his mana to keep it afloat. The pale golden storage bag, crafted from some exquisite spiritual material, was of outstanding quality, far surpassing those usually found in marketplaces. Feng Yu cautiously opened the bag and poured its contents onto the ground. First came a heap of spirit stone powder, now devoid of spiritual energy, followed by several old and unusable magical artifacts and talismans. Next were numerous herbs that had lost their spiritual potency, and finally, a few jade vials, several jade slips, and some trivial items without value. Feng Yu opened the jade vials, his expression initially brightening, only to quickly sink in disappointment. They contained elixirs that had long lost their efficacy due to the passage of time, rendering his excitement utterly futile. With no recourse, he proceeded to examine the remaining jade slips. To his relief, 3 slips remained intact. One contained a method for cultivating to the nascent soul stage, the Flame Sky Ascending Classic. Another documented dozens of elixir formulas in the Advanced Alchemy Handbook, and the last introduced various powerful spirit fires from the cultivation world. Feng Yu was particularly thrilled to discover that the Advanced Alchemy Handbook included several formulas suitable for enhancing cultivation at the mid and late foundation establishment stages. If he could gather these spiritual herbs and refine them, he would no longer need to worry about reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Moreover, the Flame Sky Ascending Classic, which guided one to the completion of the nascent soul stage, would alleviate his concerns about finding a suitable cultivation method, especially if he failed to locate the other half of the blue jade pendant and gain access to the subsequent techniques of the heavy origin water technique. Not wishing to linger further, he temporarily set aside the 3 jade slips and turned his attention to the final item. A delicately carved Dan furnace of pale azure hue, adorned with engravings of fish, insects, birds, beasts, and flora, exuded an air of elegance and grandeur. Open. Feng Yu channeled his mana, attempting to force the furnace open to inspect its contents. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the furnace remained unyielding, offering no response. Seeing this, he shifted tactics, infusing his mana into the furnace. Still, it was as if he were casting stones into the sea. No reaction occurred, regardless of how much mana he poured in. Rather than dismay, Feng Yu felt a surge of joy, for this only confirmed the furnace's extraordinary nature. It was very likely the complete treasure he had hoped for. The prospect of a mere foundation establishment cultivator acquiring a complete magical treasure was exhilarating. He decided to stow it away for the time being. Feng Yu opened the storage bag and carefully placed the entire furnace inside. Having completed these tasks, he turned to the side where the corpse lay. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. For this treasure, I am eternally grateful. He respectfully bowed to the corpse in gratitude before digging a large pit nearby to lay the unknown elder to rest. Chapter 31. Rescue. In a picturesque mountain forest, several beams of spiritual light tore through the clouds, swiftly traversing the sky. Qiu Danqing's complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he desperately maneuvered his flying artifact to escape. Behind him, 3 streaks of spiritual light were rapidly closing in. 3 cultivators from the Wanjian Pavilion, all at the late foundation establishment stage, their prowess matching his own. Qiu, today is your end. A voice, cold and laced with murderous intent, echoed from behind. A handsome youth clad in Wanjian Pavilion robes gestured with his hand, conjuring a faint blood shadow that surged forward, surpassing his companions in an instant, and blocking Qiu Danqing's path. Caught off guard, Qiu Danqing hesitated, and as he attempted to change direction, the other 2 Wanjian Pavilion cultivators had already ascended to obstruct his retreat. The trio formed a triangular formation, encircling him with no avenue for escape. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qiu Danqing summoned a treasure pagoda that hovered above him, emitting a pale blue shield for protection. He then conjured a long spear, thrusting it with ferocity towards the strikingly beautiful youth. Humph, a futile struggle. The beautiful youth scoffed, summoning a superior offensive artifact to entangle the spear, while his 2 companions unleashed their own artifacts to assault Qiu Danqing. Buzz, buzz. The 2 superior artifacts relentlessly bombarded the blue shield. Though Qiu Danqing strained to maintain it, the shield trembled, on the verge of collapse. Without your talismans, let us see how you can continue to act fierce. The handsome youth's gaze turned icy as he conjured a second-tier superior spiritual talisman, exuding dense spiritual pressure. Upon witnessing this, Qiu Danqing's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of despair swelling within him. While he ranked among the top cultivators of his level, he was severely drained of mana, nursing injuries, and his talismans had exhausted their spiritual energy. Faced with 3 adversaries of equal rank, hope for survival faded into oblivion. Clang! Just as despair engulfed Qiu Danqing, a sudden, melodious chime pierced the air. The handsome youth, poised to activate his talisman, froze, his actions momentarily halted. This fleeting lapse proved to be the crucial moment of his demise. Whoosh! A streak of silver flashed past, striking through the handsome youth's skull with lightning speed. Plop! It wasn't until crimson blood began to trickle from his brow that the other 2 Wanjian Pavilion cultivators reacted. Zhang Shidi! They exclaimed in unison. Han Daoyu! Qiu Danqing's face lit up with surprise as he beheld Fang Yu soaring towards them from below. Daoist Qiu, let us each take one, Fang Yu declared, swiftly stowing away the handsome youth's corpse and artifact, then summoning a black long sword to engage the remaining late Foundation establishment elder. Qiu Danqing quickly regained his composure, launching himself at the remaining Wanjian Pavilion cultivator. You bastard, I will tear you to pieces. The elder, infuriated to find Fang Yu merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, wielded a golden wheel and charged at him. Fang Yu, undeterred, clashed the black sword against the golden wheel. The 2 superior artifacts collided, producing a resounding clang, sparks flying in all directions. Seeing Fang Yu keep pace with him, the elder's expression darkened, and he unleashed a pair of azure hooks, aiming them at Fang Yu. But in that instant, Fang Yu took the initiative, summoning 3 identical silver needles around the elder. Startled, the elder hastily activated his defensive artifact. Clang! A clear bell-like sound resonated, an invisible force descending upon the elder's consciousness. Momentarily dazed, his mana faltered, and in the next heartbeat, 3 silver streaks pierced through his mind, extinguishing his life. The entire sequence unfolded in mere breaths. Fang Yu, with his mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, had slain a late Foundation establishment cultivator, and not just any rogue, but a genuine disciple of a significant sect. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the last Wanjian Pavilion cultivator engaged with Qiu Danqing nearly lost his nerve. He abandoned Qiu Danqing and fled, lacking any courage to continue the fight. Fang Yu swiftly maneuvered his superior flying artifact to intercept the escapee. At that moment, Qiu Danqing caught up, and together they besieged their opponent. You 2 will pay for this. Wanjian Pavilion will not let you off. With a final threat, the cultivator met his end at Qiu Danqing's hands. Thank you, Han Daoyu, for your timely rescue. I owe you my life. After dispatching their final foe, Qiu Danqing sighed with relief and turned to express his gratitude to Fang Yu. Daoist Qiu is being overly courteous. Since we have crossed paths, it is only natural to lend a hand, Fang Yu replied, waving his hand nonchalantly. He had only just emerged from the ancient cultivator's cave when he sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy. Driven by curiosity, he investigated and stumbled upon Qiu Danqing in peril. Grateful for the benefits he had derived from the golden bud pill and the Longwu tea gifted by Qiu Danqing, he felt compelled to intervene, bolstered by confidence in his own strength. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of grace, not to mention, you saved my life, so this is only fitting. Qiu Danqing spoke earnestly, having regarded Fang Yu as an equal since witnessing his prowess in dispatching 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators. Let us depart from here quickly, lest we attract more Wanjian Pavilion cultivators. Indeed, Qiu Danqing nodded, gathering their spoils as they swiftly took to the skies on their flying artifacts. In a secluded mountain forest, within a newly discovered cave, Fang Yu gradually opened his eyes, a powerful aura flickering before settling into tranquility. A day had passed since the battle concluded. After ensuring sufficient distance from their pursuers, they sought refuge due to Qiu Danqing's injuries. Now, Qiu Danqing was meditating in the adjacent cave to heal. Sensing his condition, and noting he remained in seclusion, Fang Yu retrieved 2 storage bags, trophies from the slain late Foundation establishment cultivators. Opening the first bag, he discovered a bounty of spirit stones, several artifacts, a dozen talismans, a few jade vials, some jade slips, assorted tomes, and various inconsequential trinkets. The spirit stones were predominantly low-grade, with over 1,000 low-grade stones and only 7 mid-grade stones. Among the talismans, only 1 was superior, the rest were mid or low-grade. The jade vials contained healing and mana-restoring pills, but none of the coveted cultivation-enhancing elixirs Fang Yu sought. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he continued to examine the remaining items. The jade slips and books recorded trivial knowledge, detailing customs of various nations, notable sects, powerful predecessors, market locations, and descriptions of common beasts and spells. Among them, 1 jade slip detailed a spell called Blood Shadow Escape. This spell, which involved burning one's essence blood to temporarily enhance escape speed, could increase speed by up to 30% depending on the amount of blood consumed. However, prolonged usage could lead to severe depletion of 1 and Apos' essence blood, risking 1 and Apos' very foundation and potentially resulting in death. This spell bears an unsettling resemblance to demonic techniques. Fang Yu mused, Gazing at the jade slip in his hand, Fan Yu felt a flicker of doubt, yet he swiftly cast it aside. Never mind. What matters is its utility. Although the technique of blood shadow escape comes with numerous restrictions, as long as he employs it with caution, it serves as an excellent trump card for survival. Once mastered, his capacity for self-preservation would be significantly enhanced. Ultimately, a few artifacts remained, 3 exceptional instruments, including a serpent-shaped long sword with a venomous green blade resembling a coiled snake, a circular shield of an indeterminate spirit wood, a gray flying artifact in the shape of a shuttle, along with 1 superior artifact and 1 medium-grade artifact. After securely storing these items, Fan Yu proceeded to open the second storage pouch. Chapter 32. Goodwill. Upon emptying the second storage bag, Fan Yu found its contents to be quite similar to the first. A considerable number of low to mid-grade spirit stones, several magical artifacts, a handful of spirit talismans, a few jade vials containing medicinal pills, and a couple of jade slips. Spirit stones, artifacts, and talismans were all things Fan Yu had in abundance, thus failing to pique his interest. The pills within the jade vials primarily focused on healing injuries and restoring magical energy, lacking any that could enhance one and amp Apos as cultivation. Ultimately, the remaining jade slips and books contained nothing but miscellaneous knowledge. Fortunately, a few tomes documented various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants previously unknown to Fan Yu, which proved to be relatively useful, expanding his horizons and preventing potential losses in the future due to ignorance. After all, the cultivation world is vast and filled with wonders. Broadening one's perspective is of utmost importance. Once he had meticulously categorized and organized the items, Fan Yu picked up the blood shadow escape he had set aside earlier and began to study it earnestly. Qiu Dansheng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance illuminating his gaze before tranquility enveloped him once more. By now, 7 days had passed since the end of the battle. After consuming some medicinal pills, all of his injuries had healed, and he was back to his optimal condition. Qiu Dansheng rose and stepped outside, where he found Fan Yu sipping tea and perusing a book. Upon seeing him, Fan Yu stood and called out, "Daoist Qiu, Daoist Han, how did you end up here?" Qiu Dansheng asked with a smile. After parting ways at the Ming Lian market, I thought you had already left Yin country, he continued. Not at all. After narrowly escaping, I simply sought a place to hide. It was only recently, due to a shortage of cultivation resources, that I emerged once more. I see. Qiu Dansheng nodded, understanding this approach was not uncommon among many wandering cultivators who sought refuge from the chaos of war. Unlike those with established sects and familial ties, wandering cultivators were free from burdens, allowing them to retreat without psychological encumbrance. Fan Yu opted not to mention the failed defensive battle, instead inquiring, "What is the current state of the war? I've been in seclusion for many years and am utterly in the dark about the current situation in the cultivation world. Can you enlighten me?" "Of course," Qiu Dansheng replied with a wry smile. "As for the outside world, I can only say it has become more chaotic. It is not just our Ming Lian sect and the Wanjian Pavilion at war. The entire Yun country's 3 sects are embroiled in conflict with the Chang country's cultivation community. Furthermore, the cultivation worlds of the Lu and Qin countries, which previously intended to remain neutral, have now been drawn into the fray. At this point, there is no corner of the southern wilderness untouched by the flames of war. Is that so?" Fan Yu nodded slightly, finding this news unsurprising. After all, such signs had been evident over a decade ago. Otherwise, the Ming Lian sect would not have ceased the sale of various resources, clearly anticipating the impending conflict. At present, Fan Yu was primarily concerned with whether there were any markets still operational where he could procure the resources he desired. Thus, he continued, "Do you know if there are any markets still open? I wish to purchase some cultivation resources." "There are indeed. Near our Ming Lian sect, there is a Qing Song market still in operation, where many wandering cultivators have chosen to gather for safety. However, the selection is limited due to the war. Everyone is hoarding valuable items and reluctant to part with them. What exactly are you hoping to purchase?" "I seek medicinal pills suitable for enhancing cultivation during the mid-foundation stage, or perhaps some herbs to refine on my own." With his bronze mirror now residing in his dantian, Fan Yu needed only to envelop a particular item with his spiritual consciousness to replicate it. Thus, he no longer required to purchase dozens or even hundreds of ingredients as he had when crafting foundation pills, which would easily draw unwanted attention. He now needed only to gather a single set of ingredients to reproduce a continuous supply of materials, a method both simple and discreet, significantly enhancing his safety. Qiu Dansheng shook his head, saying, "While it may be possible to collect some herbs, finding medicinal pills suitable for enhancing cultivation during the mid-foundation stage is out of the question. The production of second-tier pills was already limited, and with the onset of war, every sect has tightened their resource distribution. Few possess such resources, and even if they do, they are unlikely to sell. After all, no one knows when this war will end. Such precious cultivation resources are far too valuable to share." "That is true," Fan Yu conceded, a frown creasing his brow. "Is there truly no other way to acquire pills?" At that moment, Xiao Danqing suddenly retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, speaking earnestly. I have 7 remaining Jin Yadan from before. If you do not mind, please take them. Upon hearing the term Jin Yadan, Fang Yu's expression twitched slightly, and he quickly declined. I cannot accept such a gift. It would be inappropriate. Nonsense. Take them, Taoist. You saved my life. It is only fitting. Besides, given my current cultivation level, these Jin Yadan hold no value for me, so they are of little consequence, Xiao Dansheng insisted, warmly pressing the vial into Fang Yu's hands. Fang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness, reluctant to express that the Jin Yadan were now ineffective for him. After all, how many would one need to consume before they ceased to yield any results? Even a talented disciple from a prominent sect like Xiao Dansheng could not afford such extravagance. Voicing this concern would be too alarming and could potentially expose the existence of his bronze mirror. Thus it was a matter best left unspoken. How unfortunate that it must be Jin Yadan. Fang Yu lamented inwardly, though he responded outwardly. In that case, I shall graciously accept your kindness. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. However, I require many more pills than this. Do you happen to have any additional pills for enhancing cultivation, or perhaps knowledge of purchasing channels? I am willing to trade spirit stones and ensure you do not incur any losses, Fang Yu continued. At his words, Xiao Dansheng felt a spark of inspiration and replied, while I do not possess any enhancement pills at the moment, I do have a channel that not only offers enhancement pills, but also rare magical abilities, exquisite spirit talismans, and scarce spiritual materials and herbs. Even items related to the formation of the golden core. What? Such an opportunity exists? Fang Yu glanced at Xiao Dansheng with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Xiao Dansheng nodded, saying, Are you familiar with the concept of an external sect guest elder? Chapter 33. Guest Elder Surely. You are aware, Fang Yu nodded and remarked. I have heard that various sects recruit powerful loose cultivators as guest elders to serve the sect, and in return, the guest elders receive certain benefits. Indeed, our Minglian sect operates in a similar fashion. By completing tasks assigned by the sect, one can earn contributions, which can be exchanged for numerous valuable items the sect offers, including various elixirs, cultivation techniques, talismans, rare texts, and even insights into core formation and related spiritual artifacts. Xiao Danqing elaborated. Fang Yu felt a stir of curiosity, but cautiously inquired, But how does this pertain to me? Do not rush, my friend. Allow me to explain, Xiao Danqing continued. According to our Minglian sect's regulations, one must possess at least foundation establishment cultivation and have a disciple of the sect with foundation establishment or hire to vouch for them in order to become a guest elder. Once appointed, a guest elder must not engage in any actions that could harm the sect. Otherwise, they would be pursued relentlessly, and the recommending disciple would also face severe repercussions. Hence, many disciples are reluctant to undertake such a thankless task unless they know the individual very well. However, if you wish to become a guest elder of our sect, I can provide my recommendation, Xiao Danqing declared earnestly. Fang Yu felt a flicker of interest, but did not immediately agree. Instead, he smiled and queried, We have only known each other a short while. Do you trust me so readily? Aren't you concerned that I might cause trouble and implicate you? Naturally, I have faith in your character, Xiao Danqing replied. Our prior acquaintance may have been brief, yet your willingness to aid me speaks volumes of your integrity. I trust you will not betray me. Furthermore, this arrangement benefits me as well. Indeed, Xiao Dansheng continued with openness, should you become a guest elder, every time you accumulate a certain amount of contributions, the sect will also grant me additional benefits, effectively binding our fortunes together, sharing in both glory and loss. I have faith in your strength, which is why I am eager to recommend you. I see. Fang Yu nodded in understanding, finding this explanation quite reasonable. He then inquired, Are the sect's tasks mandatory? Can one choose not to undertake them? There are no obligations. It is entirely up to you whether to accept the tasks. The sect does not issue commands to guest elders, and there is no monthly stipend, Xiao Danqing clarified. After all, guest elders are not considered disciples of the sect, but rather collaborators. Only by completing sect tasks can one reap the rewards. Oh, and guest elders also have the privilege of residing in the markets established by our sect and can purchase goods at a half-price discount, Xiao Danqing added. Fang Yu dismissed this last remark, for he was not one to fret over trivial finances. His true interest lay in the earlier offerings mentioned by Xiao Danqing. While he could manage to find some enhancement elixirs by traveling to various places, he could not afford to overlook the insights into core formation and the related spiritual artifacts. Particularly for someone of his limited aptitude, achieving a breakthrough was nearly impossible without external assistance. Thus, if an opportunity to acquire core formation artifacts presented itself, it was imperative to seize it, lest he lose the chance altogether. Thank you for your trust. In that case, I would appreciate your recommendation. I am willing to become a guest elder of the Minglian sect. It is but a small favor, no trouble at all, Xiao Danqing replied. I have fully recovered from my injuries. If you have no further matters to attend to, let us return to the sect and finalize your guest elder status. Very well. Fang Yu did not hesitate any longer. Having made his decision, he felt assured that the Minglian sect, being such a vast establishment, would not harbor any ill intentions towards a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the two departed from the temporary cave abode, maneuvering their flying artifacts as two streaks of spiritual light swiftly vanished into the horizon. Minglian sect. Dozens of towering mountains rose like long spears piercing the clouds. A faint blue protective formation enveloped the peaks, while lines of celestial cranes soared above, carrying disciples clad in the sect's robes, exuding an ethereal grace. Below, golden rooftops shimmered in the sunlight, with numerous palaces, pavilions, and courtyards nestled among the trees, presenting a scene of paradise. Two streaks of spiritual light swiftly approached the vicinity of the Minglian sect. Halt! A group of patrolling disciples at the Qi refinement stage rode in on celestial cranes. Upon recognizing Qiu Dansheng, they were taken aback and greeted in unison. "We pay our respects to Elder Qiu." "Rise," Qiu Dansheng replied impassively, waving his hand. "I wish to take my friend to the guest elder hall to process his identity. Please assist him with the necessary formalities." "Yes, please follow me, elder and esteemed guest." A patrolling disciple guided them as they descended upon a mountain peak. Majestic palaces and exquisite pavilions dotted the landscape, while disciples of the Minglian sect in flowing white robes moved about. Fang Yu surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. It was his first visit to such a grand sect. Upon entering one of the palaces and completing a brief registration, Qiu Dansheng led Fang Yu to another ancient and stately palace. The entrance bore the prominent inscription Guest Elder Hall. In stark contrast to the previous buildings, this place was rather desolate, with few individuals in sight. It was only upon entering the grand hall that they encountered an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace as he leisurely perused a book while reclining in a chair. The moment Fang Yu laid eyes on the elder, a sense of danger washed over him. He discerned that this was a formidable practitioner at the peak of Foundation establishment, a false core cultivator. "Brother Zhou." Upon seeing the white-haired elder, Qiu Dansheng stepped forward to pay his respects. Despite both being Foundation establishment cultivators, the distinction between a false core cultivator and an ordinary one was glaring. "Ah, Qiu, my junior brother," the elder rose, recognizing Qiu Dansheng, his memory sharp as a blade. "What brings you to the guest elder hall?" "Brother Zhou, this is my friend, Daoist Hanyu. I wish to recommend him as a guest elder of our sect," Qiu Dansheng stated directly. "Oh, is that so?" Brother Zhou turned, regarding Fang Yu with a warm smile. Fang Yu cupped his hands slightly, replying, "I have the honor of meeting Daoist Zhou." Chapter 34. The list. This is the token of a guest elder of our sect. Fellow Daoist Han, simply drop a drop of your blood here, and then another drop onto the law plate. The outwardly ethereal brother Zhou produced a law plate and a token, handing the token to Fang Yu. Noticing that essence blood was not required, Fang Yu easily drew 2 drops of blood, one of which fell onto the purple law plate, while the other was placed onto the token, which was entirely purple and adorned with an engraved pale golden lotus. Buzz. 2 streams of spiritual light ignited simultaneously, quickly subsiding thereafter. "Well done." Brother Zhou stowed away the purple law plate, smiling as he proclaimed, "From now on, fellow Daoist Han shall be an official guest elder of our sect. With this guest elder token, you may freely enter and exit our outer gate and the guest elder hall. You may also reside permanently within the hall, as we will provide you with a permanent cave dwelling and cultivation resources. However, you must adhere to our sect and Appos' rules while here, and refrain from any actions that could harm our sect outside. Otherwise, we will pursue you relentlessly." As he uttered the words "and Appos," pursue you relentlessly, and Appos, a fleeting aura of a perfected Foundation establishment emanated from Brother Zhou. Fang Yu sensed the pressure of his spiritual energy and appropriately displayed a look of trepidation. Upon noticing this, Brother Zhou satisfactorily withdrew his spiritual pressure. At this moment, Qiu Dansheng hastily interjected, "All right, Brother Zhou, quickly show fellow Daoist Han the task list and exchange list. Every visitor to this place seems to be in such a hurry." Though Brother Zhou vocalized such sentiments, he nonetheless retrieved a cyan circular plate. After channeling a stream of his magic power into it, 2 luminous shadows emerged, transforming into 2 lengthy lists. The left side displayed the exchange list, while the right side displayed the task list. "Fellow Daoist, feel free to examine them. If there are any tasks you wish to undertake, come back to me," he added, as he handed the cyan law plate to Fang Yu before reclining back in his chair to read. Fang Yu turned to Qiu Dansheng, puzzled. Qiu Dansheng, with a resigned expression, shook his head. Such a Foundation establishment cultivator like Brother Zhou, apart from the 5 golden core elders and the sole nascent soul elder, could not be directed by anyone else in the entire sect, not even the sect leader. Thus, even if Brother Zhou were to be lazy, no one would dare to comment. Seeing this, Fang Yu chose not to press further and began to diligently study the 2 lists. First was the task list, filled with a plethora of tasks, the majority of which involved collecting specific spiritual materials, including spiritual herbs, ores, organs from certain demonic beasts, as well as various rare energies like Yin Qi and Earth Qi. Most items were exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of obtaining them was high. Without fortune, finding even one would be quite challenging. Aside from the collection tasks, the remaining tasks were related to warfare. The most straightforward among them was, for every foundational period 1 Jian Pavilion cultivator killed, earn 100 merit points. Upon reading this task, Feng Yu and Apos' eyes brightened, and he inquired, regarding this task, do the 2 Wan Jian Pavilion cultivators I previously defeated, as well as the earlier one, count? Do you still possess their corpses and disciple tokens? Brother Zhou asked, lifting his head from a distance. Feng Yu fell silent, filled with regret, unaware of the significance of those items earlier. He had already destroyed them and did not have them preserved. Noticing Feng Yu's silence, Brother Zhou did not press further. Qiu Dansheng patted him on the shoulder in consolation. It's all right, fellow Taoist Han. I believe with your strength. You will undoubtedly slay many Wan Jian Pavilion cultivators in the future. Do not dwell on these 3. Let it go, Feng Yu sighed. I do not wish to engage in brutality. I simply desire a tranquil cultivation, pursuing the path of longevity. Therefore, I prefer easier tasks. Continuing to browse. Aside from the task of killing Wan Jian Pavilion cultivators, he found others such as hunting down evil cultivators, exploring the depths of the Tian Yao mountain range, garrisoning at frontline outposts, infiltrating the kingdom of Qing for intelligence gathering, and even acting as an undercover agent in the kingdom of Qing. Moreover, the rewards for these tasks were quite generous, comparable to those for killing foundational cultivators of Wan Jian Pavilion, but they were exceedingly perilous, which did not align with Feng Yu's desires. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he discovered that the task of guarding the border was the most suitable for him. The Yun Kingdom spanned vast territories, with the Ming Lian sect occupying a third of it, home to over 1 billion mortals. Apart from the core inland areas guarded by formal disciples of Ming Lian sect, the number of cultivators stationed in the border regions was severely inadequate. Thus, Ming Lian sect aimed to assign foundational cultivators from the Guest Elder Hall to these border areas. Deploying foundational cultivators from the Guest Elder Hall to the border not only provided local defense, but also effectively established a perimeter to safeguard the sect's influence. This way, if any external threats emerged, they could be promptly detected, thereby protecting the core disciples of the sect and achieving dual benefits. Although the task of guarding the border carried certain risks, such as encountering infiltrating enemy sect cultivators, rogue evil cultivators, or bandits, these risks were merely probabilistic. Compared to tasks that required direct engagement on the battlefield or deep infiltration into enemy territory, the dangers were significantly less. Furthermore, the compensation was reasonable. For every 5 years of service, one would earn 100 merit points, equivalent to the life of a foundational cultivator from Wan Jian Pavilion. Feng Yu did not immediately accept this task. Instead, he continued to peruse the entire task list before shifting his attention to the second exchange list. The exchange list comprised several categories: inheritance, magical artifacts, spiritual pills, talismans, and spiritual materials. The and amp, Apos, inheritance and amp, Apos, section contained very few items. Only a handful of ordinary cultivation methods that could reach the core formation stage, some simple spells, a few miscellaneous books introducing the customs of the southern wilderness, and some texts detailing various spiritual materials, including the crucial insights on core formation. The price for one copy was set at 1,200 merit points. If all went well, Feng Yu would need to endure 60 years of guarding the border to afford a single copy, a price that could only be described as exorbitant. However, there was no alternative. This was the only source, and one could find nothing comparable outside, leaving him with no choice but to accept the reality. Following the inheritance section was the magical artifacts, which featured a plethora of items across various grades. From exquisite to inferior, there were defensive, offensive, flying, and even some specialized magical artifacts, such as soundwave attack artifacts, artifacts that defended against spiritual attacks, and artifacts that masked magical fluctuations. The price for exquisite magical artifacts was steep, starting at no less than 400 merit points, while specialized artifacts were even more exorbitant, beginning at 800 merit points. This meant that Feng Yu would need to endure 20 years at the border to exchange for a single exquisite offensive or defensive magical artifact, and 40 years for a specialized exquisite artifact. Initially, Feng Yu felt somewhat tempted, but he was immediately dissuaded. Chapter 35. Appointment following the magical artifacts. What awaited Feng Yu was the elixirs he had long anticipated. The variety of elixirs was limited, ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the later stages of foundation establishment. The elixirs for the Qi refinement stage were of no use to Feng Yu, so he disregarded them. Among the elixirs suitable for the foundation establishment stage, there were 4 that could enhance one's cultivation: Golden Sprout Pill, Sun Bamboo Pill, Mystic Spirit Pill, and Thousand Gods Pill. The Golden Sprout Pill was self-explanatory, fitting for those in the early to mid stages of foundation establishment, though it was already ineffective for Feng Yu. The Sun Bamboo Pill and Mystic Spirit Pill were meant for those in the mid-foundation establishment stage, while the Thousand Gods Pill was for the later stage. Both the Sun Bamboo Pill and Mystic Spirit Pill were priced at 150 merit points per vial. He would have to serve at the border for 7.5 years just to acquire a single vial. Realizing this, Fang Yu felt an increasing regret for the 3 Foundation establishment corpses from the Wan Sword Pavilion that he had wasted. 300 merit points. It was indeed a hefty sum, one that would take him 15 years of arduous service at the border to accumulate, yet it had gone to waste. After a considerable time, having calmed his emotions, Fang Yu continued to read. The Thousand Gods pill was priced at 350 merit points per vial, 200 more than the Sun Bamboo and Mystic Spirit pills. However, this was understandable, as higher-tier elixirs not only required more materials, but also posed greater challenges in their refinement. With high costs and limited production, it would be strange if they were not expensive. Isn't there a spiritual item for core formation? Fang Yu inquired curiously, noticing its absence. Without lifting his head, Brother Zhou replied, the core formation spiritual item is available for exchange every 60 years, with only one available at a time, auctioned in a discreet manner. The next exchange is still 46 years away. After hearing Brother Zhou and Appo's explanation, Fang Yu felt rather speechless. The Minglian sect truly exploited its guest disciples to the extreme, offering only one core formation spiritual item every 60 years, and in such a competitive auction format. In order to secure that singular item, wouldn't the guest disciples have to work themselves to the bone? In the end, everyone would be striving desperately, and aside from the one who successfully bid for the core formation item, the Minglian sect would be the ultimate victor. He shook his head internally, choosing not to comment further. He was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his immediate priority was to cultivate to the pinnacle of foundation establishment before concerning himself with the core formation spiritual item. Fang Yu continued to peruse the list, but the subsequent spiritual symbols and materials were all of the first or second tier, which were entirely unhelpful to him. Thus, he hastily skimmed through them before returning his attention to the task list. Brother Zhou, could you enlighten me about this task? Fang Yu asked, pointing to the border guard task. This task, Brother Zhou raised his gaze to the task list and spoke slowly, currently has few vacancies, with only Xingzhou and Meizhou still needing personnel. Do you wish to go? As he spoke, he retrieved a map delineating the complete territory of the Cloud Nation. The mentioned Xingzhou and Meizhou were situated at the extreme north of the Cloud Nation, beyond which lay the perilous and frigid ice domain, an undeniably harsh environment. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were reluctant to endure such hardship, which explained why only these 2 locations had vacancies. However, Fang Yu was unfazed. Despite the harshness of these locations, they were far removed from the front line, significantly enhancing their safety. For someone like him, who only sought a tranquil environment to earn cultivation resources and diligently refine his skills, it was indeed an ideal choice. Therefore, Fang Yu decisively stated, I will accept this task. Are you certain, friend? Do you not wish to reconsider? Brother Zhou inquired earnestly. The conditions there are arduous, and even Foundation establishment cultivators are loath to remain. If you accept the task only to find it unbearable and choose to abandon it, there will be consequences. Fang Yu affirmed, I am certain, I will take on this task. Very well, I shall now explain the various aspects of this task. Brother Zhou continued, his gaze fixed on the nearby Qiu Dancheng. Realizing he was being dismissed, Qiu Dancheng quickly interjected, then, Brother Han, you and Brother Zhou take your time. I shall wait for you outside. With that, he voluntarily departed. Once Qiu Dancheng left, Brother Zhou resumed. If you accept this task, you must be aware of the following matters. First, you are to protect the local mortals, preventing excessive casualties from natural disasters or man-made calamities. Second, you are to thwart the cultivators of enemy sects, as well as those of the demonic path and bandits. Qiu Dancheng sat cross-legged in mid-air, meditating. Fang Yu exited the main hall. Upon opening his eyes, he looked over and asked, Brother Han, have you completed your task? Fang Yu nodded, stating, indeed. I have taken the task to guard Xingzhou. Then I can no longer accompany you. I must report back to my master and the sect leader. Qiu Dancheng expressed with some regret. Not to worry, when I return to hand over the task, I will visit you. Very well. I shall take you to taste the 100 Flowers brew at Zui Xianfang then. Then I shall take my leave. Be cautious along your journey. Fang Yu summoned his flying artifact, soaring towards the outskirts of the Minglian sect. 2 months later, in Xingzhou, snowflakes danced in the air. At the Lord's mansion, the charcoal fire in the stove blazed crimson, and thick curtains prevented even the slightest warmth from escaping. The plump lord reclined on his bed, his greasy hands lewdly roaming over the 7 or 8 maidservants surrounding him. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang from outside, the lord of this place. Come forth to meet me. Accompanying this was an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. The lord, possessing merely the cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, was startled. It is the esteemed guest disciple. He hastily leaped from his bed, deftly donned his clothing, and rushed outside. He soon beheld a young man hovering in midair, clad in a pale gray robe, with refined features and a charming smile, appearing no different from an ordinary youth. Yet, the empty space beneath his feet, coupled with his aerial stance, confirmed that he was indeed a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator, disciple Gu Xiujin of the outer sect of the Minglian sect. pays respects to the esteemed guest disciple. The rotund lord bowed deeply, his expression filled with utmost reverence. Rise, Feng Yu descended from the sky, his gaze indifferent, not placing any significance on the other's outer sect disciple status. For such outer disciples were merely those with blood ties to the foundation establishment cultivators of the Minglian sect, but lacking the spiritual roots necessary for true entry. To accommodate the feelings of the inner sect foundation establishment cultivators and to make use of these individuals, they were granted the title of outer disciples and assigned to assist in managing mortals. Such individuals would spend their lives in this manner, with no hope of ascending the immortal path. However, under the protection of the Minglian sect, they could enjoy a life of luxury and wealth, which, compared to ordinary mortals, was not an unworthy existence in this world. Chapter 36. Xingzhou. This is the mission certificate and my guest elder token. Feng Yu produced 2 jade tokens and tossed them to Gu Xiujin. Yes. Gu Xiujin hurriedly received them with reverence and began to inspect them. As the city lord appointed by the Minglian sect, he naturally possessed means to communicate directly with the sect and had already learned 2 months prior that a guest elder in the foundation establishment stage would be coming to oversee matters. Thus, Feng Yu's arrival was not unexpected for him. Both the mission certificate and the identity token were authentic. He welcomed the esteemed guest elder. Gu Xiujin respectfully returned the items to Feng Yu and added, I have already prepared accommodations for the esteemed guest elder. May I lead the way? Yes, please. Lead the way. Under Gu Xiujin's guidance, Feng Yu soon arrived at a luxurious and spacious courtyard, complete with pavilions, terraces, rockeries, and flowing water, exuding an ancient elegance, showcasing the care of the builders. Is the esteemed guest elder satisfied with this place? If not, I can arrange for a change, or if anything is lacking, I shall have it provided. No need. This will suffice. Feng Yu waved his hand, declining Gu Xiujin's offer. He had no particular preferences regarding his residence, as long as it facilitated his cultivation. This courtyard happened to be situated atop a small spiritual vein, sufficient to meet his daily cultivation needs. Very well, you may leave now. Inform the heads of the local cultivation families to come and see me tomorrow, and unless there are pressing matters, do not disturb my practice. Yes, I understand. Gu Xiujin felt a wave of relief at Feng Yu's amiable demeanor and respectfully turned to depart. After his exit, Feng Yu carefully inspected his surroundings. Confirming there were no dangers or hidden threats, he randomly selected a room to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. After some time, Gu Xiujin unexpectedly returned with over 10 young women, each possessing bright eyes and fair teeth, with figures that varied beautifully. Sensing this scene, Feng Yu frowned and stepped outside to inquire, Gu Xiujin, what is the meaning of this? Greetings, esteemed guest elder. Gu Xiujin said with an ingratiating smile, these are maidservants I have prepared for you, to assist with your daily needs. No need for that. I have no interest in such distractions. Ensure they are safely returned to where they came from. Do you understand? Feng Yu coldly rejected the proposition. In the realm of cultivators, there are generally 2 types of individuals. Those who indulge their desires, reveling in pleasures, and those who believe that succumbing to such temptations would disrupt their Tao heart, thus resolutely resisting all allurements, known as ascetic cultivators. Feng Yu happened to belong to the latter category. Seeing Feng Yu's stern demeanor, Gu Xiujin dared not argue further and repeatedly nodded, assuring, yes, I will guarantee their safe return. With that, he hurriedly led the group of beautiful maidens away. Once they had departed, Feng Yu returned to his room to continue his meditation. The next day, a group of local heads of minor cultivation families came to pay their respects to Feng Yu. They all had tenuous connections with the Minglian sect, either having had ancestors who were formal disciples or foundational cultivators of the sect. However, those ties had long since faded. Otherwise, they would not still be residing in the frigid region of Xingzhou. It was known that the true direct descendants of the Minglian sect or those with significant relations had long since moved closer to the sect and Oppos, as Heartland. Only these families, whose connections had grown distant, remained in such a place, constantly wary of disturbances from rival sects, demonic cultivators, and bandits. Thus, they approached Feng Yu, a foundation establishment cultivator, with trepidation, not daring to act presumptuously. After giving them a thorough admonition, Feng Yu sent them away. In truth, had it not been for his task of maintaining the local number of cultivators, he would not have wished to engage with them at all, as they were simply too bothersome. He desired only to steadily acquire cultivation resources and cultivate peacefully until he reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed quietly. In Xingzhou, in Hongjiao County, the Bai family was the only remaining cultivation family. Their ancestors had once been foundation establishment cultivators of the Minglian sect, dominating half of Xingzhou during their heyday, but they had since fallen into decline. Though they were called a cultivation family, they barely had 2 or 3 practitioners, with the clan leader being only at the mid-stage of qi refinement, rendering them insignificant in the vast cultivation world. Of course, this was merely from the perspective of the cultivation community. To common folk, the Bai family still held a prestigious status. Therefore, The Bai residence was typically bustling with guests, filled with laughter and erudition, devoid of any commoners. However, today, the Bai family was eerily quiet, devoid of any lively atmosphere. Heh. Bai Jingcheng gazed at the man before him, disbelief evident in his eyes. Clan leader, why? Bai Tianhai's eyes flickered with pain as he abruptly withdrew his long sword from Bai Jingcheng's chest and turned to the approaching figure clad in black. Master, it has been dealt with. Well done. A raspy voice emerged from beneath the wide-brimmed hat, sounding akin to dry bark, quite unpleasant. The mysterious man in black waved his large hand, unleashing a swirl of black mist that swiftly penetrated Bai Jingcheng's brow, instantly consuming his soul, leaving only a withered corpse behind. The black mist then expelled a glistening, blood-red droplet, resembling a gem, which returned to the black-clad man's hand. Gazing at this droplet, which contained the essence of a Qi refinement cultivator's entire power, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the man's eyes as he stored it in a specially crafted jade bottle. At that moment, the bottle already contained 7 similar droplets, corresponding to the 7 terrifying human skins on the ground. The entire Bai family lay in eerie silence, with only the mysterious black-clad figure and Bai Tianhai remaining, creating an atmosphere of profound strangeness. Besides your Bai family, are there other cultivation families in Xingzhou? The black-clad man turned to Bai Tianhai and inquired. Yes, master, there are a total of 17 cultivation families, big and small, in Xingzhou. Bai Tianhai said with an obsequious expression. Who is the most powerful here? The guest elder from the Minglian sect residing in the city lord's manor, a foundation establishment cultivator. Oh, there is actually a foundation establishment cultivator in such a desolate place. The black-clad man and Appo's eyes lit up, as if a hunter had spotted its prey, eagerly asking. Where is he? What specific level of foundation establishment is he at? He resides within the city lord's manor. I cannot ascertain his exact level, as I have never witnessed him in action. Is that so? A glimmer of cold light flashed in the black-clad man's eyes. A terrifying aura of killing intent caused Bai Tianhai to tremble uncontrollably. This fearsome foundation establishment demonic cultivator had exerted control over him upon arrival, coercing him with his life to lure the other practitioners of his family. Now, he had set his sights on the guest elder from the Minglian sect, showing utter disregard for the sect, a true manifestation of lawlessness and inhumanity. Chapter 37. The Demon Cultivator in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Fang Yu was meditating in his chamber. Although he lacked the aid of elixirs, his cultivation progressed slowly. Nevertheless, he believed in the adage that little by little, one can accumulate great achievements. He did not abandon his practice for the sake of leisure, but rather continued his arduous training with unwavering determination. Aside from necessary patrols, he had not stepped outside the courtyard even once. At that moment, a transmission talisman suddenly flew in from outside. Fang Yu abruptly opened his eyes, summoned the talisman, and upon opening it, heard the anxious voice of Gu Xiujin. Esteemed guest elder, it is dire news. Someone has discovered traces of demon cultivators. What? Fang Yu furrowed his brow and instantly transported himself to the courtyard entrance. Seeing him emerge, Gu Xiujin, who had been anxiously waiting at the door, let out a slight sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Esteemed guest elder, what is the matter? Has there been any sign of demon cultivator activity in Xingzhou? Fang Yu questioned with a frown. Gu Xiujin quickly replied, the Bai family in Hongjiao County, the Yi family in Luchuan, and the Qin family in Gaofeng County have all been exterminated simultaneously. When the cultivators of these families were discovered, only their human skins remained, their flesh and blood entirely vanished. Hence, it is inferred that it was the work of demon cultivators. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded slightly. It indeed seemed like the handiwork of demon cultivators. Unlike regular cultivators, demon cultivators practiced unorthodox methods, requiring the flesh and blood of humans as resources for their cultivation. However, the heavenly path imposes restrictions. Any widespread slaughter of mortals or excessive use of items crafted from mortal blood would lead to immediate divine retribution, resulting in a deadly lightning strike. Thus, demon cultivators turned their attention to regular cultivators. Cultivators, in their quest to defy the heavens for longevity, were not protected by the natural order, making them prime targets for demon cultivators seeking to use their flesh and blood for cultivation. This led to regular cultivators becoming the targets of demon cultivators, who had become the scourge of the cultivation world. The moment they revealed themselves, they would be met with overwhelming hostility from cultivators, forcing them to operate in secrecy. Small cultivation families and unprotected rogue cultivators became their primary victims. Frustrated, Fang Yu longed for the tranquility of his cultivation and the pursuit of immortality, reluctant to confront the sinister methods of demon cultivators. Yet, as a foundational cultivator dispatched by the Minglian sect to safeguard Xingzhou, one of his responsibilities was to maintain stability among local cultivators and to eliminate any demon cultivators that appeared. If he wished to gain merit, he could not remain indifferent. He had to take action. Otherwise, the Xianling Dan, which could enhance the cultivation of mid-foundational cultivators, would be beyond his reach. Where are the bodies? Take me to see them. Fang Yu said, his mood somewhat irritable. Right now, in the city lord's mansion. Esteemed guest elder, follow me. Under Gu Xiujin's guidance, Fang Yu soon encountered several heads of local cultivation families, gathered around the gruesome sight of human skins. They appeared like dried tree bark, eliciting a sense of horror and disgust. Fortunately, those present were seasoned cultivators and were not easily frightened by such a macabre scene. Rather, it was the elusive demon cultivator lurking in the shadows that truly instilled fear in them. Esteemed guest elder, Lord Han, Senior Han. Fang Yu nodded towards them before stepping closer to the array of human skins. A flicker of gray flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, strange black mist appeared on the surface of the previously tranquil skins. This mist emanated a chilling aura, as if it harbored a deadly poison, sending shivers down one's spine. What a peculiar black mist. It resembles both energy and malevolent aura, tinged with the essence of blood. Indeed, it appears to be the work of demon cultivators. Fang Yu mused internally, then turned to Gu Xiujin and inquired, do we have any trace of the perpetrator? Do you know where they are? None whatsoever. Gu Xiujin responded, his expression tinged with fear. They come and go without a trace, killing swiftly and disappearing entirely, leaving no clues behind. Esteemed guest elder, what shall we do next? The gathered foundational cultivators gazed at Fang Yu with hopeful eyes, eager for a viable solution. After careful contemplation, Fang Yu proposed, the demon cultivators target the essence of cultivators' blood, and they dare not slaughter mortals indiscriminately. To prevent them from secretly killing again, I suggest that the cultivators from your families temporarily gather at the city lord's mansion. This will effectively deter demon cultivators from operating in secrecy. That is indeed a plan, exclaimed one of the heads, acknowledging Lord Han and Apos' strategy is commendable. By gathering at the city lord and Apos' mansion, we can also seek Lord Han and Apos' protection. At this point, it seems we have no other option. The cunning demon cultivators hide so well that none of us can track them down. We can only unite and see if we can draw them out. Cursed demon cultivators. If I ever catch them, I shall ensure they experience the most excruciating tortures this world has to offer. Fang Yu's suggestion quickly garnered unanimous agreement. Although the plan was simple and somewhat rudimentary, it was indeed effective. As long as the local cultivators assembled at the city lord's mansion, the demon cultivators would hesitate to strike. Time is of the essence. I shall fetch my kin immediately. I shall go as well. The various heads of families hurriedly turned to leave. Just then, a transmission talisman suddenly flew in from outside, landing in the hands of one of the family heads. Upon seeing the talisman, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly opened it. The words that followed sent a chill through the assembled crowd. Head of the family, you must return at once. The demon cultivator has arrived. Chapter 38. The risky gamble bold indeed. A chilling light flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. Not only did the intruder dare to create chaos in his territory, but he continued to commit murder even after being discovered. This was a blatant disregard for him. Now, whether for the sake of his mission or his dignity, he had to teach this demonic cultivator a lesson. Let us go. With a sweeping gesture, Fang Yu summoned a cloud-like exquisite artifact. Then, accompanied by Gu Xiujin and the head of the Shao family, they transformed into a streak of spiritual light and swiftly surged forward. The other family heads, however, scattered like frightened birds, retreating towards their own clans without any intention of assisting. Shilong County, the territory of the Shao family, a once mighty clan now shrouded in an eerie silence. Upon arriving, Fang Yu, Gu Xiujin, and the head of the Shao family found the clan devoid of life, with the ground littered with the corpses of mortals and the remnants of twisted human skins where cultivators once stood. Alas, my son, the head of the Shao family suddenly cried out in anguish, cradling a piece of human skin, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, engulfed in despair. Fang Yu's expression hardened as he formed a hand seal, unleashing his magical energy to trace the demonic cultivator's whereabouts. At that moment, an eerie black light shot forth from the human skin, racing towards him with alarming speed. Startled, Fang Yu recognized its velocity matched that of a foundational cultivator wielding a top-tier flying artifact, and it was upon him in an instant. Thankfully, his spiritual consciousness was sharper than that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to react swiftly by summoning an orange-red umbrella that enveloped him in a protective barrier. Seeing the ambush fail, the black light emitted a piercing shriek. The horrifying sound wave penetrated the defenses of the orange-red umbrella, impacting Fang Yu's consciousness. Caught off guard, his gaze momentarily dulled. At that instant, a bone-flying sword shot from a corner, aiming directly at him. A demonic artifact, no less. With a whoosh, just as the bone sword was about to pierce through the umbrella, a black longsword erupted from Fang Yu and Apos' sleeve, intercepting the attack. The clash of two swords rang out, a crisp sound echoing as a powerful spiritual pressure swept the air, causing Fang Yu's garments to flutter wildly. I never expected a mere loose cultivator to possess such formidable spiritual awareness. You regained your wits so quickly? A voice of astonishment emerged from the shadows, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes and a hood, obscuring his true appearance. As the figure materialized, Fang Yu felt the hairs on his body stand on end, sensing a palpable danger. This was evidently a late-stage foundational demonic cultivator, one whose cultivation surpassed his own by a minor realm. Perfect. Consuming you should allow my little treasure to break through. The demonic cultivator raised his head, unveiling a gaunt, sickly visage. His eyes fixated on Fang Yu with excitement as he licked his lips, akin to a hunter eyeing his prey. At that moment, the earlier black light returned to his shoulder, revealing a woman with serpentine black hair, her gaze icy and cruel, an intermediate-level ghostly apparition. Let us see if you possess the capability. Fang Yu stealthily clasped a golden bell in his left hand, while his right summoned an emerald-green serpent-shaped longsword, darting towards the demonic cultivator like a striking viper. Heh! The demonic cultivator chuckled coldly as a blood-red flag appeared in his hand. He spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the flag, which then released a massive black-red mist that engulfed the serpent's sword in an instant. Fang Yu's heart raced, and he instinctively sought to evade, but controlling the serpent's sword became increasingly arduous. Observing the artifact's condition, its spiritual light flickered erratically, and its essence was rapidly depleting, all due to the mysterious blood mist. With a sudden rush, the demonic cultivator unleashed a dark red shuttle towards him, its speed astonishing, another top-tier artifact. The nature of his demonic techniques was insidious. This shuttle was undoubtedly formidable, and its impact would be dire if it struck true. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed as he conjured 2 azure golden shields to protect himself, both excellent defensive artifacts. He then retrieved a seemingly mundane, gray talisman. Upon witnessing this, the demonic cultivator's pupils constricted, exclaiming, "A talisman treasure? Damn it!" The demonic cultivator's expression darkened with ferocity. Rather than retreating, he rapidly formed hand seals. Uncertain of the secret technique he employed, his aura diminished, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. In stark contrast, the dark red shuttle's spiritual light surged, tripling in intensity. Still not enough. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the cultivator bit his tongue, allowing his heart's blood to drip onto the ghostly apparition. The already waning figure became even paler, while the apparition surged with newfound vigor, its black aura roaring like a raging inferno. In the blink of an eye, the entire process transpired in mere moments. Upon his command, "Go," the dark red shuttle quivered, transforming into a streak of crimson light racing toward Fang Yu. With a whistle, the shuttle, moving at such speed, appeared as a red thread in the air, colliding with the barrier released by the orange-red umbrella. A thunderous crash resounded as the umbrella tore apart, utterly destroyed in an instant. Fang Yu's heart sank. He reached for another defensive artifact, but at that moment, an ear-splitting scream erupted from the ghostly apparition, unleashing an invisible force twice as powerful as before upon Fang Yu and Apos, as consciousness. His movement halted, and just then, the crimson light struck the azure golden shields with unrelenting force. They barely held for 3 breaths before shattering with 2 resounding booms, the red shuttle plunging toward Fang Yu's heart. In a critical moment, clarity flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. With no time for contemplation, he slightly shifted to evade. With a sickening squelch, the red shuttle pierced through his shoulder, intense agony coursing through him as blood gushed from the transparent wound. Yet, the demonic cultivator showed no signs of triumph, his expression turning icy as if plunged into an ice cavern. For there stood Fang Yu, expressionless, with a green small cauldron in hand, his gaze cold and unwavering, emanating a terrifying spiritual pressure akin to an ocean's depth. Chapter 39. The Wail of the Ghost. Upon catching sight of the azure small cauldron, the demonic cultivator hesitated not for a moment, commanding the fierce ghost to charge towards Fang Yu. He himself turned on his heel and fled, abandoning all his magical tools. His speed was astonishing, enveloped in a shroud of blood mist that surpassed even the finest flying artifacts by 30%. Thinking of escaping? A glimmer of derision flickered in Fang Yu's eyes as he abruptly shook the golden bell in his hand. Ding! The clear chime resonated, an invisible force impacting the demonic cultivator's consciousness, leaving him momentarily dazed. In that instant, the azure cauldron effortlessly dispatched the fierce ghost. When he regained his senses, he beheld the cauldron looming before him, and he could only utter a desperate plea. "Don't!" Boom! It was as if fireworks had detonated, red and white lights bursting forth. The headless corpse plummeted to the ground, and the magical tools, deprived of their sustaining power, dimmed and tumbled down as well. Only then did Fang Yu exhale a long sigh of relief. He hastily retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, opened it, and sprinkled the medicinal powder upon his shoulder, subsequently invoking a rejuvenation art. A tingling sensation surged from his shoulder, visibly manifesting as new flesh grew back, restoring him completely in the blink of an eye. All that remained were the tattered remnants of his clothing and the bloodstains, bearing witness to the perilous battle that had just transpired. Once healed, Fang Yu approached the corpse of the demonic cultivator. This was his first encounter with a practitioner of the demonic path, and he had to admit that the opponent's tactics were exceedingly treacherous and insidious. Nearly claiming his life, Fortunately, his consciousness was far more robust than that of typical cultivators of the same tier. Even during his foundational stage, his awareness was 30% stronger. Years of consuming dragon mist tea had further augmented it to nearly 60% beyond that of his peers, rendering the ghost techniques ineffective against him. Fang Yu gathered the magical tools from the demonic cultivator's corpse. Unlike ordinary artifacts, those crafted by demonic practitioners typically incorporated copious amounts of human blood, bones, or souls, making them cruel and bloody. Yet their power was undeniably formidable. If he could harness them, they would certainly bolster his combat prowess. After all, they were not of his own crafting, thus he bore no psychological burden in utilizing them. Congratulations, esteemed sir, for successfully eradicating the demonic scoundrel. Your prowess is unmatched. A true paragon of righteousness. Gu Xiaojin and the head of the Xiao family hurried over, their eyes gleaming with astonishment as they congratulated Fang Yu upon witnessing the corpse of the demonic cultivator. The head of the Xiao family's eyes brimmed with tears. After all, their clan had been decimated by this very demon, and Fang Yu had avenged them. How could he not be overwhelmed with emotion? Fang Yu regarded the two individuals, noting that they had hidden away as soon as the battle commenced. Naturally, he bore no resentment towards them. The conflict between foundational practitioners was beyond the capacity of mere qi refinement cultivators to engage in. Even if they wished to assist, they would have been more of a hindrance than a help, so he could understand their actions. What truly piqued Fang Yu's interest was the name uttered by Gu Xiaojin. The Wailing Ghost Demon? Do you recognize this individual? Fang Yu inquired with curiosity. Gu Xiaojin nodded vigorously. Yes, esteemed sir, I am familiar with him. His name is Gui Xiao. He has taken countless lives and particularly delights in preying upon small families without influence or backing, often exterminating entire lineages. He is infamously reviled throughout the realms of Yun, Lu, and Shun. Numerous sects have placed bounties on his head. Anyone who can slay him is entitled to substantial rewards. However, due to his erratic movements and extreme caution, he swiftly relocates to other territories after committing his crimes, making him exceedingly difficult to capture. Hence, he has managed to survive until now. Oh, upon hearing Gu Xiaojin's account, Fang Yu felt a spark of intrigue. He suddenly recalled that there had been bounties concerning demonic cultivators in the tasks listed by the guest Qing Hall. However, he had paid little attention, deeming them too perilous for his skill set, and had overlooked any mention of Gui Xiao. If there is a bounty, then I could immediately earn a merit reward and exchange it for the coveted Xianling pill. This would spare me from languishing in Xingzhou. Enduring a cultivation speed slower than a turtle's crawl, Fang Yu's heart raced, yet he remained composed. The enemy was dead, his body in his possession. There was no escape for him, and he could afford to take his time understanding the situation. You all handle the aftermath here. I shall return first. Yes, my lord. With the demonic cultivator's corpse secured, Fang Yu summoned his spiritual light and soared towards the capital of Chun. In a certain unknown mountain range, deep within an underground chamber buried hundreds of feet below the surface, a square pool stood at the center, filled with thick, foul-smelling crimson liquid. Surrounding it lay scattered white bones, mingled with countless dark red flesh and hair, resembling a hellish pit. At that moment, a woman suddenly rose from the blood pool. Her hair disheveled, eyes of vivid crimson, and long fangs protruding, resembling a malevolent specter. She glared at a shattered life token in the corner of the cave, unleashing a thunderous roar. Thieving scoundrel! In Xingzhou, within his residence, Fang Yu gazed at the jade slip in his hand, furrowing his brow, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. This contained the cultivation method of and Appos, Gui Xiao, and Appos, comprehensively detailing the spells he practiced and the crafting techniques for several nefarious artifacts, all obtained from Gui Xiao's storage bag. Initially, Fang Yu had entertained the idea of claiming those demonic artifacts for himself, for their power was indeed formidable in general combat. However, after reviewing Gui Xiao's cultivation techniques, he realized that such might came at a grave cost. Each use required the practitioner's own blood, and regular maintenance demanded an abundance of blood and souls to sustain the artifact's corrosive properties. Otherwise, they would merely be ordinary tools, perhaps even inferior to the average artifact. Thus, he was compelled to abandon the notion of refining these items. The idea of hunting fellow cultivators to procure blood and souls for their sustenance was utterly out of the question. He lacked neither artifacts nor means for combat. Why should he transform himself into a demon practitioner, forced into hiding, hunted, and reviled by all? That would only invite trouble upon himself. A foolish endeavor, indeed. Now, it remained to be seen whether the Minglian sect held any bounties concerning Gui Xiao. If so, he could instantly secure a merit reward, alleviating his immediate concerns. Chapter 40 Later period Fang Yu did not rush to return to the Minglian sect immediately. He awaited Gu Xiaojin's return and instructed her to directly contact the sect to inquire about any bounties on Gui Xiao. Only after confirming its existence did he set off on his journey back. To think you actually managed to slay Gui Xiao, and at a higher level, no less? In the guest hall, the silver-haired brother Zhou looked at Fang Yu with astonishment. Having managed the guest hall for many years, he had encountered numerous guests, initially assuming that Fang Yu was just another unremarkable individual. To his surprise, he was a concealed master of remarkable skill. Fang Yu, still somewhat shaken, replied, "It was merely luck. Years ago, I acquired a talisman. Otherwise, I might have faced grave danger this time." He was aware that during that battle, besides himself, Gu Xiujin and the head of the Shao family were also present. He knew that Gu Xiujin had reported the entire incident to the Minglian sect, so there was no need for concealment. It was better to speak openly. After all, to a prestigious sect like Minglian and a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, a talisman held little significance. While the talisman played a role, it still requires a capable hand to wield it. Your ability to defeat him is a testament to your strength. Brother Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by Fang Yu's humility, elevating his opinion of him further. "Here is the bounty for Gue Shao, totaling 1,300 merit points, which has been credited to your identity token. Would you like to exchange for something?" Brother Zhou returned Fang Yu's identity token. Though Gue Shao possessed only late Foundation establishment cultivation, his numerous heinous acts and ruthless methods warranted a high bounty from the Minglian sect. Such a significant amount of merit points could be exchanged for a comprehensive understanding of core formation or 8 bottles of Xianling Dan or 3 bottles of Qianqian Dan. Although Fang Yu longed to exchange for a core formation understanding directly, he was only at mid-Foundation establishment and needed to break through to late Foundation establishment and then to the peak. After exchanging for 1 bottle each of Xianling Dan and Qianqian Dan, he would have only 800 merit points left. This meant he would still need to remain in Xingzhou for another 20 years to obtain a core formation understanding. Never mind, where there's a will, there's a way. I will first focus on elevating my cultivation to the peak of Foundation establishment. The matter of the core formation understanding can wait. With this resolution, Fang Yu addressed Brother Zhou, "Daoist Brother Zhou, I wish to exchange for 1 bottle of Xianling Dan and 1 of Qianqian Dan." Brother Zhou shook his head. "I'm afraid you cannot exchange for Qianqian Dan unless you have late Foundation establishment cultivation." Fang Yu's expression stiffened momentarily, curiosity piqued. "Why is that?" Brother Zhou explained. "Due to the limited production of second-tier elixirs, our Minglian sect cannot supply many. To prevent malicious exchanges that might inflate prices, we have restricted exchanges to those with late Foundation establishment cultivation." "I see. Then please give me 1 bottle of Xianling Dan." Fang Yu had no choice but to temporarily set aside his intention to acquire Qianqian Dan. "All right. Is there anything else you require?" "None, thank you." Fang Yu shook his head. He lacked no ordinary magical artifacts or talismans. Possessing dozens of talismans including the Apos, minor Qian Kuan teleportation talisman, and Apos, rather than squander his merit points on trivial matters, he preferred to save them for a core formation understanding later. "I will have someone fetch the Xianling Dan for you." Brother Zhou summoned a communication artifact, and, after channeling a bit of spiritual energy, a disciple of the Minglian sect in the Qi refinement stage swiftly arrived on a flying artifact with the item. "Please take a look." Brother Zhou handed the jade vial to Fang Yu. "Good." Without hesitation, Fang Yu accepted the vial. Upon opening it, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the room, revealing 10 small, light green elixirs, each no larger than a pinky finger, brimming with potent spiritual energy. Having perused the description of the Xianling Dan, Fang Yu confirmed its authenticity before casting several spells to inspect it closely. Satisfied that there were no issues, he stored it away and said, "Daoist Brother Zhou, everything appears in order." "That's excellent. Do you have any plans moving forward? Will you be staying in the guest hall for a while? I can arrange accommodations for you." "No, I would like to inquire if Daoist Brother Qiu Danchong is within the sect." "Oh, Daoist Brother Qiu? Please hold on. I will check." Brother Zhou retrieved the communication artifact, made a quick inquiry, and then shook his head at Fang Yu. "Unfortunately, Daoist Brother Qiu has just left on a mission." "I see. Then I shall not linger and will return directly to Xingzhou." With Qiu Danqing absent from the sect, Fang Yu had no desire to remain any longer at the Minglian sect. He bid farewell to Brother Zhou and set off toward Xingzhou. He was still 400 merit points short of the core formation understanding he sought. Thus, he could not afford to abandon his task of guarding the border for the time being. Upon returning to Xingzhou and confirming that no unexpected events had occurred during his absence, Fang Yu eagerly returned to his secluded chamber. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out a single, small, light green elixir that instantly filled the chamber with an intense medicinal aroma. He swallowed the Xianling Dan whole and then sat cross-legged in meditation. The immense medicinal power gradually unfurled, and the formerly sluggish pace of his cultivation visibly accelerated, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward his dantian. 2 days later, as the final vestiges of the elixir and Apos' power were absorbed, Fang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling a slight surge in his cultivation, his gaze shimmering with tears of joy. After enduring such a painfully slow cultivation pace, he was finally able to progress again. The sensation of regaining this lost momentum was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Simultaneously, it heightened his yearning for the Qianqian Dan, as he could no longer bear the thought of a cultivation speed that felt slower than a turtle's crawl. I must swiftly break through to late Foundation establishment and then acquire the Qinshan Dan, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. A steely resolve flickered in his eyes as Fang Yu quickly calmed his excitement, swallowed another elixir, and resumed his meditation. In the days that followed, Fang Yu's life became exceedingly simple. Besides occasional inspections of Xingzhou, he spent all his time in seclusion, rarely stepping outside. Thus, after a year and a half, aided by a substantial quantity of Xianling Dan, he finally broke through to late Foundation establishment and obtained a bottle of Qinshan Dan from the Minglian sect. With this, all the hurdles before reaching the peak of Foundation establishment had been cleared. He continued to cultivate, while also fulfilling his duties guarding Xingzhou. Chapter 41. The Zombie. As the seasons changed, years passed by in a continuous cycle. For years had slipped away. On this day, two peculiar figures arrived at the capital of Xingzhou, clad in long black robes that enveloped their entire beings, rendering their features indistinguishable. One was tall and imposing, reminiscent of a massive rock formation, exuding an aura of intimidation, yet he followed closely behind the smaller figure, appearing to be entirely subservient. The one responsible for slaying the bandit was among them. Zi Lurong stood by the window of the inn, her gaze fixed on the distant lord's mansion, a flicker of vengeful light glimmering in her eyes. She extended her consciousness, attempting to probe the situation within, but was swiftly rebuffed by a thin veil of spiritual barrier. Undeterred, she tried another angle, only to face the same resistance. The entire Lord and Apos' mansion was cloaked in this barrier, leaving no crevice unguarded against prying eyes. Of course, with her foundation building cultivation, she could force her way through, but doing so would inevitably alert the person inside, if they were frightened enough to flee. She could not guarantee her ability to capture them, thwarting her quest for revenge against the bandit. No, she must devise a method to lure him out. A cold glint flashed in Zi Lurong's eyes, akin to a serpent fixated on its prey. Meanwhile, the tall, robust figure in black remained silently in the corner, as still as a wooden statue. Days later, Fang Yu was diligently cultivating in his chamber. Over the past 2 years, since his worries about cultivation resources had dissipated, he had not stepped outside except for necessary inspections. His sole focus was on his training, yearning to achieve the pinnacle of foundation building and prepare for the nascent soul stage. At that moment, a communication talisman suddenly flew in from outside. Sensing this, Fang Yu paused his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. What could it be? As he examined the talisman, his brows furrowed upon hearing Gu Xiujin's voice upon opening it. Something terrible has happened, Lord Han. We have discovered a copper-armored corpse. A copper-armored corpse? Fang Yu's brow knitted deeper. How could such a thing appear in Xingzhou, devoid of ancient battlefields? Zombies are a peculiar form of life, shunned by the heavens. While they offer the allure of longevity, they lack sentience and typically arise only in grave pits teeming with corpses or ancient battlegrounds. Zombies are categorized into 5 ranks: iron-armored, copper-armored, silver-armored, gold-armored, and bone-melting, corresponding to the realms of qi refinement, foundation building, nascent soul, primordial spirit, and divine transformation. The copper-armored corpse mentioned by Gu Xiujin equated to a foundation-building cultivator. Why would such a creature emerge in a place with no ancient battlefield? Could it be the work of someone sinister? Recalling the demonic cultivator he had slain 2 years prior, a flicker of unease crossed Fang Yu and Apos' eyes. Nevertheless, he stepped out of his secluded chamber and made his way to the courtyard. Gu Xiujin, anxiously awaiting his arrival, visibly relaxed upon seeing him, quickly approaching with urgency. Lord Han, you have emerged from seclusion? Yes, please elaborate on the specifics, Fang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Certainly, Gu Xiujin said, not daring to withhold any details. He recounted how the zombie was discovered by the Li family in Anping County, having barged into their estate. Fortunately, they detected it in time, resulting in only one casualty, a cultivator in the early stage of qi refinement. Since then, precautions had been taken, and there had been no further fatalities. Understood. Fang Yu nodded slightly. Although the copper-armored corpse was equivalent to a foundation-building cultivator, it lacked intelligence and had numerous restrictions, particularly a fear of strong yang energy. Thus, as long as there was no one orchestrating events from behind and proper precautions were taken, such as placing items rich in yang energy like rooster blood, black dog blood, or glutinous rice, one could successfully repel the zombie's advances. As Gu Xiujin had described, some qi refinement cultivators had successfully thwarted the zombie's incursions. However, the situation did not appear to be the result of human manipulation. A hint of perplexity crossed Fang Yu's eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Very well, we shall investigate further. If it is a wild one, perhaps I may be able to tame it. If it is being controlled, we shall assess their strength. If they are overpowering, I shall simply retreat with the small universe teleportation talisman. Resolute, Fang Yu turned to Gu Xiujin. Do you know where the zombie is currently located? I wish to see it. Gu Xiujin nodded. Yes, the copper-armored corpse is hiding in a mountain outside Anping County. It only emerges at night. Then lead the way. Fang Yu seized Gu Xiujin and soared towards Anping County. Gu Xiujin's face paled, but he could not refuse. After all, He was not only the city lord, but also an outer disciple of the Minglian sect, bearing significant responsibility for Xingzhou. Otherwise, without the copper-armored corpse intervening, the Minglian sect would not hesitate to strip him of his skin. Omping County. With Feng Yu's current speed, he arrived at the destination in a brief moment. Lord Han. The copper-armored corpse is hiding in that mountain below. Gu Xiujin pointed to a lush green mountain beneath them. All right, I will search for it. Feng Yu released his consciousness, beginning his search for the copper-armored corpse's trace. Soon, he spotted its silhouette within an underground cavern. The creature was as imposing as a rock formation, its skin emanating a dark copper sheen, with a greenish face and sharp fangs. Its bald head was adorned with pulsating black-red veins, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence even from a distance. As Feng Yu located the copper-armored corpse, it too sensed the presence of both him and Gu Xiujin. Zombies are generally indifferent to the blood of mortals, only consuming it when famished. However, they preferred the life essence contained in the blood of cultivators, which was far more nourishing. Thus, upon sensing the two, the copper-armored corpse opened its pale eyes wide and, driven by hunger, surged out of the underground cavern towards Feng Yu and Gu Xiujin. Though typically inactive during the day, its aversion to sunlight was overshadowed by its hunger in that moment. Go. Feng Yu did not retreat despite the approaching copper-armored corpse. He unleashed a black longsword that shot forth towards the creature. Clang. The black sword struck the copper-armored corpse, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual pressure that sent the surrounding trees swaying violently. Yet, the blow only left a shallow cut on the corpse's body. Chapter 42. Fierce Combat. Is this an upper-grade copper-armored corpse? Upon observing the shallow wound on the copper-armored corpse, Feng Yu Kuden and Appos helped but gasped in surprise. Zombies are categorized into several grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite, corresponding to the initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected stages of cultivators. Only an upper-grade copper-armored corpse possesses the ability to withstand attacks from exquisite-grade magical artifacts with its physical form. Roar. The copper-armored corpse was forced back a few steps by the black long sword, but then charged angrily towards Feng Yu once more. To the corpse, Feng Yu and Appos' foundational essence was akin to a parched traveler stumbling upon an oasis after days in the desert, overflowing with irresistible allure. Undaunted, Feng Yu unleashed a blue long spear, which instantly struck the copper-armored corpse. Fortunately, he was not lacking in exquisite-grade magical artifacts. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated as a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread across the sky. The copper-armored corpse was knocked back again, and the black long sword returned, entangling the creature alongside the blue long spear. Roar, roar, roar. The copper-armored corpse roared incessantly, yet it could not break free from Feng Yu and Appos' grasp. Instead, its wounds multiplied. However, Feng Yu had no intention of killing it outright. An upper-grade copper-armored corpse was a rare find. If he could subdue it, it would enrich his combat techniques and enhance his prowess. As Feng Yu pondered how to control the copper-armored corpse, a glimmer of coldness flashed through Zilurong and Appos' eyes as she observed him from the shadows through the perspective of the corpse. Die. A blood-tinged white bone spike shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Feng Yu. In the blink of an eye, the white bone spike had reached Feng Yu's back. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to possess foresight, abruptly spinning around. Go. A ghostly green serpent-shaped sword flew from his sleeve. This exquisite-grade magical artifact, obtained from a cultivator of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, collided with the white bone spike. Clang. The blade was dented, but it successfully stalled the bone spike. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yu summoned an orange-red treasure umbrella, enveloping himself in a radiant protective light. Turning to face the direction from which the bone spike had come, he bellowed, "Coward hiding in the shadows, show yourself." A chilling laugh echoed, and a figure cloaked in black robes slowly rose from the forest below. Disheveled hair framed a forehead adorned with terrifying black patterns, and most alarmingly, the lower half of her face was missing, revealing white bones beneath, her jaw opening and closing like a ghoul emerging from the abyss, instilling dread. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from her, Feng Yu's expression shifted. A false Dan cultivator. Boy, I will capture you and make you my tool for vengeance. Zilurong's voice was as frigid as the winter wind, sending shivers down one's spine. With that, she summoned another exquisite-grade magical artifact, a banner, which she waved fiercely towards Feng Yu, unleashing a burst of bloodlight. A massive blood-red skull hurtled forth, crashing toward him with tremendous force. The howling winds of doom surrounded them, a palpable danger that felt like descending into a frozen abyss. The spiritual pressure emitted by the skull was on par with a second-tier exquisite spirit talisman. Feng Yu dared not show any complacency. He fully activated the orange-red treasure umbrella, its dazzling spiritual light enveloping him. Boom. The blood-red skull collided with the protective barrier, erupting in a display of brilliant spiritual light. The overwhelming spiritual pressure stirred a tempest, shattering the clouds above, dimming the entire sky. Amidst the tumultuous clash, a clear bell-like chime rang out from within the brilliance. Ding! An invisible force acted upon Zi Luorong's consciousness, causing her to momentarily lose focus. In that instant, a silver light shot forth from the radiance, darting like lightning toward her brow. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of clarity flashed in Zi Luorong's and Appo's eyes. She swiftly conjured a white bone shield. Clang! The silver needle struck the shield, leaving only a faint white mark, unable to penetrate. Feng Yu was taken aback, just as he prepared to summon the silver needle back. A gigantic blood-red hand appeared, seizing the needle abruptly. Clang! The silver needle radiated with light, struggling fiercely, but to no avail. It was firmly grasped by Zi Luorong. A layer of faint black mist began to envelop the silver needle, sapping its spiritual essence. Feng Yu could distinctly sense the weakening connection between himself and the needle. Is this the technique you used to kill Gui Xiao? Observing the dimming silver needle before her, Zi Luorong gazed at Feng Yu with a hint of mockery in her eyes. An exquisite-grade magical artifact capable of attacking consciousness, combined with a swift, exquisite-grade artifact. If I hadn't fortuitously possessed an exquisite-grade artifact that defends against consciousness attacks, I might have fallen into your trap. A white pearl flashed at her brow before swiftly entering it. Witnessing this, Feng Yu's expression darkened. Countless exquisite-grade artifacts had proven useless. Even the golden bell and silver needle he had reserved as trump cards were ineffective. He was left with only talismans. If the talismans could not subdue her, he would have no choice but to use the Amp, Appo's, minor Qian Kuan teleportation talisman and Amp, Appo's, to escape. What other tricks do you have left? Zi Luorong's gaze was mocking as she looked down upon Feng Yu, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Feng Yu's expression darkened. He decisively severed his connection with the silver needle and summoned 2 azure gold shields, forming a triple-layered defense with the orange-red umbrella. Only then did he retrieve the talisman. Talisman? Observing this scene with her spiritual sense, Zi Luorong's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained composed. To Feng Yu's astonishment, she also produced a talisman. It appeared dull gray, adorned with blood-red lines forming a crescent moon blade pattern, seemingly unremarkable. However, as someone who possessed dozens of talismans and had utilized many, Feng Yu instantly recognized what it was. A talisman. You have a talisman, and I have a talisman. Let us see whose talisman is superior. Zi Luorong's gaze was icy as she regarded Feng Yu, her movements unhurried as she channeled her magic into the talisman. Soon, 2 brilliant spheres of spiritual light surged from their hands simultaneously. The terrifying spiritual pressure roiled in the skies like a tempest, while fierce winds howled, whipping their garments. Feng Yu held a green small cauldron, while Zi Luorong wielded the red crescent moonblade. Without delay, 2 beams of spiritual light shot forth from their hands. Boom! The 2 talismans collided rapidly in the sky, each impacting over 100 times per breath, unleashing waves of terrifying spiritual energy that shattered the clouds within a 100-mile radius. To Zi Luorong's surprise, despite Feng Yu being a minor realm beneath her, his talisman was equally formidable. This contradicted the principle that the higher the realm, the greater the power of the talisman invoked. As she pondered this bewilderment, an astonishing spiritual pressure suddenly surged toward her. She turned her head sharply to see a green small cauldron before her. In that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. A second talisman? Chapter 43. Experimentation. Had Feng Yu remained at his former mid-foundation establishment stage, facing a pseudo-core demonic cultivator with a 2 minor realm disparity would have undoubtedly resulted in either certain death or a hasty retreat. However, now as a late foundation establishment cultivator, he was only 1 minor realm away from pseudo-core. Furthermore, his magical power surpassed his peers by 30%, his spiritual sense exceeded theirs by 60%, and he possessed a plethora of top-grade magical artifacts and numerous talisman treasures. Under these circumstances, failure against the pseudo-core demonic cultivator was simply not an option. Had Zi Luorong's superior-grade copper-armored corpse not diverted some of Feng Yu's attention, she would have perished moments ago. However, it was not too late. Boom! The miniature cauldron effortlessly shattered Zi Luorong's defensive magical artifact before striking her head with devastating force. As if a watermelon had exploded, crimson and white matter instantly splattered in all directions. The headless corpse plummeted to the ground, and the magical artifacts and talisman treasures, devoid of magical power sustenance, dimmed and followed suit. Only the copper-armored corpse, bereft of its master's control, reverted to its primal instincts, attempting to attack Feng Yu. However, it was firmly entangled by Feng Yu's 2 magical artifacts, unable to approach. Feng Yu disregarded it, instead releasing his spiritual sense to thoroughly survey the surroundings. In the instant the pseudo-core demonic cultivator appeared, Gu Xiaojin likely believed Feng Yu was doomed, and thus fled. Fortunately, no one witnessed him produce a second talisman treasure. This brought a slight sense of relief to Feng Yu, who did not fault Gu Xiaojin's escape. On the contrary, had Gu Xiaojin remained, he would have been forced to silence him permanently. He could not permit even the slightest possibility of exposing the bronze mirror he possessed. After collecting the pseudo-core demonic cultivator's corpse and belongings, Fang Yu gazed upon the copper-armored corpse with a troubled expression. How was he to capture this thing? He suddenly had an idea, cautiously opening the female demonic cultivator's storage bag with his magical power. As expected, he discovered a coffin within, crafted from millennium-old spirit-infused wood, possessing the ability to absorb Yin energy and nurture corpses. Indeed, such a thing exists. Fang Yu was elated, quickly releasing his magical artifacts to completely suppress the copper-armored corpse. He then incessantly cast hand seals, sealing the Yin energy within the copper-armored corpse's body. As its internal Yin energy was sealed, the copper-armored corpse's pale eyes closed, and it gradually ceased its struggles. After capturing the copper-armored corpse, Fang Yu placed it within the millennium-old spirit-infused wood coffin, adding several spirit restriction seals before transporting it back to the City Lord's mansion using a top-grade flying magical artifact. Regrettably, corpses were a unique form of life, incapable of being stored within storage bags, leaving him with this cumbersome method of transportation. However, once he discovered a method to control corpses, he could have it fly alongside him. Upon returning to the City Lord's mansion, Gu Xiujin had not yet returned. Whether due to his slow speed or his belief that Fang Yu was dead, fearing being killed by demonic cultivators, and thus, Fang Yu paid him no mind, leaving him a voice transmission talisman before returning directly to his secluded cultivation chamber. He first sat in a meditative posture, restoring his internal state to its peak. He then retrieved the pseudo-core female demonic cultivator's storage bag. He had only glanced at it briefly earlier, without a thorough examination. Now, he emptied its contents entirely, beginning with a large pile of spirit stones, totaling several hundred. Wait, could this be a superior-grade spirit stone? Fang Yu picked up a spirit stone, scrutinizing it carefully. This spirit stone was pure white and smooth, its spirit energy concentration being 100 times that of a mid-grade spirit stone and 10,000 times that of a low-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, attempting to exchange 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single superior-grade spirit stone was certainly impossible. Superior-grade spirit stones possessed greater and broader usage value, serving as the primary currency for core formation and nascent soul cultivators. Generally, exchanging low-grade spirit stones for superior-grade spirit stones required a 20% premium, meaning 12,000 low-grade spirit stones were needed to obtain a single superior-grade spirit stone. Thus, this was Fang Yu's first encounter with a superior-grade spirit stone, although his financial resources would have allowed him to purchase superior-grade spirit stones. A foundation establishment cultivator producing over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones would have been too conspicuous, so he had refrained from doing so. He had originally intended to consider purchasing superior-grade spirit stones after reaching the core formation stage, but unexpectedly, he had obtained them in advance from the pseudo-core female demonic cultivator's storage bag. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. He had not expected the female demonic cultivator to be so wealthy. Truly, killing and arson bring golden belts, while building bridges and repairing roads leave corpses unburied. Fang Yu stored the spirit stones before continuing to examine the other items. As expected, there were several more demonic magical artifacts, including the white bone cone, white bone shield, yellow human skin banner, and the top-grade white orb capable of defending against spiritual sense attacks. Apart from the top-grade white orb, the other items did not resemble normal magical artifacts, likely requiring the use of human souls and blood for nourishment, similar to the demonic magical artifacts Fang Yu had obtained from Gui Xiao. After examining these magical artifacts, Fang Yu continued to inspect the remaining items, some low to mid-grade talismans, several bottles of unknown pills, a few bottles containing cultivator essence blood, and 2 jade slips. One of the jade slips contained the cultivation technique practiced by the pseudo-core female demonic cultivator, named Blood Body Spirit Nurturing Art, which could be cultivated up to the core formation completion stage. However, Fang Yu was uninterested. He already possessed a Blazing Sky Ascendant Immortal Cannon that could be cultivated directly to the nascent Soul Grand Perfection stage, and would never consider such a heretical and short-sighted demonic art. The other jade slip contained the Spirit Blood Corpse Nurturing Secret Art, which detailed how to control corpses and cultivate them to the highest gold-armored corpse stage, precisely what Fang Yu needed most at the moment. Fang Yu was delighted and quickly stored the jade slip. However, he did not rush to study the corpse nurturing secret art, instead retrieving the headless corpse of the demonic cultivator. When he had killed Gui Xiao, he had been preoccupied with exchanging the bounty and the profound spirit pill, completely forgetting to experiment with replicating the corpse using the bronze mirror. If corpses could also be replicated, could he obtain an unlimited supply of corpses and flesh in the future, eliminating the need to hunt other cultivators for essence blood, directly replicating it through the bronze mirror to continuously supply flesh and blood essence for nourishing demonic magical artifacts and the copper-armored corpse? He wondered if it would succeed. This was his first time attempting such a thing. He released his spiritual sense to envelop the female demonic cultivator's headless corpse, then mentally communicated with the bronze mirror in his dantian. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. An identical corpse materialized. It actually worked? Chapter 44. The changing face in the city of Xingzhou, within the Lord's residence, lies Feng Yu's abode. In a concealed chamber, a coffin rests before Feng Yu, within which a copper-armored corpse lies silently. Surrounding it is a considerable amount of blood essence, submerging the corpse entirely. As time passes, the blood essence diminishes gradually, while the aura of the copper-armored corpse steadily intensifies. Observing this scene, Feng Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. This zombie seems rather easy to nurture. According to the Tome Spirit blood nurturing technique, zombies thrive in places heavy with yin energy, gradually growing stronger over time. If one provides abundant blood essence, the growth rate accelerates, and the more essence given, the stronger the inherent spiritual power contained within, hastening the process. The blood essence currently enveloping the copper-armored corpse is a concoction Feng Yu extracted from the body of a female demonic cultivator, which he then replicated in large quantities using a bronze mirror, classified as inferior elixir-grade blood essence. The copper-armored corpse, being of high quality, is akin to a late Foundation establishment stage practitioner. Thus, with the ample supply of inferior elixir-grade blood essence, its growth rate naturally surges. However, there are drawbacks. It is best for the zombie's realm to remain on par with its master, not exceeding 2 minor levels. Otherwise, it may retaliate against its creator. Currently, as Feng Yu is in the late Foundation establishment stage, the highest level he can control is the supreme copper-armored corpse. Should it be a silver-armored corpse, he would immediately face a backlash. Nevertheless, as the silver-armored corpse corresponds to a core formation stage cultivator, ascending to that level is no simple feat, so for now, it remains a mere thought. Closing the coffin, Feng Yu allows the copper-armored corpse to consume the inferior elixir-grade blood essence. He then retrieves a vial of eye-cleansing liquid and drops a drop into each eye. Although the growth is slow, he has not ceased practicing the Spirit Eye technique and consuming Dragon Mist tea, resulting in a gradual increase in the power of his spiritual eye and the strength of his divine sense. After concluding today's training, Feng Yu ingests 1,000 spirit pill and begins to meditate. Several days later, Gu Xiujin, who had been away from Xingzhou, finally returns, surprised to find both the city and Feng Yu unharmed. Upon his return, he directly seeks an audience with Feng Yu, feigning concern for his safety while probing the events that transpired. Feng Yu, not one to hide, candidly reveals that he killed the female demonic cultivator. After all, the copper-armored corpse would be accompanying him, making it impossible to conceal the truth unless he eliminated every cultivator in Xingzhou, which is plainly unfeasible. With the copper-armored corpse by his side and the disappearance of the female cultivator, anyone would suspect him. Therefore, rather than shrouding the matter in mystery, it is better to openly acknowledge it. Upon learning that Feng Yu had slain an enemy of a higher realm, Gu Xiujin was utterly astonished. His already humble demeanor sank even lower. The following day, a consortium of local cultivator families presented Feng Yu with 5,000 inferior spirit stones as gratitude for ridding them of the demonic scourge. Feng Yu accepted their offering without hesitation. However, to his surprise, the repercussions of this event were far from over. Over a month later, Brother Zhou Qingyang, responsible for the guest hall, unexpectedly visits Feng Yu's residence. The air is filled with the fragrance of incense crafted from precious spiritual herbs, valued at a fortune. The spiritual tea emits a white steam. Zhou Qingyang gazes at Feng Yu with a hint of admiration, stating directly, "Friend Han, I have heard that you recently vanquished a demonic cultivator of the inferior elixir rank." "I was fortunate," Feng Yu replied, a tinge of trepidation in his voice. "Fortunately, I had a slight trump card, and she underestimated me due to my lower cultivation, which allowed me to win by a stroke of luck. However, I was severely injured by her. It took me over half a month to recuperate. One must conceal their prowess before a cultivator of the inferior elixir rank." Feng Yu could not afford to appear too relaxed, lest he invites misunderstandings. "You are being too modest, my friend. When you were in the mid-foundation establishment stage, you defeated the late-stage Ghost Howl, and now that you are in the late stage, you have slain an inferior elixir demonic cultivator. To claim it was mere luck would be an understatement. This truly reflects your genuine talent." "Oh, what genuine talent is that?" Realizing he could not conceal the truth, Feng Yu swiftly changed the subject. "It is a pity we at the Minglian sect do not have a bounty on this female demonic cultivator. Otherwise, I could have earned a significant credit and exchanged it for insights on core formation. Cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage possess excellent memories." Due to previous dealings with Ghost Howl, Feng Yu memorized the task list of the guest hall. He was puzzled as to why there was no bounty for this female demonic cultivator, perhaps because her primary activities lay beyond the borders of Yin country, thus evading the attention of the Minglian sect. This left Feng Yu feeling regretful, as if he had missed a tremendous opportunity to gain merit. Why should obtaining insights on core formation be so difficult? If you desire it, I can provide you with a copy right now. A glimmer of interest flickered in Feng Yu's eyes, but he smiled and declined. "That is unnecessary. I believe in earning my rewards through my own efforts. I shall accumulate merit gradually and exchange it when the time comes." "Very well." Seeing Feng Yu was not easily swayed, Zhou Qingyang felt somewhat disappointed but continued. It is not given freely. You only need to accept the task, and not only will you receive a copy of the insights on core formation, but the rewards for completing the task will exceed your expectations. Upon hearing this, Fang Yue's heart filled with caution rather than delight. The Minglian sect is not a charitable organization. He doubted they would bestow such significant benefits without reason. Thus, the generous conditions indicated only one thing. The task was perilous, or the level of difficulty was exceptionally high. Otherwise, the sect would not invest so heavily. Perhaps it is best to decline. I am naturally timid and prefer a stable path of cultivation, unwilling to involve myself in dangerous matters. Fang Yu politely refused, as he had the assistance of the bronze mirror and a vast path ahead, genuinely wishing to avoid risks. What if the reward for completing the task were a core formation artifact? However, he then reconsidered. As a guest of the Minglian sect, he could not solely focus on his own interests. Brother Zhou, could you share the specifics of the task? Zhou Qingyang smiled slightly, unfazed by Fang Yu's sudden change of heart, and continued. The task is to travel to the Thunderfire mountain range in the kingdom of Qing and hunt a fire-tailed flood dragon. Upon completion, you will receive a vial of earth marrow spirit liquid. You must be out of your mind to venture deep behind enemy lines and to hunt a flood dragon at that. Flood dragons are at least third-tier demonic beasts. Fang Yu and Apos' expression turned astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 45. The fiery-tailed dragon. The Lei Huang mountain range lies in the heart of the kingdom of Qing, a small branch of the Tian Yao mountain range, teeming with various demonic beasts. To traverse from the Yun kingdom to the Lei Huang mountains requires crossing a significant portion of Qing's territory. Given the current state of warfare between the two nations' cultivation realms, venturing deep into enemy territory is undeniably perilous. A single misstep could reveal one's true identity to the sects of Qing, leading to inevitable doom. Then there is the fiery-tailed dragon. In the realm of cultivation, it is well known that any beast bearing the character Endapos, Jiao Endapos, in its name signifies a lineage of Endapos, true dragon blood. Endapos, an adult Jiao, is at least a tier 3 beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the core formation stage. Now, Zhou Qingyang expects him, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, to hunt a tier 3 beast? At this moment, Fang Yu wished to exclaim, if you wish for my demise, you need not be so convoluted in your approach. Friend Han, do not rush. Allow me to elucidate. Zhou Qingyang calmly explained. First, let us consider the situation in the kingdom of Qing. The conflict between their cultivation realm and ours has intensified to a point of no return. In this tumultuous environment, the core formation and nascent soul cultivators of Qing have been ensnared on the battlefield, leaving them preoccupied and unable to attend to other matters. For this mission, aside from you and me, there are 6 others, all at least at the same foundation establishment level as you. With our combined strength, even if we delve into Qing, exercising caution, as long as we avoid encirclement by their forces, our safety should remain assured. As for the fiery-tailed dragon, indeed, it is a tier 3 Jiao. However, according to the intelligence gathered by our Minglian sect, this particular beast has recently laid eggs and is currently in a state of extreme weakness, requiring at least 3 to 5 years to recover. This presents an opportune moment to hunt it. Moreover, our Minglian sect has prepared a battle formation for us. If we unite our efforts, harnessing the power of the formation, capturing this dragon should pose no challenge. Upon completion of our mission, the Minglian sect will immediately present us with a vial of Endapos, earth marrow essence Endapos. At this, Fang Yu felt a stirring of interest. After years in the foundation establishment stage, he was no longer the naive novice of yore, completely oblivious to the intricacies of core formation. He had heard of various items that could enhance the success rate of core formation, and the earth marrow essence mentioned by Zhou Qingyang was among them. Consuming it during the core formation process could increase the success rate by 10%. Although it could only be used once in a lifetime, it was a coveted item for any foundation establishment cultivator aspiring to advance. However, this precious essence was exceedingly rare, only produced once every 1,000 years within a 4th-tier spiritual vein, which were predominantly controlled by major sects and powerful factions. Acquiring earth marrow essence without joining these great sects was nearly impossible. If he declined this opportunity, obtaining it later would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, the risks of this mission were significant. Despite Zhou Qingyang's reassuring words, delving into enemy territory where anything could happen, encountering a core formation cultivator or a large military force could lead to utter annihilation. Moreover, the fiery-tailed dragon, as a tier 3 beast, possessed formidable strength, and even in its weakened state, it should not be underestimated. Despite the battle formation, unforeseen accidents could still occur, presenting numerous dangers. After careful contemplation, Fang Yu ultimately resolved to accept the task. He was different. He had a means of escape and was confident in his ability to flee even if he encountered a core formation cultivator. I will take on this mission, but I have one condition, Fang Yu declared. Zhou Qingyang was not taken aback and calmly inquired, what condition do you propose? I require that upon slaying the fiery-tailed dragon, I receive the earth marrow essence immediately, rather than waiting until we return to the Minglian sect for my reward. Fang Yu's intent was to minimize the risk of unforeseen events. This way, he would accompany Zhou Qingyang into the kingdom of Qing, hunt the fiery-tailed dragon, and upon completion, secure the Earth Marrow essence. With the assistance of the small Qianquan relocation talisman, escaping Qing would pose no issue. Conversely, if he had to accompany Zhou Qingyang back to the Minglian sect, he would need to remain vigilant against Qing and Appos, as cultivators en route, and contend with potential complications upon their return. After all, the reward was a precious item, and the Minglian sect might not be so accommodating. Upon hearing Fang Yu's terms, Zhou Qingyang fell into deep thought. Fang Yu's conditions undeniably increased the risk should they fail to secure the beast and Appos' essence, potentially resulting in a loss of both the dragon and Appos' core and the Appos' Earth Marrow essence, and Appos. However, to refuse might suggest ulterior motives, as if they had been scheming from the outset, disregarding others entirely. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Qingyang would certainly have declined Fang Yu's request, for the Minglian sect was a major sect with core formation elders and nascent soul ancestors. What was a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator compared to them? Even if he could contend with a false core formation cultivator, what right had he to negotiate terms with the Minglian sect? Yet, with the elders pressing for results and suitable personnel scarce, should he reject Fang Yu? Finding another suitable candidate would be a daunting task. Zhou Qingyang pondered seriously and finally replied with a grave expression, "I can agree to your condition, friend Han. But you must also agree to one matter." "What matter is that?" "This matter is known only to you and me. You must not divulge it to anyone else." Fang Yu's eyes sparkled, and he smiled, agreed. He was solely concerned with his own interests. The fate of others was of no consequence to him. "Then let us set forth at once. We shall return to the sect to rendezvous with the others and familiarize ourselves with the battle formation. We have but 1 month. The sooner, the better. What about the garrison duty in Xingzhou? Do not concern yourself. Others will come to take over in due time." "Understood. Then I have no further matters. Please wait a moment while I gather my belongings." Fang Yu rose and exited the room. However, there was little he needed to prepare. The most crucial item was the copper-armored corpse in the coffin. Fang Yu employed a spell to awaken the copper-armored corpse, instructing it to follow him, and subsequently stored the coffin in his storage pouch. As he emerged from the seclusion chamber with the copper-armored corpse in tow, Zhou Qingyang regarded the towering figure cloaked in black robes trailing behind him with curiosity. "Is this the copper-armored corpse you acquired from that false core formation demon cultivator?" "Indeed. These corpses are relatively easy to maintain, though they require substantial blood and sustenance, and advancing them is quite the challenge. Nevertheless, at this stage, a copper-armored corpse can significantly enhance our combat prowess." As he spoke, a glimmer of envy flashed in Zhou Qingyang's eyes. Who would not desire a being comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator capable of withstanding top-tier magical artifacts? Regrettably, such copper-armored corpses were exceedingly rare, and without fortuitous encounters, one would be hard-pressed to find them. He could only gaze longingly at Fang Yu and Appos' acquisition. Chapter 46. The purchase of a corpse in the guest hall of the Minglian sect. Fang Yu reunited with his 6 companions on this mission upon returning with Zhou Qingyang. Apart from one disciple of the Minglian sect who had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, the rest were all guest disciples, which meant there were 6 of them, including Fang Yu. Zhou Qingyang had actually preferred to lead his own sect's disciples for this task, but due to a shortage of personnel and the urgent state of war, most foundation establishment disciples were already on the battlefield, while those remaining held crucial positions and could not spare the time to assist him. With the pressure from several Golden Core ancestors, he had no choice but to turn to these foundation establishment guest disciples. "Friend Han, allow me to introduce you," Zhou Qingyang began, pointing to a slender, somewhat haggard disciple of the Minglian sect. "This is my junior brother, Fei Shifu. Greetings, fellow Taoist Fei." Fang Yu acknowledged with a nod, to which Fei Shifu responded with a lukewarm demeanor. "This is Kumu Yu, fellow Taoist Ku," Zhou Qingyang continued, introducing the next guest disciple, a middle-aged man with somewhat dark skin and an ordinary appearance. Kumu Yu slightly cupped his hands, offering a faint smile as he addressed Fang Yu. "Greetings, friend Han." "Fellow Taoist Ku." Fang Yu reciprocated the gesture. Next was a frail, white-haired elder who, without waiting for Zhou Qingyang to speak, proactively bowed and said, "I am Dong Jinyan. Pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist Han." "Fellow Taoist Dong is too kind," Fang Yu replied, adhering to the proper etiquette without flaw. "Brother Zhou, weren't we supposed to have only 8 people? Why is there an extra one?" Just as Zhou Qingyang was about to introduce the third person, someone interjected, staring intently at the bronze-armored corpse beside Fang Yu. "That is the bronze-armored corpse raised by fellow Taoist Han. It is not a living person," Zhou Qingyang clarified. After completing the introductions, he turned to Fang Yu and said, "This is Lin Yabai, fellow Taoist Lin. He is the head of the Lin family, which belongs to our sect's ancestor Mingda, and this is his partner, Wei Yuding." Zhou Qingyang gestured toward a female cultivator clad in a moon-white robe, her features sharp and cold. Wei Yuding glanced at Fang Yu but offered no response, resembling an unyielding ice block. Seeing this, Fang Yu refrained from initiating conversation. The mention of Ancestor Mingda stirred his interest, as he had a passing knowledge of the prominent Golden Core cultivators and the nascent soul ancestor within the Minglian sect. Among them, Ancestor Mingda was a well-respected Golden Core cultivator in the mid-stage, and Lin Yabai, as his descendant, held considerable significance, especially given his own late-stage foundation establishment prowess. Upon learning that the bronze-armored corpse was for sale, Lin Yabai's eyes gleamed with interest as he proposed. "How about I buy this bronze-armored corpse from you for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Hissed the audacious offer sent a chill through the hearts of the other guest disciples. Aside from Zhou Qingyang and the Minglian sect disciple, the price of a top-tier magical artifact hovered around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. While the total worth of a foundation establishment cultivator typically amounted to no more than 3,000 to 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones could procure 5 top-tier artifacts, exceeding the entirety of a foundation establishment cultivator's wealth. Any ordinary loose cultivator might have jumped at the offer, prioritizing tangible resources that could enhance their cultivation over a mere corpse. Yet, Lin Yabai was met with Fang Yu, an exceptional loose cultivator who lacked for nothing in terms of spirit stones, possessing a considerable stash of high-grade stones as well. The bronze-armored corpse, however, was a rare treasure with immense future potential, making it impossible for Fang Yu to part with it for mere spirit stones. Perhaps a golden core item would be a different matter. Thus, Fang Yu firmly replied, "I'm sorry, but this is not for sale, regardless of the price." Lin Yabai's expression soured at the rejection, and he retorted, "Do you even comprehend what 5,000 low-grade spirit stones represent? Have you ever seen so many spirit stones in your life as a loose cultivator?" His words elicited a shift in demeanor, not only from Fang Yu but also from Kumuyu, Dong Jinyan, and another unknown guest disciple, as they shared the same status that Lin Yabai had disparaged. Despite their dissatisfaction with his remarks, they kept their feelings restrained, unwilling to offend the head of a Golden Core family. However, Fang Yu felt no such reservations. Just as he prepared to respond, Lin Yabai's partner, Wei Yuding, interjected with scorn, "You're not trying to raise the price, are you? How naive to think you can strike it rich by raising a bronze-armored corpse. Just look at yourself. Do you really think you can handle such a deal?" Cough, cough. Zhou Qingyang's expression turned peculiar as he interjected, "This bronze-armored corpse was not raised by fellow Taoist Han. He acquired it by slaying a false Dan demon cultivator." The revelation cast a sudden hush over the gathering. The others stared at Fang Yu in shock. While Lin Yabai and Wei Yuding stood momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment. Strength is the best credential. Their previous disdain for Fang Yu, whom they had regarded as an inconsequential loose cultivator, evaporated instantly in the face of this revelation. "All right, let us commence the practice of our battle formations without further delay. Time is of the essence, and I wish to expedite this mission to return to my cultivation." Fei Shifu stepped forward to mediate the situation. He had no desire to engage in conflict, yet with the necessity of cooperation for their upcoming mission to hunt a third-tier dragon, it was crucial to maintain harmony among the group. Considering Zhou Qingyang's standing, Fang Yu chose not to escalate the situation further. Meanwhile, Lin Yabai and his partner quietly withdrew from the discussion about purchasing the bronze-armored corpse, fully aware that someone who could slay a false Dan cultivator would not be swayed by their offer of 5,000 spirit stones. Though proud, they possessed enough sense to discern whom they could antagonize and whom they could not. Chapter 47. Departure. Half a month later, a small spiritual vessel cautiously traversed the border of the kingdom of Qing, swiftly heading deep into its territory. Within the confines of a solitary chamber aboard the vessel, Fang Yu sat cross-legged, engaged in serene meditation. After more than half a month of diligent practice, the 8 of them had successfully mastered the innate 8 trigrams locking spirit array provided by the Minglian sect, comprising 8 cultivators, each at least in the late foundation establishment stage, wielding command flags. Their formation was capable of unleashing power comparable to that of an early core formation cultivator in a brief period. Thus, confronting a recently birthed and weakened third-tier Jiao dragon posed no challenge at all. Hence, they were currently en route to the Lei Huang mountain range. 2 hours later, having concluded his meditation, Fang Yu retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. Upon departure, he had received this slip as part of the rewards for this mission from Zhou Qingyang. It contained insights on core formation. According to the principles outlined within, each individual is afforded but a single opportunity in their lifetime to achieve core formation. Success would grant an extension of 500 years of life, transforming one into a formidable core formation sage capable of moving mountains and filling seas, while failure would result in death and reincarnation. Yet, without the Endopos, heavenly spiritual root Endopos, favored by the heavens, no one could guarantee success in this endeavor. Therefore, items that could enhance the chances of core formation became paramount. Coincidentally, this jade slip not only detailed various precautions and primary steps for core formation, but also enumerated numerous spiritual items that could augment the likelihood of success. For instance, one of Fang Yu's motivations for participating in this demon hunting mission was the Earth Marrow spiritual liquid, which, when consumed during the core formation process, could enhance the success rate by 10%. Additionally, there were other items such as the Taiha Pure Yang pill, Zixiao pill, Shiyuan pill, Earth Dragon flower, and the Dust Settling pill. Upon encountering this name, Fang Yu felt a sudden surge of inspiration and promptly extracted another jade slip from his storage bag. This slip, obtained from an unknown ancient cultivator's cave, contained a high-level alchemy manuscript. It recorded numerous alchemical techniques, descriptions of spiritual herbs and flowers, and several formulas. Indeed, it included the recipe for the Dust Settling pill. Observing the name Dust Settling pill within the high-level alchemy manuscript, Fang Yu's expression brightened with joy. This formula not only detailed the complete recipe, but also the entire method of concoction. Provided he could gather the necessary alchemical ingredients, he was certain that, with the aid of the bronze mirror, he could successfully create the Dust Settling pill. According to the core formation insights, the Dust Settling pill is regarded as the finest item for enhancing core formation success. A single pill could increase the likelihood of success by 30%. Moreover, if consumed in succession, second and third pills, further enhancements of 15 and 5%, respectively, would apply. Thus, taking 3 Dust Settling pills at once during core formation could potentially augment the success rate by 50%. Coupling this with the Earth Marrow spiritual liquid, his chances of success would exceed 65%. This probability was substantial enough to warrant a gamble. However, concocting the Dust Settling pill was no trivial task. Whether he could procure the required spiritual herbs remained a significant concern. Gazing at the formula, the joy on Fang Yu's face gradually faded, replaced by profound worry. The high-level alchemy manuscript indicated that the herbs necessary for the Dust Settling pill were exceedingly rare, each a treasure seldom seen in the outside world and requiring over 1,000 years of growth. Whether these herbs still existed in the outside world was uncertain, and the 1,000-year requirement complicated matters further. Consequently, Fang Yu ultimately regarded the Dust Settling pill merely as a hopeful aspiration, not placing all his expectations upon it. He resolved to take things one step at a time. If he could gather the herbs, it would be splendid, but if not, he would leave it to fate. With a sigh, Fang Yu carefully stored the formula and resumed his study of the core formation insights. Over a month later, at the outskirts of the Lei Huang mountain range, the ancient trees stood like towering spears piercing the heavens, their thick foliage obscuring the sunlight, creating a humid and stifling atmosphere. After a journey fraught with unexpected challenges, Fang Yu and his companions finally reached their destination. As they watched Zhou Qingyang retract the spiritual vessel, Camus Yu inquired, "Zhou, what shall our next course of action be?" "Fear not, everyone. My sect's disciples have already inscribed tracking spiritual marks upon the fire-tailed Jiao. Simply follow my lead." Zhou Qingyang responded, producing a deep blue mystical disc from his storage bag. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the disc shimmered, manifesting an ethereal spoon that pointed towards the depths of the dense forest. "Let us proceed." Zhou Qingyang activated a concealment technique, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible, and led the way into the heart of the mountains, with the others closely following suit. A short while later, deep within the Lei Huang mountain range, the ancient trees loomed like giants in a silent forest devoid of even the slightest sound of insects or birds. This was the oppressive aura unique to third-tier demon beasts. On a modest hillside, Fang Yu and his companions concealed their presence, lurking behind the trees. Not far ahead loomed a steep cliff, adorned with rugged stones and vibrant vines. A dark entrance, subtly hidden amid the crevices, beckoned. Had it not been for Zhou Qingyang's mystical disc, none would have believed that this seemingly ordinary cave concealed a third-tier Jiao dragon, imbued with true dragon blood. "Zhou, what is our next move?" The group turned to Zhou Qingyang. Unfazed, he reached into his storage bag and produced a vivid, lifelike puppet. A spiritual puppet. Fang Yu recognized it instantly. This was an alternative magical artifact powered by spirit stones and manipulated through consciousness. Premium spiritual puppets could provide substantial assistance in battles, yet their creation was exceedingly difficult, surpassing that of ordinary magical artifacts, which rendered them quite rare in the outside world. Typically, one would encounter low-tier spiritual puppets, which, while not combat-oriented, were useful for reconnaissance or cultivating spiritual herbs and flowers. Zhou Qingyang connected his consciousness to the spiritual puppet and, under the anxious gazes of his companions, sent it into the cave. Once the puppet entered, Zhou Qingyang performed a hand gesture, manifesting a water mirror before the group, revealing the puppet's perspective. The cave's entrance was narrow, only the width of a water barrel, yet inside lay a wondrous expanse, towering several dozen feet high, filled with an array of unknown spiritual ores emitting a faint glow, illuminating the cave in a kaleidoscope of colors. At the heart of the cave rested a stone platform, upon which lay a colossal creature, measuring over a dozen feet in length, its entire body a fiery red, with scales larger than a human head. Its neck was adorned with fiery red plumage, and its tail flickered with spirals of crimson demon flames. Sensing an intruder, the fire-tailed Jiao abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure. Chapter 48. Slaying the demon in the state of Qi. At the Qi sect, dozens of towering peaks loomed like spears piercing the heavens. Patrol disciples soared through the skies on celestial cranes, while the half-activated mountain defense array exuded a majestic spiritual pressure. At the core of the mountain gate, amidst the embrace of several peaks, stood a solitary mountain. Boom! A powerful surge of spiritual pressure erupted into the sky as a figure burst forth from the palace, landing atop the clouds. Clad in a flowing pale golden robe, his handsome visage featured rosy lips and pearly whites, his tranquil gaze exuding an air of authority and mystery, embodying the formidable presence of a nascent soul cultivator. Ha! A hearty laugh resonated as a middle-aged man approached the young man, exclaiming, "Junior brother Lu, you've emerged from your seclusion." "Brother Wang." Lu Tianqing responded with a slight bow, a smile gracing his lips. "I was fortunate enough to achieve a breakthrough." "Splendid. With you successfully advancing to the later stage of nascent soul, our Qi sect stands a much better chance against those rascals from the Lihua Hall." Brother Wang rejoiced. "Yet," Lu Tianqing replied, "let us not rush, Brother Wang. I wish to attend to some personal matters first. I shall join the battlefield afterward." "What matters? Is it serious?" "It's nothing of great consequence, merely a small mouse or two." Lu Tianqing's gaze turned toward a specific direction, the Lei Huang mountain range of the state of Qing. In the state of Qing, at the cave of the third-tier Firetail Flood Dragon, the creature's fury ignited upon spotting the approaching spiritual puppet. As one of the dominators of this territory, it would not tolerate any provocation, especially in such a sensitive time following its recent brood. Boom! The Firetail Flood Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the first-tier spiritual puppet into ashes in an instant. Outside the cave, the expressions of Fang Yu and his companions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene through the water mirror. Despite their mental preparation prior to their arrival, the sheer terror of confronting a third-tier beast was overwhelming. After all, such entities were comparable to nascent soul cultivators and could easily annihilate them at the height of their power. Had it not been for the Firetail Flood Dragon's current weakened state and their preparation of a battle formation, they would not even dare to approach its territory. It would be disadvantageous to engage it inside the cave. We need to devise a way to lure it out, Fei Shifu remarked gravely. However, the Firetail Flood Dragon has just laid its eggs and is unlikely to leave its offspring willingly. Luring it out will not be easy. Lin Yabai shook his head. Then let us conclude this swiftly. Blast the cave entrance, Zhou Qingyang declared, producing several second-tier premium spiritual talismans from his storage bag, distributing one to each person, all of which were offensive talismans. Upon receiving the talismans, they simultaneously infused their mana, the air around them shimmering with spiritual light, unleashing a barrage of second-tier spells, thunder, flames, wind blades, and torrents of water toward the lair of the dragon. Roar the cave reverberated with a thunderous roar of rage as flames surged forth, colliding with their spells. Boom! The tremendous noise echoed around them, dazzling spiritual light flickering in the air. The earth trembled, rocks tumbled, and clouds of dust enveloped the mountainside. Fang Yu conjured a gust of wind to disperse the dust, revealing the dragon's lair behind. Although they had managed to deflect the attack, the resulting commotion widened the cave entrance, exposing the entire dragon's nest. The Firetail Flood Dragon coiled protectively around its egg atop a high platform. And upon seeing Fang Yu and his group, it was filled with wrath. If it were facing an enemy of equal strength, it would flee with its offspring. However, a mere group of insects dared to provoke it. Such audacity was intolerable. Roar! The Firetail Flood Dragon bellowed, launching itself toward Fang Yu and his companions like a lethal arrow. It has fallen for our trap. Form the formation, Zhou Qingyang exclaimed, his spirits lifted. With a command, the 8 of them swiftly took hold of their flags, positioning themselves according to their assigned spots. Now, Fang Yu infused his mana into the flag, releasing a brilliant light that harmonized with the flags of the others, conjuring a grand formation that radiated a pressure rivaling that of the Firetail Flood Dragon. Caught off guard, the dragon charged into the formation, realizing its mistake too late and beginning to resist. Roar! The fierce flames it unleashed escalated the ambient temperature, transforming the surroundings into a veritable alchemical furnace. Under normal circumstances, Fang Yu would have been reduced to ashes within moments of confronting such terrifying flames. However, under the protection of the formation, though he was drenched in sweat, he managed to endure. Meanwhile, the Firetail Flood Dragon, ensnared within the innate 8 trigrams spirit-locking formation, struggled violently, yet was met with a seemingly thin but remarkably resilient golden barrier. Seeing the dragon successfully trapped within the formation, Zhou Qingyang's expression brightened as he called out, "Change the formation." As his command resonated, all 8 of them synchronized their movements, channeling more mana into their flags, intensifying the spiritual light. Concurrently, the formation transformed, with golden chains shooting forth from the barrier, racing toward the Firetail Flood Dragon. Roar! The dragon roared in defiance, spewing flames in an attempt to ward off the encroaching chains. Yet, these golden chains were relentless. Even if it could fend off a few, they would ultimately ensnare it. As countless golden chains entwined around the dragon, burrowing into its flesh, scales shattered, and blood began to seep out. The firetail flood dragon let out a piercing wail, its struggles becoming increasingly desperate. The immense pressure transmitted through to Feng Yu and his companions, causing their faces to pale as they instinctively took a step back. Hold on, we're almost there, just a little more. Zhou Qingyang gritted his teeth, urging them to persevere. Huh, the 8 of them shouted in unison, channeling their mana even more fervently, the formation's brilliance intensifying. The chains tightened around the firetail flood dragon, embedding deeply into its flesh, rendering it immobile, forced to witness the constriction of its bonds. With a resounding crack, the firetail flood dragon could no longer withstand the pressure, its body torn asunder. From the remnants of its flesh, a petite fiery spirit emerged, clutching a crimson orb, eyes wide with terror. Seeing the dragoness spirit and the demon core, Zhou Qingyang's expression brightened, but before he could act, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped them. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe appeared atop the treetops, coldly surveying them. Chapter 49. A narrow escape. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Feng Yu dared not move, despite their differing physiques. The aura emanating from the middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe was unmistakably identical to that of the recently encountered fire-tailed flood dragon. There was no doubt that he was a core formation cultivator. Zhou Qingyang gazed at the man with a bitter expression and exclaimed, Yao Ziqian, you actually succeeded in forming your core. As a pseudo-core formation cultivator of the Minglian sect, Zhou Qingyang was well acquainted with the pseudo-core cultivators of neighboring sects and nations. This sudden emergence of the middle-aged man, originally a pseudo-core cultivator from the Fuhu sect of Qing State, named Yao Ziqian, was unexpected, especially with his recent success in forming his core. Although the Fuhu sect and the Minglian sect were not direct foes, the realms of cultivation in Qing and Yun were currently embroiled in conflict. With Yao Ziqian as a core formation cultivator of the Fuhu sect, the stakes were high. He could easily overpower a group of foundation establishment cultivators without risk, effectively weakening their forces. Zhou Qingyang could scarcely find a reason for Yao Ziqian to spare them. Moreover, there was now the added incentive of a third-tier flood dragoness demon soul and demon core, which would be of immense value even to a core formation cultivator. Otherwise, the ancestor of their Minglian sect would not have traveled such a distance, risking their lives to hunt demons, thus further eliminating any reason for Yao Ziqian to let them go. As the tension mounted, Dong Jinyan from the group suddenly stepped forward and bowed before Yao Ziqian, saying, Disciple greets Ancestor Yao. The faces of the others paled. If they still failed to see the truth at this moment, they would truly be fools. Dong Jinyan was, in fact, an undercover agent of the Fuhu sect, implying that their mission had likely been compromised by him. Well done this time. Upon your return, I shall commend you to the sect leader. A faint smile appeared on Yao Ziqian's face. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy that reached for the demon soul and demon core. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyang's eyes glinted with determination as he shouted, Split up and flee, or we shall all perish. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the 7 members of the group sprang into action, scattering in 7 different directions, their spiritual light flaring as they fled in haste. Ancestor, Dong Jinyan's face turned anxious, and he immediately attempted to pursue them. However, Yao Ziqian calmly remarked, Do not worry, they cannot escape. As soon as he spoke, a black ring materialized, transforming into a streak of light that darted toward Zhou Qingyang, who was in flight. In an instant, the ring struck, exploding his head and sending the headless corpse tumbling to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining members were filled with dread, their fleeing spiritual light intensifying. Yet, the black ring moved even faster, arriving behind Kamu Yu, whose defensive artifact proved futile against it, resulting in his swift demise. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the nearby forest, racing toward the dragon egg atop the platform. This caught Yao Ziqian's attention. However, by the time he noticed, the shadowy figure had already reached the platform and grasped the dragon egg. Yet, Yao Ziqian remained unperturbed, observing the figure with a calm demeanor. A copper-armored corpse manipulated by someone? You intend to use the dragon egg to threaten me? You must be dreaming. Before Yao Ziqian could finish his sentence, the copper-armored corpse produced a small Qianquan teleportation talisman. Upon seeing it, Yao Ziqian's pupils constricted sharply. Stop! He unleashed a powerful spell. But it was too late. A silvery light enveloped the copper-armored corpse, and when his wind blade struck, it only cleaved the stone platform in half. The ground trembled, dust swirling into the air. Concurrently, a figure radiating a faint blood light, moving swifter than the core formation cultivator, rushed to Zhou Qingyang's corpse. Feng Yu retrieved Zhou Qingyang's body and drew forth a small Qianquan teleportation talisman. By the time Yao Ziqian reacted, Feng Yu had vanished without a trace. Damn it! At this sight, Yao Ziqian could no longer maintain his composure. erupting in fury as he unleashed streams of spiritual light that rained down upon the surroundings, shaking the earth and creating craters. Once he had vented his rage, he cast a dark gaze toward the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators and propelled himself swiftly into the sky. In a remote, desolate forest, Fang Yu looked upon Zhou Qingyang's corpse and storage bag, his expression radiating joy. Of course, he possessed no peculiar obsession, even if he did. He would not risk his life to seize a seemingly useless corpse amid such peril. His true interest lay solely in Zhou Qingyang's storage bag. Before their mission commenced, Zhou Qingyang had shown him one of the rewards for their task, a vial of Earth Essence spiritual liquid. Zhou Qingyang had since returned the storage bag, intending to hand it over upon completing the mission and obtaining the fire-tailed Flood Dragon's demon core. None had anticipated a traitor among their ranks, leading to the appearance of a newly ascended core formation cultivator. Fang Yu had thought his efforts would be in vain, believing he would not acquire the core formation treasures. To his astonishment, he ultimately secured what he sought and gained further rewards. Eagerly, Fang Yu opened Zhou Qingyang's storage bag and soon discovered his target, a sealed jade vial. Upon opening it, he found an odorless, colorless spiritual liquid, brimming with the profound and stable essence of the earth. This was one of the most renowned treasures for core formation, Earth Essence spiritual liquid. Having confirmed its authenticity, Fang Yu joyfully stored it away, then cast a concealment spell, transforming into a barely perceivable wisp of spiritual light as he stealthily approached the copper-armored corpse. Chapter 50. The Wild Corpse in the Desolate Wilderness. Two foundation-building cultivators cautiously soared through the air. Suddenly, one of them halted, his nose twitching inquisitively as he inhaled the surrounding air, observing his companion's peculiar behavior. The other inquired, "Old Li, what are you doing?" "I sense the presence of a zombie." Old Li replied with conviction. Old Go, somewhat skeptical, questioned, "Really? How could there be a zombie here? We are in the wilderness, far from any ancient battlegrounds or burial mounds. Surely, you must be mistaken?" "Impossible. You know my nose has never failed me." Old Li insisted firmly. "There is definitely a zombie here, and of a considerable rank." Upon hearing of considerable rank, Old Go's skepticism dissipated, his curiosity piqued. Whether true or false, we shall soon find out. If it is a false alarm, it will merely be a waste of effort. But if it is genuine, capturing a high-ranking zombie would be immensely beneficial for us as demonic cultivators. Be cautious, we must not fall into any traps. Although he felt a flicker of excitement, Old Go cautiously reminded his companion. "I am aware." Old Li nodded, then began to weave a spell with his hands, his nose working diligently in the air. Found it. Guided by his intuition, Old Li deftly maneuvered his magical artifact, descending cautiously towards the forest below, while Old Go flew alongside, summoning several magical artifacts to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of a ravine, where they beheld a zombie. Its presence concealed, clutching a fiery red, unknown spirit beast egg beneath a shimmering water veil. The creature was a terrifying sight. Its green face and sharp teeth, coupled with a faint golden sheen on its skin, revealed it to be a copper-armored corpse. With a roar, the copper-armored corpse charged outward, having been discovered. As per Fang Yu's command, while clutching the fire-tailed dragon egg, Old Li and Old Go, far from alarmed, were rather elated. A wild copper-armored corpse? Old Go, our fortunes are changing. What is that egg it holds? It appears extraordinary. Let us act. Once we seize it, we shall know. Both summoned their magical artifacts, a bone whip and a black hammer, to intercept the fleeing copper-armored corpse. With a furious growl, the copper-armored corpse shielded the fire-tailed dragon egg with one hand while attempting to push forward with the other. However, the black hammer struck it decisively. The sound echoed like a heavy bell, sending the copper-armored corpse reeling backward. The bone whip followed swiftly, expanding like a massive serpent, ensnaring the copper-armored corpse, causing the fire-tailed dragon egg to drop, which Old Li deftly caught with his artifact. The copper-armored corpse, incensed that its entrusted possession was taken, roared with fury, unleashing a dense black corpse aura to combat the bone whip. Old Go, feeling the pressure mount, urgently called out, "Old Li, stop examining the egg and come help me. I can barely hold on. I'm on my way." Realizing Old Go was struggling, Old Li refocused, directing the black hammer to strike the copper-armored corpse's head. With a resonant thud, akin to a bell tolling, the black aura surrounding the corpse faltered, allowing Old Li to impose his will. While Old Go began to retract the bone whip, intent on completely subduing the copper-armored corpse. Though the high-grade copper-armored corpse was comparable to a late-stage Foundation cultivator, its intelligence was limited. Moreover, both Old Li and Old Go were late-stage cultivators with superior offensive artifacts, rendering the wild copper-armored corpse no threat to them, provided it was indeed wild. Clang! Just as their spirits soared at the prospect of subduing the copper-armored corpse, a crystal-clear bell sound rang out. An invisible force impacted Old Li's consciousness. Old Go reacted instinctively. "Beware, Old Li, look out." Yet, all his strength was devoted to restraining the copper-armored corpse, leaving him powerless to assist. Helpless, he watched as Old Li's expression momentarily blanked. A silver flash pierced through his forehead, blood gushed forth, and both his body and the spirit egg plummeted to the ground. A young man with a striking visage, his eyes bright and clear, appeared, skillfully catching the spirit beast egg, then gazing indifferently at Old Li. Damn it. A chill coursed through Old Go's veins. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted his artifact and fled, harboring no intentions of avenging his friend Old Li. However, Fang Yu had anticipated this maneuver. The copper-armored corpse surged forward, blocking Old Go's escape. How infuriating. This is not a wild copper-armored corpse. It has an owner. Old Go lamented internally, having believed that their fortunes were about to turn, only to find themselves ensnared in a trap. Get away. He unleashed a second-tier superior spirit talisman, launching the copper-armored corpse away, and summoned his superior flying artifact to flee. Yet, at that moment, the crystalline bell sound echoed once more. Clang. An invisible force pressed upon Old Go's consciousness. Though he had prepared for it, lacking any defensive artifact or spell against such an effect, he could not help but momentarily falter. In that fleeting moment, 5 identical black long swords, all superior offensive artifacts, hurtled toward him. Fang Yu exerted all his strength, shattering Old Go and Appo's defensive artifact. In astonishment, he witnessed a sword slice through his neck, his massive head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth. With the loss of magical support, the luminescence of the artifacts dimmed, cascading to the ground. Fang Yu collected the items and hastily departed with the copper-armored corpse and the fire-tailed dragon egg. Only after arriving at a remote, desolate mountain did he finally pause. Within the newly established temporary cave, Fang Yu first examined the fire-tailed dragon egg. This egg, laid by a third-tier demon beast, was undoubtedly his greatest acquisition from the expedition to the Leihuang Mountains, aside from the earth marrow spirit liquid, provided he successfully hatches the little fire-tailed dragon within. Nurturing it properly could yield a third-tier demon beast as an ally. Any misstep could be a profound loss. Fortunately, after thorough inspection, the fire-tailed dragon egg appeared unharmed, well guarded by the copper-armored corpse. The two demonic cultivators had recognized the egg's significance and deliberately avoided it during their confrontation, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Once assured of the egg's safety, Fang Yu turned his attention to the copper-armored corpse. The creature bore the marks of the assault from the two late-stage Foundation cultivators. Its head was dented, and its body sustained some damage, the corpse aura significantly weakened. To recuperate, it would require a substantial supply of blood essence or rest in a place rich in yin energy. Ironically, while the golden core cultivator remained unscathed, the copper-armored corpse had suffered considerably at the hands of two Foundation cultivators. We are not yet safe. I will find you a place to recuperate once we return. For now, you must endure. Fang Yu patted the copper-armored corpse's shoulder, then handed the fire-tailed dragon egg back to it. He summoned his cloud-shaped superior flying artifact and, with the copper-armored corpse in tow, took to the skies once more. Chapter 51. Celestial Star. Fang Yu did not return towards the direction of the Cloud Nation. Not only had he seized an egg from a third-tier demon beast, but the 3 sects of the Qin Kingdom would undoubtedly strengthen their defenses along the border, making his return fraught with difficulties. Even if he managed to return to the Ming Lian sect's territory, many things would be hard to explain. First and foremost was the fire-tailed dragon egg. If it were anything else, it might not matter. But an egg with the potential to develop into a third-tier demon beast signified a protective blessing for the sect for over a millennium. Fang Yu found it difficult to believe that the Ming Lian sect could resist the temptation to seize it. Furthermore, Zhou Qingyang was dead, yet he had returned, which would undoubtedly lead to a thorough investigation. He harbored numerous secrets, particularly the existence of the Bronze Mirror. If this news were to leak, there would be no refuge for him in the entire southern wilderness. Thus, rather than return and risk entanglement in a quagmire, it would be wiser to seek refuge elsewhere and continue his cultivation. After all, he was not lacking in cultivation resources. Having already acquired a copy of the Jedon Insights and a vial of Earth Marrow Spirit Liquid, he could afford to wait until he reached the False Dan realm before contemplating his next steps. Qin Kingdom. There are not many places where the Qin Kingdom borders the Qin Kingdom. Fang Yu ultimately chose to venture into the Qin Kingdom, as it was the least affected by the ongoing wars. This was primarily due to the fact that most of Qin's territory was adjacent to the frigid ice domain, characterized by extreme cold and resource scarcity, rendering it unattractive to other sections. Nevertheless, despite this, certain sects still opted to wage war against Qin, for even the smallest of mosquitoes yield a morsel of flesh. Thus, the Qi Yin sect of Qi Kingdom and Qin's Soul sect, the Xuelu sect, were embroiled in perpetual skirmishes, gradually depleting each other's strength, although fortunately, the impact on loose cultivators was minimal. The border of Qin Kingdom. Upon cautiously entering the Qin Kingdom, Fang Yu began to accelerate towards the area closest to the extreme cold ice domain. The icy expanse was riddled with spatial fissures and was one of the most perilous regions in the southern wilderness, as well as the coldest. The closer one drew to the extreme cold ice domain, the harsher the conditions became. with not only the external temperature, but also the spirit energy and existing spiritual veins diminishing significantly. Even foundation builders were reluctant to linger in such a place, let alone the lofty Jiedon cultivators or the ancient Yuaning masters. However, for Fangyu, a place that posed challenges for others was a sanctuary. The scarcity of cultivators signified fewer conflicts and troubles. With high-level cultivators unwilling to enter, he faced no threats. Moreover, he was not deficient in cultivation resources, possessing a substantial number of high-quality spirit stones, and could replicate them if necessary. Thus, this locale was indeed an ideal setting for diligent cultivation. Had it not been for the presence of the Ming Lian sect, he would have relished the previous tranquility of Xingzhou. A few days later, Taizhou, Chun Kingdom snowflakes danced in the air, draping the entire world in a silvery white shroud. A white spiritual light, seamlessly blending with the heavens and the earth, darted across the sky. Fangyu stood atop a cloud-flying artifact, with the bronze-armored corpse behind him, cradling the fire-tailed dragon egg. A faint layer of spiritual light enveloped him, ensuring that despite the icy surroundings, the interior remained as warm as spring, preserving the vitality of the dragon egg. After traversing 2 more states, he would reach the area of Zhezhou, the closest point in Chun Kingdom to the extreme cold ice domain. Fangyu mentally calculated the distance, when suddenly, a surge of intense spiritual light erupted in the sky. A strikingly handsome young man, with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth, materialized before him, emanating a terrifying aura akin to a vast ocean, pressing down on Fangyu like an immense mountain. Fangyu was seized by terror, recognizing this aura reminiscent only of the third-tier fire-tailed dragon and the newly advanced Jiedon cultivator Yao Ziqian from the Fu sect. This indicated that the young man before him was indeed a Jiedon cultivator. "Is it you who killed my grandson, Lu Qingfeng?" Lu Tianqing's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he were observing an insignificant insect, looking down from his lofty position without concern. Lu Qingfeng. At the mention of this name, Fangyu's pupils constricted sharply as memories surged forth. Zhao Zhensheng, Yukong, Old Master Lu, and Black Eat Black. He then noticed the insignia of the Qi Yin sect emblazoned on the young man's chest. At this moment, Fangyu could hardly deny the identity of the individual before him. "You are Lu Tianqing of the Qi Yin sect, the Jiedon master? You are indeed connected to my grandson's demise." A glint of coldness flickered in Lu Tianqing's eyes. Fangyu felt the hairs on his body stand on end and, without hesitation, drew forth the small universe teleportation talisman in an attempt to activate it. He harbored no intentions of attempting to explain himself to Lu Tianqing, hoping to elicit clemency. He was still using Lu Qingfeng's artifacts, talismans, storage bags, and even the formula for foundation-building pills. These possessions irrevocably tied him to Lu Qingfeng. Moreover, Lu Tianqing, being a Jiedon cultivator, would likely not believe any protestations, preferring to trust his own observations, such as directly searching his soul. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Tianqing was genuinely a benevolent individual, refraining from subjecting him to harsh interrogations and allowing him to leave after clarifying the situation. However, Fangyu was unwilling to gamble on such a slim chance. Rather than place his life in another's hands, he preferred to take control of his own fate. Small universe teleportation talisman. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Tianqing's eyes. A green small cauldron materialized out of thin air around Fangyu, hurtling towards him with great force. Fangyu was taken aback. He was thoroughly familiar with this green cauldron, for he possessed dozens of talismans crafted from it. He had been completely unaware of the artifact's approach. Had Lu Tianqing not suddenly attacked, he might not have realized until it was too late. Roar. Time was of the essence. As the small universe teleportation talisman had yet to activate, the green cauldron was already upon him. In a moment of desperation, Fangyu positioned the bronze-armored corpse in front of him. With a thunderous crash, a significant portion of the bronze-armored corpse was shattered. It was only due to its naturally resilient physique that it could withstand the onslaught of a top-tier artifact. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated instantly. Even now, though it had not perished, it had sustained grievous injuries. As flesh and blood scattered, the green cauldron was momentarily obstructed, granting Fangyu just enough time to successfully activate the small universe teleportation talisman, vanishing with the remaining half of the bronze-armored corpse. Trying to escape? It and Oppos. It's not that simple. As Fangyu disappeared, Lu Tianqing showed no signs of urgency. He sensed the direction of the talisman's imprint and immediately maneuvered the green cauldron, transforming it into a streak of light that vanished, leaving behind a howling tempest and the explosive sound of air being cleaved as the clouds parted before him. Chapter 52. Pursuit. In a whirl of disorientation, Fangyu found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, he activated the small universe teleportation talisman. After utilizing the 7th talisman, his complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and beads of cold sweat drenched his body, as if a colossal weight bore down upon him. Unable to endure any further, he retrieved his flying artifact and, accompanied by the copper-armored corpse, fled into the distance. On the flying artifact, Fang Yu sat cross-legged, consuming pills to restore his spiritual energy, while glancing at the copper-armored corpse beside him, which appeared to be in a pitiful state. Reduced to little more than half a body, the memory of the previous encounter still haunted him. This was his first experience of the terrifying power of a core formation cultivator up close. Neither the weakened third-order Firetail Serpent nor the newly promoted Yao Ziqian could compare to the overwhelming sense of danger that Lu Tianqing evoked in him. Particularly unsettling was Lu Tianqing's audacious attempt to ambush someone of Fang Yu's foundation-building level, revealing a level of cunning that was truly despicable. Damn Lu Tianqing. He was clearly up to no good from the start, attempting to ambush me with a magical artifact. Luckily, my quick wit allowed me to escape. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. Yet, the question plagued him. How had Lu Tianqing tracked him down with such precision? He alone knew of his whereabouts, and he had encountered no one along the way. Was it mere coincidence? No, it could not be. Lu Tianqing had immediately recognized his connection to Lu Qingfeng upon their first meeting, indicating prior knowledge of his existence. He had come specifically to find him. As he recalled Lu Tianqing's assured demeanor upon spotting him, a chill crept into Fang Yu's eyes. Though lacking concrete evidence, he felt an unsettling certainty that Lu Tianqing had been pursuing him from the outset. Could it be that Lu Qingfeng's possessions were compromised? In confusion, Fang Yu rummaged through the items he had taken from Lu Qingfeng: talismans, exquisite artifacts, and various spirit symbols, even spiritual stones. He piled them high in the flying artifact, having replicated many over the years, thus accumulating a significant quantity. Fang Yu first released his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning the items from every angle, yet finding no abnormalities. Growing increasingly anxious, he then employed his spirit eye technique, unleashing a gray spiritual light from his eyes to scrutinize the pile of items. He examined every nook and cranny, yet still found nothing amiss. With various methods proving futile, he resolved to discard everything for safety's sake. After all, he was not lacking in exquisite artifacts and spirit symbols, so parting with them was no great loss. Only the final talisman remained, which he placed in a jade box, sealing it with numerous spiritual restrictions. I refuse to believe you can still track me down like this. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he stored the sealed jade box in his storage bag. While continuing to meditate and regulate his breath, he urged the flying artifact to hasten away. A day later, Fang Yu had reached the far northern reaches of Qin country. The weather grew increasingly frigid, with white snowflakes perpetually cascading from the sky. Just as he diligently maneuvered the flying artifact, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual pressure surged from behind him. A long, azure spiritual light cleaved through the sky, parting the wind and snow, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in its wake. A resplendent azure cauldron, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man, charged towards Fang Yu, emanating a fearsome aura. Upon seeing Lu Tianqing, Fang Yu and Apos' pupils dilated in alarm. Damn it, he truly has a way to track me down. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Fang Yu swiftly produced another small universe teleportation talisman, stowing away his artifact along with the copper-armored corpse and the spirit beast egg, disappearing in an instant. He used the small universe teleportation talismans consecutively until he could no longer bear the strain on his body. Only then did he retrieve his flying artifact, continuing his flight into the distance. I must swiftly resolve how Lu Tianqing is able to track me. Otherwise, if this continues, he will catch up to me, and I will undoubtedly perish. Fang Yu counted the remaining small universe teleportation talismans on him, and his expression soured. He had never anticipated such a situation, and though he had replicated several talismans, he had only around 70 to 80 left. Now, having used 14, he was left with just over 60. Although he still had a decent number, the bronze mirror could only replicate the smallest units at a time. One pill, one talisman. Only liquids could break this rule. Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy to shake off Lu Tianqing. Otherwise, with the current rate of consumption, he would soon be captured. Having discarded all of Lu Qingfeng and Apos' items and sealed the final talisman in a jade box, the chances of it being problematic were slim. Thus, the issue could lie with his other possessions, or perhaps even within himself. After pondering for a moment, a realization struck him. He unleashed his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning his entire being, from his clothes to his body, leaving no stone unturned. To his surprise, everything seemed normal. This cannot be. Fang Yu frowned, shedding all his clothing to examine them closely. After confirming their lack of issues, he scrutinized his own body. Fortunately, as a foundation-building cultivator, he could manipulate his body with ease, and the direction of his spirit eye was also within his control. Otherwise, inspecting himself thoroughly would have proven quite challenging. From head to toe, until his gaze fell upon his ankle, where a barely perceptible azure light flickered. Had he not been sufficiently attentive, he might have missed it entirely. Indeed, it is on me. A surge of joy filled Fang Yu as he focused his spiritual gaze on the area of his ankle, amplifying his spiritual energy. At last, he discerned the true nature of the azure light, a triangular mark, no larger than a pinky finger, devoid of any spiritual energy or pressure. This was the reason he had failed to detect anything unusual for so long. His Spirit Eye technique, Spirit Dispersing Eye, inherently had the effect of nullifying spiritual energy and disrupting spells. As he concentrated on the azure mark, it began to fade slowly, its efficacy diminishing, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. Witnessing this, Fang Yu furrowed his brow. Suddenly, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he drew a long sword and decisively severed the flesh where the mark resided. Chapter 53. The rift. A sharp pain surged from Fang Yu and Appo's ankle, and he remained silent, his complexion growing increasingly pale as sweat trickled down his temples. Enduring the agony, he retrieved a healing powder from his storage pouch and applied it to the wound, then proceeded to weave a spell with his hands, directing a stream of spiritual light to the injury. Soon, tender granulations began to sprout from the wound, which rapidly healed, appearing as if nothing had occurred. However, when Fang Yu glanced at his ankle again, his expression darkened. The azure tracking mark remained intact, showing no signs of vanishing despite his self-inflicted injury. Clearly, this tracking spell was anchored to his consciousness rather than his physical form. Even if he severed his leg, he could not escape it. The only recourse lay in utilizing the Spirit-Breaking Eye to grind it away. Other methods would prove futile, as this was a tracking spell cast by a core formation cultivator, and Fang Yu was not so arrogant as to believe he could erase a spell cast by one of such caliber with his mere foundation establishment cultivation. Fortunately, he possessed a technique that specifically countered spiritual energy, leaving him with a slim chance of survival. He hoped to eradicate the mark before his small universe teleportation talisman expired. Fang Yu thought anxiously, intensifying the magical energy channeled into the Spirit-Breaking Eye, fully committed to wearing down the mark. 7 days later, at the entrance of the extreme cold ice domain, fluffy snowflakes danced through the air, obscuring all else in a blanket of white. If not for the cultivators and Appo's ability to perceive with their consciousness, ordinary people would find walking here nearly impossible. Fang Yu grimaced as he surveyed the distant ice fields, littered with spatial rifts, making it one of the most perilous locations in the southern wilderness. Having been pursued by Lu Tianqing, he had unwittingly stumbled to the outskirts of the extreme cold ice domain. Should he venture further, he would be plunged into its depths. Fang Yu was reluctant to enter, for the spatial rifts were invisible and colorless, undetectable even by consciousness. A single misstep could lead to death. Yet, turning back, he noticed the azure light rapidly approaching. Lu Tianqing and Appo's expression was cold and murderous, as if he yearned to rend Fang Yu into 1,000 pieces. A chill gripped Fang Yu and Appo's heart. Clearly, if he did not enter, he would die. With death looming on either side, he resolved to take his chances. Without further hesitation, he directed his flying artifact into the extreme cold ice domain. Seeing Fang Yu dare to enter the domain, Lu Tianqing halted mid-flight. He furrowed his brow, astonished that this insignificant insect would brave the perilous depths. Did he not fear being consumed by the spatial rifts? Lu Tianqing hesitated, even as a core formation cultivator. He could not fully resist the dangers of the extreme cold ice domain. While he possessed some means to sense spatial rifts, it was not foolproof. The realm was notoriously unstable, with previously safe areas suddenly giving rise to new rifts, and even he could not predict the outcome were he to be caught in one. However, thoughts of his grandson's untimely death fueled his resolve. The boy had been the most gifted of his lineage, with potential for both foundation establishment and core formation. Yet he had perished under mysterious circumstances. Moreover, this insect had utilized numerous small universe teleportation talismans in recent days. Even Lu Tianqing, as a core formation cultivator, could not easily procure such items. The fact that Fang Yu possessed so many hinted at a significant secret. Acquiring it could lead to breakthroughs in his own cultivation, perhaps even to nascent soul or spirit transformation. With this thought igniting his ambition, Lu Tianqing followed Fang Yu into the extreme cold ice domain. Ahead, Fang Yu, startled by the sight, hurriedly redoubled his efforts to delve deeper into the domain. Initially, he had thought Lu Tianqing had been deterred by the dangers, so he slowed his pace to observe. To his dismay, Lu Tianqing had pursued him into the icy abyss. Damn you, Lu Tianqing. Just wait until I seize the opportunity. I will use your soul to light my lantern. Fang Yu glared at the approaching azure light, feeling cornered. He had no choice but to produce another small universe teleportation talisman, anxiety gnawing at him as he activated it. With a flash of silver light, he vanished along with his flying artifact and bronze-armored corpse. Another one. This individual harbors substantial secrets. Lu Tianqing's eyes gleamed with fervor as he sensed the mark's location. Continuing his pursuit. 2 days later, deep within the extreme cold ice domain, Fang Yu maneuvered several artifacts around him, flying cautiously close to the ground. This tactic had allowed him to evade numerous dangers over the past 2 days. Nevertheless, he had encountered peril multiple times, narrowly escaping death. For instance, when a rift emerged unexpectedly in a previously safe area, he had barely avoided being sucked in, thanks to his formidable consciousness, which far surpassed that of a mere core formation cultivator. Yet, This only heightened his caution. He dared not relax his vigilance. Almost there. Soon, I will obliterate this mark. And then I shall be safe, he thought, directing his artifacts while focusing on his ankle. The spirit breaking eye tirelessly eroded the mark, which had faded to a mere shadow. If not for the spirit eye, it would have been undetectable to his consciousness. He was mere moments away from erasing it entirely. As time slipped by, 1 incense stick, 2, 3, 2 hours later, with the last vestiges of magical energy extinguished, the mark finally transformed into a wisp of light, vanishing completely. Feng Yu's heart soared with relief. But before he could celebrate, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged from behind, whipping up a blizzard. An azure light appeared on the horizon, rapidly closing in. Perched upon a magnificent azure square cauldron, Lu Tianxing's icy gaze fixated on Feng Yu. His luck had been remarkable since entering the extreme cold ice domain. He had faced no obstacles, placing immense pressure on Feng Yu. Damn it, how could he be here so soon? Feng Yu's expression darkened as he produced his last small universe teleportation talisman. Initially intended as a template for replication later, he had no choice but to use it now. Though the talisman was invaluable, if he used it this time, whether he would find another would be left to fate. Yet, no matter how vital the treasures, they paled in comparison to life itself. As long as he lived, there remained a chance for rebirth. But if he lost his life, no treasure would matter. Without hesitation, Feng Yu activated the final teleportation talisman. Silver light flashed, and he vanished from his location. Seeing this, Lu Tianxing and Apos' face darkened, but fortunately, although the mark had ceased functioning, Feng Yu remained within his consciousness range. He hastened his speed in pursuit. Meanwhile, Feng Yu's surroundings shifted, revealing a safe yet unfamiliar environment. He breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to command his flying artifact to continue his escape. Just then, without warning, a spatial rift materialized before him. By the time Feng Yu realized what was happening, it was already too late. Damn it, how could a rift in space suddenly manifest here? Before Feng Yu could even summon all of his defensive artifacts, he was engulfed and completely vanished from the vast snowy expanse. When Lu Tianxing arrived, he found the place eerily empty. Chapter 54. East Sea, Xianbing Island. Feng Yu's consciousness floated in the darkness, as if swept by endless waves. He vaguely sensed his body moving, accompanied by indistinct murmurs. He was still alive, albeit gravely injured. A cool female voice broke the silence. TSK. Those who fall from the spatial rift are either fleeing from pursuers or courting death. Another hoarse male voice responded. Should we save him? Let us take him back and consult the master. Feng Yu attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. He could only feel himself being lifted before he slipped back into unconsciousness. 3 days later, Feng Yu abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively channeling his internal energy. Scanning the surroundings warily, he found himself lying in a stone chamber, the walls adorned with luminous deep-sea pearls, and the air filled with a faint fragrance of spiritual herbs. Awake? A cool voice inquired. Turning his head, he saw a woman in an ice-blue gown standing at the entrance, her features exquisite yet emanating an air of aloofness. To his astonishment, she possessed the cultivation of the false Dan realm. Who are you? Where's this place? Feng Yu asked in a low voice. While secretly assessing his condition, his injuries had stabilized. However, his power had not fully recovered. His storage pouch and copper-armored corpse were beside him, while a spirit beast egg lay in the corner of the chamber, its silver patterns on the shell appearing more pronounced than before. This is Xianbing Island in the East Sea. I am Luhan Huang, a disciple of the island's master, the woman replied coolly. 3 days ago, we found you amidst the spatial turbulence in the stormy sea. East Sea. Feng Yu's pupils constricted. He had originally been in the frigid ice realm of the far north in Qin country, yet he had now traversed tens of thousands of miles to the East Sea. Thank you for your rescue. He suppressed his astonishment and clasped his fists in gratitude. Luhan Huang nodded slightly, her gaze drifting to the spirit beast egg in the corner. This egg is quite remarkable. Feng Yu's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm demeanor. It is a chance acquisition and has yet to hatch. Luhan Huang regarded him for a moment, seemingly uninterested in probing further. The master wishes to see you. In the master hall of Xianbing Island, chilled air swirled within the hall, where a white-haired elder sat cross-legged on a jade ice mat, his aura deep and vast, indeed. A late-stage core formation practitioner. Where do you hail from, young friend? The elder spoke slowly, his voice flowing like glacial springs. Feng Yu felt compelled to be honest. After all, should the elder wish to probe his soul, he would have no means of resistance. He carefully articulated, I come from the southern wilderness, Qin country. Pursued by enemies, I inadvertently fell into a spatial rift and ended up here. Southern wilderness? The elder raised his brow, intrigued. Quite a rare visitor. After a pause, he continued, there are remnants of spatial fluctuations on you. Unless you possess a unique treasure, you must have a special constitution. Feng Yu's heart leaped, but the elder did not press further. The East Sea and southern wilderness are separated by billions of miles. Typical teleportation arrays cannot reach this place. Your arrival here is indeed fortuitous. Senior, is there a way to return to the southern wilderness? Fang Yu could not help but inquire. The elder shook his head. The spatial turbulence between the East Sea and Southern Wilderness is exceedingly unstable. Unless you possess the cultivation of a divine transformation practitioner, attempting to cross forcibly would be tantamount to courting death. Fang Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. The elder glanced at him and suddenly said, however, if you wish, you may stay temporarily on Xianbing Island. Though the East Sea is not as stable as the Southern Wilderness, it holds many opportunities. Fang Yu pondered for a moment before cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your hospitality. That night, Fang Yu sat in meditation, his thoughts swirling. He had temporarily evaded Lu Tianxing's pursuit, but now found himself trapped in the East Sea, with no immediate way back. However, the East Sea's cultivation world was rich in resources, perhaps offering a means to rapidly enhance his strength. His immediate priority was to recover from his injuries and gather intelligence about the East Sea situation. His gaze flickered. That spirit beast egg seemed to respond to spatial energy. As he contemplated, footsteps echoed outside. Fang Daoist, do you have a moment to talk? Lu Hanzhuang and Appo's voice called. Fang Yu opened his eyes and replied calmly, please come in. Lu Daoist. The door swung open, and Lu Hanzhuang entered, holding a jade tablet. The master instructed me to bring you a map of the East Sea and some essential information. She handed him the tablet and added, in 3 days, the East Sea's 1,000 Islands auction will commence, likely featuring items that may pique your interest. Fang Yu accepted the tablet, his spirit sense sweeping across it, stirring his curiosity. The East Sea's cultivation world appeared far more captivating than he had imagined. 3 days later, as the morning mist lingered, a glistening white ice crystal flying vessel docked at the east side of Xianbing Island. As Fang Yu followed Lu Hanzhuang onto the deck, he noticed 5 other Foundation establishment disciples already waiting aboard. Each wore a jade token adorned with Xianbing patterns, and their scrutinizing gazes fell upon him, a newcomer. This is Fang Daoist, temporarily residing on the island, Lu Hanzhuang stated, conjuring a wisp of cold air with her fingertips, sketching a navigation route on the vessel's protective barrier. This auction will be held on Liuli Island, passing through 3 storm zones. Everyone must maintain their positions. Fang Yu observed a slight smirk from a tall, slender practitioner when Lu Hanzhuang mentioned temporarily residing. The man possessed a jade token bordered in gold, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, and was currently toying with a shard of ice that constantly shifted in form. Junior Lu, the slender practitioner, suddenly spoke. I heard the final item for auction is the true solution of cold marrow, the island master. Cheng Shidi, Lu Hanzhuang's eyes flashed with icy brilliance. The master has his own arrangements. As the flying vessel soared through the clouds, Fang Yu's bronze mirror suddenly radiated heat from within his sleeve. He feigned adjusting his attire, catching a glimpse of rippling patterns on the mirror's surface, synchronizing with the waves of the sea below the vessel. The cultivation world in the East Sea differed from that of the Southern Wilderness, where practitioners predominantly established their bases on islands, and various forces occupied their territories. The 1,000 Islands auction was a grand event organized by the East Sea's Loose Cultivator Alliance, held once every decade, featuring rare treasures. It was said that this auction would include maps to the caves left behind by nascent soul practitioners. Lu Hanzhuang stated calmly, however, our goal on Xianbing Island is a ancient cultivator token. Ancient cultivator token? Fang Yu's heart stirred. Indeed, Lu Hanzhuang affirmed. It is rumored to be a token of the ancient Sek Xuantian Pavilion. If one can collect the complete token, it may unlock its secret legacy. Fang Yu's gaze flickered, choosing not to inquire further, but committing this information to memory. At the auction venue, a colossal ship hovered above the sea's surface. Fang Yu sat in the private box of Xianbing Island, his spirit sense sweeping over the bustling crowd below. The attire of East Sea practitioners varied widely. Some were clad in scale armor, others rode spirit beasts, and some were even shrouded in misty sea fog. The first item up for auction, a third-tier sea demon's inner core, starting bid, 500 spirit stones. The auction proceeded with fervor, and Fang Yu remained calm, observing quietly, until the next item. A fragment of a broken magical artifact, identified as a portion of an ancient artifact, composed of a unique material, seemingly related to spatial power. Starting bid, 1,000 spirit stones. Fang Yu's gaze abruptly sharpened. Chapter 55. Beware of the tidal pavilion. In the hands of the auctioneer lay a fragment of bronze, inscribed with half a broken rune, its pattern strikingly similar to that of the bronze mirror he possessed. Could this be a relic of the ancient sect? His heart raced as he raised his bidding paddle without hesitation. 1,100 spirit stones. However, before he could finish speaking, a chilling voice interjected, 2,000. Turning to see the bidder, he found a black-robed cultivator whose face was partially concealed by a silver mask, exuding an indistinct aura. 2,100, he stated solemnly. 3,000, the opponent replied without a trace of hesitation. The crowd murmured in disbelief, clearly astonished that such a broken piece could fetch such a high price. Narrowing his eyes, he ultimately refrained from further bidding. Was this individual specifically after the fragment? After the auction concluded, he stealthily trailed the black-robed cultivator. Upon leaving the airship, the latter did not immediately take to the skies, but instead navigated a small black boat towards a desolate island. Concealing his presence, he followed from a distance. However, at the very moment the black-robed figure set foot on the island, boom, a sharp flash of blade light suddenly slashed forth, catching the black-robed cultivator off guard, cleaving half of his body in two. A catch at last. A bare-chested man emerged from behind the island's rocks, his bloodied sword indicating he was a fake Dan cultivator. The black-robed cultivator roared in fury, unleashing a cloud of black mist that transformed into countless venomous insects, launching them at the man. The two instantly engaged in fierce combat. Concealed at a distance, he observed coolly. Murder and treasure theft? He had no intention of intervening. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the black-robed cultivator's waist. The bronze fragment had fallen during the struggle. An opportunity. Seizing the moment amidst their fierce duel, he activated his evasion technique, swiftly closing the distance to grasp the fragment. Seeking death, the bare-chested man noticed, roaring as his blades swept towards him. With a cold smile, he summoned a copper-armored corpse from his storage bag, braving the strike, while he took advantage of the distraction to secure the fragment. Let us go. Without hesitation, he summoned his flying artifact and fled with all his might. Behind him, enraged roars echoed, but soon, the sounds were swallowed by the crashing waves. Inside the cave on the deserted island, he retrieved the two bronze fragments. The moment they drew near, buzz, the fragments automatically fused, forming half of a complete token. Instantly, a vast surge of information flooded into his mind. Xiantian transformation technique. This was a profound cultivation method aimed at spiritual transformation. He was astonished. Yet, before he could examine it closely, a line of small characters suddenly appeared on the token. The bearer of this token may enter the Xiantian Pavilion of Inheritance, but must gather the other half. Taking a deep breath, he felt a flicker of determination in his eyes. It seemed he needed to devise a way to find the remaining half of the token. The resonant hum from the fused bronze fragments still echoed in the cave when he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his fingertips. Looking down, he saw a drop of blood seeping from the edge of the token, slowly absorbed by the peculiar patterns. A recognition binding? His pupils constricted. The verses of Xiantian transformation technique surged in his mind, transforming into a golden torrent that swept through his consciousness. As the pain subsided, he discovered he could sense a faint resonance emanating from the southwest. Suddenly, amidst the sound of crashing waves outside the cave, a sound of slicing air pierced through. He swiftly formed a hand sign, and the copper-armored corpse immediately transformed into smoke, retreating into his storage bag. Just as he concealed the token within his robes, 3 ice spikes pierced through the rock wall, embedding themselves before him. Spells from Ice Crystal Island. Fellow Taoist Fawn. The voice of Lu Hanchuang, laced with coldness, drifted from outside the cave. Junior Brother Cheng's life lantern has gone out. A chill ran down his spine. Indeed, the tall, gaunt cultivator had vanished during their return. At that moment, the token in his possession suddenly grew hot, so much so that the lining of his robe began to emit smoke. Struggling to maintain composure, he brushed aside the ice spikes. What do you mean, Taoist Lu? On the day of the auction's conclusion, Junior Brother Cheng declared he would take your head. Lu Hanchuang stepped into the cave, her waist jade token stained with blood. I discovered his corpse 30 miles away, the wounds suggesting. She suddenly flared her nostrils. The aura of the Xiantian token? This name made Fan Yu tense up. The bronze mirror in his storage bag trembled violently, revealing the silver rune hidden in the center of Lu Hanchuang's brow, of the same origin as the token's patterns. You too. Before Fan Yu could finish, the entire cave was abruptly enveloped in azure ice crystals. Lu Hanchuang's right hand morphed into an icy claw, lunging for his throat, while her left hand flicked a jade slip that landed at his feet. As his consciousness brushed over the jade slip, he beheld a shocking scene. Within the main hall of Ice Crystal Island, an elder with white hair was devouring a disciple's golden core, with half a bronze token floating behind him. The master seeks not the broken token. Lu Hanchuang's voice trembled as she transmitted. It is a living vessel capable of sensing the complete Xiantian token. As the icy claw grazed his skin, it bizarrely veered off course, shredding the stalactites hanging from the cave's ceiling. Amidst the falling debris, Fan Yu finally comprehended the significance of the resonance from the token. Feigning confinement within the ice, he secretly activated the first layer of the Xiantian transformation technique. When Lu Hanchuang pretended to ruthlessly grip his neck, the token in his embrace suddenly unleashed a spatial fluctuation. 3,000 miles to the northeast. Using her body as cover, she slipped a seed shard into his robes. In 3 days, at the hour of the rat, tidal cave, she suddenly coughed up blood, the silver rune on her brow flashing erratically. Fan Yu felt a suffocating consciousness sweep over the deserted island. Without hesitation, he shattered the random teleportation talisman he had prepared in his sleeve, just as space began to twist in its final moments. He witnessed Lu Hanchuang's right arm torn apart by an invisible force as she left 5 bloodied characters on the rock wall with ice crystals. Beware of the tidal pavilion. As the light from the teleportation talisman faded, Fang Yu found himself on the rocky shore of an unnamed deserted island. He quickly concealed his presence, scanning the surroundings to confirm he was not being pursued before exhaling a heavy sigh. The master of Ice Crystal Island is secretly collecting the Xiantian tokens? He touched the half-bronze token in his possession, feeling a faint warmth at his fingertips. Lu Hanchuang's warning echoed in his ears, beware of the Tidal Pavilion. 3 days later, at Tidal Cave, Fang Yu murmured softly to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Given his current strength, he stood no chance against a late-stage golden core cultivator. Even with the assistance of the copper-armored corpse and bronze mirror, he could hardly escape the fate of being suppressed. The pressing matter at hand was to elevate his cultivation as swiftly as possible. 3 days later, deep within the unnamed deserted island, Fang Yu sat cross-legged in a hastily established cave, surrounding himself with concealment formations. Before him lay several bottles of elixirs, all resources he had accumulated over the years in the southern wilderness for foundational cultivation. Xiantian transformation technique. He closed his eyes in concentration, the supreme art aimed at spiritual transformation materializing in his mind. This technique differed fundamentally from those he had practiced previously, emphasizing the mastery of spirit through energy, nurturing the spirit with energy. Even at the foundational stage, one must condense the Xiantian spirit seed within the Dantian, laying the groundwork for future golden core formation. Chapter 56. Ossifying analgesic pill. Fang Yu inhaled deeply, retrieving a core-condensing pill and swallowing it. As the medicinal properties diffused, the magical power within his Dantian surged like a tide. He adhered to the operational pathways of the mystic heaven divine transformation art, guiding spiritual force through his meridians. With each complete cycle, his magical power became increasingly refined. After a day, his aura had ascended to the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. On the second day, subtle movements stirred within his Dantian, and wisps of spiritual force began to coalesce spontaneously, gradually forming the illusory outline of a seed, the nascent form of the mystic heaven spiritual seed. As the third day approached midnight, Fang Yu abruptly opened his eyes. The spiritual force around him surged like a tempest, causing the array's light barrier to tremble violently. With a guttural roar, the magical power within him erupted, and the mystic heaven spiritual seed in his Dantian solidified completely. Foundation establishment stage perfection. With a prolonged exhalation, Fang Yu's eyes gleamed with brilliance. At this moment, the density of his magical power far surpassed that of cultivators at the same level, and he was even subtly brushing against the threshold of the pseudo-core realm. The mystic heaven divine transformation art was indeed extraordinary. Fang Yu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He stood up, dismissed the array with a wave of his hand, and cast his gaze toward the northeast, the Tide Sound Cave, which lay there. Lu Hanchuang, who exactly are you? Fang Yu murmured. She could have killed him, yet she deliberately allowed him to leave. She knew the secrets of the mystic heaven token, yet she did not seem to be aligned with the Ice Profound Island Lord. Regardless, the journey to Tide Sound Cave required utmost caution. He retrieved the bronze mirror, and its surface trembled slightly, reflecting the distant sea. There, a streak of silver light flashed across the night sky, hurtling toward Tide Sound Cave. It seems I am not the only one awaiting this rendezvous. Fang Yu smirked, and his figure transformed into a ray of light, stealthily following behind. The night was as dark as ink, and outside Tide Sound Cave, waves surged and roared like thunder. Fang Yu restrained his aura, concealing himself in the shadows of the reefs, his gaze fixed on the distant silver light. The figure moved with incredible speed, landing at the entrance of Tide Sound Cave in a few blinks. They were shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring their features. Not Lu Hanchuang. Fang Yu frowned slightly. His divine sense swept over the figure and discovered that their cultivation was also at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, but their aura was strange, tinged with a chilling murderous intent. They've come to kill me. The figure stood at the cave entrance, seemingly waiting for something. After a moment, they retrieved a sound transmission talisman and whispered, the target has not arrived. Should we continue to wait? A raspy response came from the talisman, continue waiting. If it is not midnight, seek him out directly. Fang Yu's gaze turned cold. As expected, Tide Sound Cave is a trap. He had originally held a sliver of hope that Lu Hanchuang genuinely had important information to impart to him, but now it seemed that she was likely just bait. And the true killing move was here. If that's the case, a cold smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips, and he slowly retreated into the darkness. A quarter of an hour later, 300 feet away from Tide Sound Cave, Fang Yu sat cross-legged behind a reef, the bronze mirror hovering in his palm, reflecting the actions of the mysterious figure. The figure possessed a chilling aura and seemed to cultivate some kind of venomous art or assassination technique. A direct confrontation might not be advantageous. He pondered for a moment, then a chilling smile appeared on his face. Then I'll have to make them come to me. With a wave of his hand, the copper armor corpse appeared silently beside him. Then, he retrieved a shape-shifting talisman from his storage bag and affixed it to the copper armor corpse. Buzz, as the talisman burned away. The copper armor corpse's appearance gradually distorted, eventually transforming into Feng Yu's likeness. Go, Feng Yu whispered, and the copper armor corpse immediately stepped out, heading toward Tide Sound Cave. In front of Tide Sound Cave, the mysterious figure, who had been standing still, suddenly sensed someone approaching. They abruptly looked up, their gaze locking onto Feng Yu. Finally, here they sneered, and their figure vanished. In the next instant, they appeared like a phantom behind Feng Yu, a ghostly green dagger stabbing straight for his heart. Uft! The dagger pierced Feng Yu's body without resistance, but strangely, no blood flowed. Instead, there was a crisp cracking sound. What? The mysterious figure's pupils constricted, and they retreated violently. But it was too late. Boom. The copper armor corpse's body suddenly exploded, and countless hair-thin poisonous needles shot out from within, instantly engulfing an area of 10 feet. Ah! The mysterious figure groaned. Their arms and shoulders were pierced by dozens of poisonous needles, and as the venom entered their body, their skin immediately turned a strange cyan purple. Damn it! It's a trap! They roared, frantically circulating their magical power to suppress the poison. But just then, realizing it now? Too late. An icy voice echoed behind them. The mysterious figure stiffened. Before they could turn around, a cold, gleaming longsword pierced through their chest. Uft! Blood splattered. They turned their head with difficulty, seeing Feng Yu's indifferent face. How a hoarse sound came from their throat. Feng Yu withdrew his longsword and said calmly, "Did you think I was foolish enough to enter the cave directly?" The mysterious figure wanted to say something, but the poison had already spread to their heart. Their eyes quickly dimmed, and they finally fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Feng Yu crouched down, lifted their mask, revealing an unfamiliar face. Not someone from Ice Profound Island, he frowned, then rummaged through their storage bag, quickly finding a jade token engraved with the characters Tide Pavilion. Tide Pavilion. As expected. It's them. Feng Yu's gaze was icy. Lu Hanxuan's warning was correct. The Tide Pavilion was indeed secretly hunting down the holders of the Mystic Heaven token. He stood up, looked out at the distant sea, and made a decision. Since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for striking first. The night wind howled, and the waves crashed against the reefs. A faint smell of blood permeated the air outside Tide Sound Cave. Feng Yu sheathed his longsword and was about to examine the mysterious figure's storage bag when a sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot through his right arm. He looked down and his pupils contracted. A hair-thin wound was glowing with a strange, ghostly green. Poison. He immediately circulated his magical power to suppress it. But the poison flowed through his meridians like a living thing. With each passing breath, the pain intensified. In just a few breaths, his entire right arm was numb, and the excruciating pain felt like countless ants gnawing at his heart, assaulting his mind. Hiss! Sweat beaded on Feng Yu's forehead as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. This poison is not simple. He quickly rummaged through his storage bag, took out several bottles of antidote pills, and swallowed them all. However, the poison not only did not subside, but became even more violent, like an enraged viper, tearing at his flesh. Damn it! Feng Yu groaned, kneeling on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead. He had never encountered such an overbearing poison. Even the body of a cultivator at the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage could not withstand it. If this continued, he might not even be able to mobilize his magical power, let alone deal with enemies potentially lurking in the shadows. I must stop the pain. Feng Yu's eyes hardened, and he retrieved a pitch-black jade bottle from the deepest part of his storage bag, the ossifying analgesic pill. He had obtained this pill from an evil cultivator many years ago. It could forcibly numb the sense of pain, but the price was that one's divine sense would become sluggish and the flow of magical power would be hindered by 30% for 12 hours after consumption. I can't afford to worry about that now. He swallowed the pill without hesitation. Boom! As the pill entered his stomach, an extremely cold energy instantly swept through his body. The excruciating pain receded like a tide, replaced by a strange numbness. Feng Yu exhaled, but his gaze became even colder. Tide Pavilion, I'll remember this debt. He rose to his feet, casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, confirming the absence of onlookers. He swiftly incinerated the corpse of the mysterious individual, then transformed into a fleeting wisp of light, vanishing into the night. Chapter 57. Core Formation Resources. Half an hour later. Inside a cavern on a desolate island, Feng Yu sat in a meditative posture, the bronze mirror levitating before him. Its surface reflected the venom on his right arm, a spectral green that had ascended to his shoulder, pulsating beneath his skin like a web of insidious tendrils. Not a common toxin, he furrowed his brow. More akin to a type of goo poison? The cultivators of the Eastern Sea were known for their mastery of beasts and poisons, and rumors spoke of goo practitioners who could implant venomous insects within their adversaries, slowly consuming their vital essence. If it were truly goo poison, ordinary antidotes would be futile. It seems I must seek someone versed in poisons. Feng Yu's eyes gleamed as he recalled the enigmatic cultivator shrouded in sea mist at the auction, a figure emanating an aura of potent toxicity. I must endure this night and seek information on the azure glass tomorrow. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. However, in a fleeting moment of respite, a subtle rustling reached his ears. Swish, faint footsteps echoed from outside the cavern. Feng Yu's eyes snapped open, the bronze mirror instantly pivoting toward the entrance, its surface capturing a blurred silhouette. Someone is tracking me. The footsteps were exceedingly light, almost imperceptible were it not for Feng Yu's acute spiritual perception. His gaze hardened as he gripped the hilt of his sword, his left hand surreptitiously grasping a lightning fire talisman. Since you have arrived, why linger in the shadows? Feng Yu's voice cut through the silence. A moment of stillness ensued, followed by a sinister chuckle. Your alertness is commendable, but alas, you shall not survive this night. As the words faded, 3 shadowy figures burst into the cavern with astonishing velocity. Feng Yu was prepared. The lightning fire talisman ignited instantly, a cataclysm of searing lightning and conflagrant flames erupting at the cavern's mouth, sending fragments of rock soaring. Yet, with spectral grace, the 3 dark figures pierced through the blast, advancing directly toward him. Illusions. The true assault descended from above. Boom. The cavern roof imploded, a frigid glint streaking toward Feng Yu's crown. In a moment of dire urgency, Feng Yu recoiled, while simultaneously summoning his copper armor corpse from his storage bag, the automaton stalwartly intercepting the blow. Clang. Amidst the resounding clash of metal, a cerulean dagger impaled the copper armor corpse's chest, its blade laced with virulent poison that began to corrode even the automaton's metallic frame. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed as he beheld the true form of his assailant, a cultivator concealed behind a bronze mask, enveloped in a reeking sea mist, the very same sinister figure from the auction. A lackey of the Tide Pavilion? Feng Yu sneered. The masked cultivator remained silent, his hands swirling as dozens of venomous insects swarmed from his sleeves, buzzing menacingly toward Feng Yu. Feng Yu dared not underestimate the threat, immediately activating the bronze mirror. Its surface rippled, unleashing a beam of azure light that caused the insects to plummet to the ground. However, at that instant, the venom in his right arm surged with renewed ferocity, a torrent of agony threatening to bring him to his knees. The effects of the bone-etching pain suppressant are waning? A wave of dread washed over Feng Yu. Witnessing his plight, the masked cultivator cackled. Afflicted by the heart-devouring goo, you still cling to life? Surrender the profound heaven token, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Feng Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, and suddenly grinned. Very well, take it. He hurled the bronze mirror outward, its surface erupting in a radiant glow, conjuring 3 illusory duplicates of Feng Yu that lunged toward the masked cultivator. The masked cultivator faltered for a moment, then scoffed. Crude trickery. With a sweep of his sleeves, a cloud of venomous mist billowed forth, instantly dissolving the phantasms. Yet, under the cover of this diversion, the true Feng Yu had circled behind him. Dai, his sword, imbued with razor-sharp sword energy, aimed directly at the masked cultivator's spine. The masked cultivator responded with astonishing speed, evading the fatal blow, but the attack still pierced his left shoulder. He roared in fury, retaliating with a palm strike aimed at Feng Yu's chest, his hand radiating a viridescent, poisonous light. Feng Yu stood his ground, enduring the blow, while simultaneously seizing the masked cultivator's throat with his left hand. Uffed. The venomous palm struck his chest, and Feng Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his right hand had already twisted his sword, nearly severing the masked cultivator's neck. You. The masked cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu sneered. Did you believe you were the only one who could wield poison? He slowly raised his left hand, revealing a needle as fine as a strand of hair, a projectile he had recovered from the copper armor corpse's explosion. A gurgling sound emanated from the masked cultivator's throat as he breathed his last. Feng Yu staggered backward, collapsing against the cavern wall, gasping for air. The venomous palm had corroded a patch of blackened flesh on his chest, and the poison in his right arm had spread across half of his body, the agonizing pain blurring his vision. I must return to the city as swiftly as possible. He mustered his strength to collect his spoils of war, incinerated the corpse, and piloted his flying artifact, reeling erratically toward the Azure Glass Isle. As dawn broke, at the gates of Azure Glass Isle, the city guard scrutinized the blood-soaked, ashen-faced man before him. Name? Origin? Feng Yu forced a smile. A rogue cultivator named Han, just returning from hunting demons overseas. The guard eyed him with suspicion, but ultimately waved him through. Enter, but cause no trouble. Feng Yu nodded his thanks and stepped into the city. The streets were shrouded in morning mist, and early-rising cultivators were already setting up stalls. Feng Yu dragged his wounded body into a secluded inn, tossing the innkeeper a few spirit stones. A quiet room for 3 days. The innkeeper, unnerved by his ghastly wounds, dared not question him, leading him upstairs with haste. As the door closed behind him, Feng Yu finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the floor. This time, I have suffered greatly. He wryly retrieved healing elixirs, but then discovered the masked cultivator and Apos' storage bag. Upon opening it, he found, besides some poisonous pills and herbs, a jade slip inscribed with a few words, Profound Heaven Token Holder, Tide Pavilion Underground Auction in 3 days. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed. The Tide Pavilion is indeed plotting something. 3 days passed, and the venomous wound on Feng Yu's chest finally stabilized. He had forcefully suppressed the heart-devouring Gu's toxin within his right arm using the profound Heaven Divine transformation art. Though not eradicated, it no longer spread. He pushed open the window, and the morning light bathed the bustling streets of Azure Glass Isle. Cultivators thronged the thoroughfares, their voices mingling with the calls of merchants. "It is time to prepare for core formation," Feng Yu murmured. His cultivation at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage was stable. If he could successfully form his core, he would have a true foothold in the Eastern Sea. Half an hour later, at the Azure Glass Isle's largest emporium, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Feng Yu, garbed in a plain black robe, concealed his aura and entered the building. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion comprised 5 levels. The first floor offered basic elixirs and talismans, the second specialized in magical artifacts, and the third featured rare spiritual materials. Access to the 4th floor and above required a VIP Jade token. He proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, where a green-robed attendant greeted him with a graceful bow. "What does this senior require?" "Core formation resources," Feng Yu replied simply. A flicker of surprise crossed the attendant's eyes, but she quickly smiled. "Please follow me, senior." Chapter 58. The Secret of the Xiantian Order. She led Feng Yu into an elegant chamber, presenting him with spiritual tea before retrieving a jade slip. "These are the available items to assist in the formation of the golden core. You may choose at your leisure." As Feng Yu's spiritual sense scanned the jade slip, information materialized before him. Celestial crystal sand stabilizes spiritual energy within the alchemical furnace, priced at 300 spirit stones per ounce. Jade essence mushroom enhances the purity of magical power, priced at 500 spirit stones per stalk. Xianbing spiritual liquid protects the meridians, priced at 800 spirit stones per vial. While the selection was indeed comprehensive, Feng Yu's primary concern lay elsewhere. "Do you have dust cleansing pills?" he inquired directly. The attendant's smile faltered as she shook her head. "I apologize, esteemed one, but dust cleansing pills have always been scarce. This establishment has not received any for half a year." Feng Yu's brow furrowed. "What about the main ingredients for crafting dust cleansing pills? For instance, the 7-Cloud Lotus or the Millennium Jade Essence?" The attendant forced a smile. "These spiritual herbs are not only absent from our store, but are likely unavailable on the entire Liuli Island." After a moment of silence, Feng Yu suddenly asked, "Why is there such a scarcity?" Lowering her voice, the attendant replied, "You may not be aware, but in recent years, the number of golden core cultivators in the East Sea has surged, leading various factions to hoard resources for golden core formation. Particularly, the Tidal Pavilion has almost monopolized the production of the 7-Cloud Lotus." Tidal Pavilion. A cold glimmer flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, though his expression remained impassive. He casually selected a few auxiliary spiritual items before rising to leave. As he exited the Wanbao building, an invitation jade slip to the underground auction of the Tidal Pavilion appeared in his sleeve, an exchange he made with the attendant for 3 poison dragon grasses. The sea breeze, laden with saltiness, struck him as distant roars of sea beasts echoed from the harbor. Standing in the shadow of a street corner, Feng Yu felt the bronze mirror in his palm silently rotate. The mirror reflected the indistinct outlines of 3 pursuers. Ever since he left the inn, these shadows had trailed him from 30 paces away. Were they spies from the Tidal Pavilion? Or, he cast a glance at his right arm, where the toxin of the heart-corroding goo manifested as a spiderweb of blue veins beneath his skin. The consequences of forcibly channeling energy last night began to surface. He needed to resolve these tales before nightfall. Turning into a dark alley, Feng Yu suddenly formed a hand seal. The bronze mirror projected 3 phantoms that darted in different directions, while his true form morphed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into the ground. This was the earth escape technique recorded in the Xiantian transformation scripture. It was a rather strenuous endeavor given his foundation-building cultivation. 3 breaths later, a sound akin to slicing through the air erupted at the alley's entrance. "Illusions!" the scar-faced cultivator roared. Suddenly, a beast-hide pouch at his waist burst open, releasing dozens of blood-eyed bats that screeched as they soared towards Feng Yu and Apos' hiding place. Drawn by the residual spiritual energy, the ground erupted violently. As Feng Yu broke through the surface, the bronze-armored corpse had already perished alongside the first wave of bats. Amidst the stench of blood, he discerned the tidal patterns on the trio and Apos' garments. Indeed, they were from the Tidal Pavilion and Apos' enforcement team. "Friend Han, why must you hide?" the scar-faced cultivator sneered, licking his short blade. "The pavilion master merely wishes to invite you for tea." Feng Yu suddenly laughed, leisurely removing his mask to reveal a face mottled with blue veins. Tea brewed with heart-corroding goo. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically. This action signified a death pact. Those who saw his true visage must be silenced. The bronze mirror emitted a tremulous dragon-like hum. Yet, the reflection that emerged was not that of the foes, but 3 swirling masses of distorted black mist. Feng Yu's pupils constricted. This was the soul reflecting divine ability from the 7th layer of the Xiantian mirror, indicating that all 3 harbored. "Beware of the goo insects." The warning came too late. The rightmost cultivator's eyes suddenly exploded, green line worms pouring from his 7 orifices. These creatures ravenously devoured their host's organs before crawling towards their companions. Indeed, it was the self-destructive, master-eating goo. Seizing the moment of chaos, Fang Yu pointed his sword. The bronze mirror emitted 3 beams of ghostly light, precisely piercing the trio's dantian. However, as he rummaged through the scar-faced cultivator's storage pouch, an ethereal visage suddenly emerged. "Found you." The pavilion master's voice slithered like a venomous serpent. The storage pouch ignited spontaneously, ashes coalescing into an arrow that pointed towards the northern sea. Fang Yu understood that it indicated the direction of the tidal pavilion's main headquarters, Thousand Reef Island. That night, in the underground black market of Liuli Island, Fang Yu donned a shadowy cloak and approached the stall of the poison immortal. This old hag, renowned for her goo poison, was stirring a pot filled with centipedes that were viciously tearing at one another. "Heart-corroding goo?" The poison immortal suddenly cackled. "Young man, you possess more than one type of goo." Her bony fingers traced Fang Yu's right arm, revealing a second layer of spiderweb-like red patterns beneath his skin. "Blood-slaying goo." Fang Yu's heart raced. This was an even more insidious mother-child goo, where the host could detonate the offspring at will. The old hag's staff unexpectedly jabbed at his chest. "The tidal pavilion has planted bait on you. I desire no trouble." Upon seeing Fang Yu reach for his sword hilt, she added ominously, "However, if you can procure the Great Void Poison chapter from the Xiantian Order, I may help you live a few more days." Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. How did this old crone know the secrets of the Xiantian Order? As he left the black market, the bronze mirror in his arms suddenly grew warm. The fragment of the Xiantian Order embedded in its back trembled, an indication of sensing other fragments. The direction from which the tremors emanated was unmistakably the underground auction site of the tidal pavilion. Fang Yu halted at the alley's entrance. A faint clicking sound of mechanisms echoed from the darkness. 18 rainstorm pear blossom crossbows were aimed at his vital points. On the eaves, a tidal pavilion cultivator donned in a bronze mask slowly unsheathed a poisoned longsword. "The master of the Xiantian Order has issued a command." The voice from behind the mask was chillingly cold. "Alive, you shall be seen. Dead, you shall be claimed." The clicking of the crossbows resonated ominously in the alley, their poisoned arrows gleaming with a ghostly blue light, sealing off all of Fang Yu and Appo's escape routes. The toxin of the heart-corroding goo intertwined with the red patterns of the blood-slaying goo, a wave of agony crashing against his senses. Struggling to circulate the Xiantian transformation scripture, he barely managed to suppress the spread of the toxins, but his body was nearing its limits. "Master of the Xiantian Order?" Fang Yu scoffed coldly. It seemed the tidal pavilion was merely a watchdog, seeking death. The bronze-masked cultivator barked, raising his hand sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rainstorm pear blossom crossbows fired in unison, hundreds of poisoned arrows raining down upon Fang Yu, each one aimed at his vital points. A cold glint flashed in Fang Yu's eyes as he swiftly patted his storage pouch. The bronze mirror buzzed to life, levitating in the air. The mirror and Appo's surface rippled like water, and in an instant, it shattered into countless fragments, each piece perfectly positioned to intercept the trajectory of the poisoned arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The poisoned arrows struck the mirror's surface, momentarily suspending their momentum before, whoosh. All arrows shot back with even greater velocity. "What?" The bronze-masked cultivator was taken aback, hastily raising his sword to block, but several tidal pavilion cultivators were pierced by their own poisoned arrows, dying on the spot. Fang Yu's face turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although this reflective mirror could rebound attacks, it demanded an enormous toll, nearly draining the remaining spiritual energy from his body. He did not dare linger. Seizing the moment of chaos among his foes, he hurled a thunderfire talisman. Boom. Flames erupted, and dust billowed. Fang Yu gritted his teeth against the pain, channeling the last vestiges of his magical power to execute the escape technique, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that surged toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 59. The Secret Realm of the Medicine Field. Half an hour later. 300 miles beyond Liuli Island, on an unnamed deserted isle, Fang Yu plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the sandy beach, blood gushing from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he felt the poison in his right arm spreading to his chest, the crimson patterns of the blood fiend goo writhing like living creatures, threatening to erupt at any moment. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth, retrieving several healing pills from his storage pouch and swallowing them hastily, though their effect was negligible. The heart-eating goo, blood fiend goo, combined with the backlash from forcibly activating the replicating immortal mirror, had left his body on the brink of collapse. If he did not detoxify soon, he feared he would not survive 3 days. Panting, he lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, his eyes betraying a tumultuous mix of emotions. The Tide Pavilion, the Xiantian Order, the Poison Immortal Lady. Each clue pointed towards a grander conspiracy, one from which he was already ensnared. It seemed he had no choice but to venture to that place. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu struggled to his feet, directing his gaze towards the depths of the East Sea. Legend spoke of a place far to the east of the East Sea, known as the Island of 10,000 Poisons, where a toxic spring could cure all poisons of the world. However, that place was also one of the most perilous forbidden zones in the East Sea. It was a gamble he had to take. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he summoned a battered flying artifact, which wobbled as it soared toward the depths of the East Sea. The sea wind howled, and waves crashed violently. Behind him, the pursuers from the Tide Pavilion were stealthily closing in. The flying artifact groaned under the strain of the storm. Feng Yu wiped the blood scab from his eyelid, and the bronze mirror in his possession trembled with a warning. 3 pursuit vessels from the Tide Pavilion were tearing through the rain. The Xiantian Order leader was indeed willing to spend resources. Feng Yu scoffed, his palm igniting with spiritual fire as he burned the sea chart he had exchanged from the poisoned immortal lady. The parchment twisted in the flames, revealing a secret route illuminated by glowing lines. This was a path to survival obtained by trading the heart-eating goo poison. Each glowing line corresponded to the most treacherous reefs in the East Sea. As the spiritual cannons of the pursuit vessels began to charge, Feng Yu suddenly veered towards the eye of the storm. The bronze mirror created 12 phantoms, while his true self slipped beneath the waves, concealed by the tumultuous waters. The corrosive seawater soaked into his wounds, and the crimson patterns of the blood fiend goo surged violently, as if countless steel needles were drilling into his heart. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed above as one of the pursuit vessels collided with a reef. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yu crushed a water avoidance pearl and dove toward the abyss marked on the sea chart. As he descended, the water temperature bizarrely increased. When the bronze mirror turned scalding hot, he beheld the ancient bronze city submerged in the volcanic crater beneath the sea. The words 10,000 poisons glimmered on the city gate's plaque. The poison puppets guarding the gate turned their heads in unison, these constructs forged from the corpses of cultivators, their orifices crawling with green threadworms. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Feng Yu raised the bronze mirror, and a shard of the Xiantian Order suddenly shot forth a beam of azure light. The poison puppets knelt as if they had encountered royalty, revealing a massive bronze door engraved with runes behind them. The purple mist seeping from the door corroded Feng Yu and Apos' robes. He stumbled through the doorway, only to find the rampant goo poison within him had suddenly quieted. Before him lay an enormous cavern, with a blood pool bubbling in its center. Countless bones settled at the bottom. On a stone tablet by the pool were 8 crimson characters. Use poison to counter poison, 9 lives, 1 survival. The blood pool surged violently, revealing half a beautiful face. The woman's left side was stunningly beautiful, while the right was marred by poisonous sores. The heir of the Xiantian Order has fallen to the point of seeking the poison immortal? Her voice slithered like countless venomous insects in the skull. Suddenly, Feng Yu's bronze mirror flew from his grasp, trembling violently above the blood pool. The mirror reflected the woman's complete visage. She was the master of the island of 10,000 poisons, slain by the leader of the Tide Pavilion 300 years ago. So it was. The woman's decayed right hand pierced through the mirror's surface, seizing Feng Yu by the throat. That old man planted the blood fiend mother goo within me. Now it resides within you? Her sharp nails grazed Feng Yu's chest, and the crimson patterns of the blood fiend goo began to crawl toward her fingertips. In the midst of the excruciating pain, an epiphany struck Feng Yu. The leader of the Tide Pavilion had anticipated his arrival here to detoxify. The blood pool began to whirl chaotically, merging the resentful spirit of the island master with the blood fiend mother goo. The ancient city trembled, its dome starting to collapse. At this critical juncture, the bronze mirror erupted with blinding azure light. The shard of the Xiantian Order detached from the mirror's back, resonating with something at the bottom of the pool. As Feng Yu leapt into the blood pool, he glimpsed a larger shard of the Xiantian Order lying quietly at the bottom, inscribed with the opening incantation of the Great Void Poison Transformation. Submerging in the blood pool, the scalding toxin seared his skin, yet miraculously suppressed the rampant goo poison within him. His consciousness battled between pain and clarity until his fingertips finally brushed against the shard at the bottom. Buzz! The shard resonated with the remnants of the mirror. Azure light surged forth, instantly dispersing the malevolence within the blood pool. The island master's piercing wail echoed through the cavern as her half-beautiful visage twisted and disintegrated, transforming into countless venomous insects that scattered in all directions. Thus, the blood fiend goo was the key, Feng Yu suddenly realized. The leader of the Tide Pavilion had planted this goo within him to unlock the seal of the island of 10,000 poisons. The entire ancient city shook violently, a massive rift tearing open in the dome, seawater rushing in with fury. The bones at the bottom of the pool began to rise, assembling into a colossal poison puppet skeleton, its hollow eye sockets igniting with ghostly green flames. This was the final guardian of the island of 10,000 poisons. Gritting his teeth, Feng Yu grasped the shard of the Xiantian Order, the incantation of the Great Void Poison Transformation automatically surfacing in his mind. Without hesitation, he activated the technique. forcibly refining the toxins of the heart-eating goo and blood-fiend goo within him into strands of pure spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian. Roar! The poison puppet skeleton swung its claws toward him, but Fang Yu dodged, and the bronze mirror suddenly enlarged, its surface hardening like a shield to withstand the blow. The recoil sent him spitting blood, but it also propelled him toward the exit. Behind him, the blood pool boiled over completely, and a massive shadow began to rise, a 9-nether poison dragon. This ferocious beast, sealed for centuries, bore scales dripping with lethal venom, its dragon eyes locking onto Fang Yu with murderous intent. You calculated against me, Tide Pavilion leader. Fang Yu's heart turned cold, but there was no retreat now. He bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood splattering onto the shard of the Xiantian Order. Boom! The shard erupted with blinding bloodlight, forcibly tearing open a rift in space just as the poison dragon lunged at him. Without hesitation, Fang Yu dashed into the rift. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a rocky outcrop of a deserted isle, the rift behind him slowly sealing shut, the dragon's furious roar fading into the distance. Yet the crisis was not over. He looked down at the shard of the Xiantian Order in his hand, discovering it bore half a sea chart, and the remnants of the mirror began to tremble, pointing toward a certain location in the East Sea, the secret realm of the medicine field. Coughing up a mouthful of black blood, Fang Yu realized that while the poison had been suppressed, it was not eradicated. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and summoned his flying artifact, racing toward the direction indicated by the sea chart. Meanwhile, in the distant horizon, the fleet of spiritual vessels from the Tide Pavilion was steadily advancing toward the island of 10,000 poisons. Chapter 60, Awaiting a Worthy Cauldron. In the fleeting moment when the flying artifact erupted amidst the clouds, Fang Yu plummeted into a cluster of coral reefs. The fragments of the Xiantian Order burned fervently against his chest, guiding him towards the unnaturally blood-colored bubbles marking the entrance of the secret realm. With determination, he crushed the last water-repelling talisman, causing the seabed to suddenly collapse, revealing a passageway adorned with luminous moss that was inexplicably feasting upon the venomous blood seeping from his wounds. Venomous moss. Fang Yu's pupils constricted. This peculiar organism was documented in the record of 10,000 poisons, known to thrive in the tombs of ancient alchemists. Suddenly, a bronze mirror soared forth of its own accord. As its light swept across, the moss retreated, unveiling a bronze door at the end of the passage, intricately engraved with depictions of venomous insects. The purple aura seeping from the door was reminiscent of the island of myriad poisons. Just as Fang Yu reached to touch it, the water behind him surged violently. The Tide Pavilion's spiritual ship fleet began bombarding the ocean's surface, sending shockwaves that shattered the passageway into a cascade of debris. There was no time to lose. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards the bronze door, the fragments of the Xiantian Order in his hand glowing fiercely. The moment the door swung open, 17 floating corpses simultaneously turned their heads, from which silver-threaded insects crawled forth. Rather than engage in mutual destruction, these insects eerily formed a formation. The voice of the Tide Pavilion's master reverberated within Fang Yu's consciousness. Young friend Fang, do you know why these disciples willingly embrace death? From the waist of the corpses, jade tokens projected a luminescent image, revealing the master of the pavilion playing with a fragment of the Xiantian Order, because they all harbor the catalyst from the Great Void poison transformation within them. The image shifted, revealing Fang Yu sinking in the blood pool beneath the island of myriad poisons. Just as you refined the blood-fiend insect, you were nurturing this poison order for me. Fang Yu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, realizing the suppressed toxins within him resonated with the jade token. The corpses simultaneously performed hand seals, and the silver-threaded insects formed a celestial net that surged towards him. In a moment of peril, the bronze mirror abruptly shielded him above. Fragments of the remnant order fell away, merging with the shards in his grasp to form a complete token. With a clear, resonant sound, the token emitted a radiant blue light that incinerated the silver-threaded insects. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yu dashed into the inner chamber, only to be stunned by the sight before him. At the center of a cavern spanning 100 feet stood an inverted bronze alchemical furnace, spewing forth rainbow-hued poisonous flames. The chains entwined around the furnace were unmistakably of the same origin as those used by the Tide Pavilion's fleet. This is the Great Void alchemical furnace? Fang Yu recalled the ancient texts. As the mirror's light scanned the furnace, the runes at its base suddenly aligned perfectly with the fragment of the order in his hand. When he, almost instinctively, pressed the token against it, the entire furnace erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing the true form of a verdant relic within the poisonous flames. The visage of the relic bore a striking resemblance to the master of the island of myriad poisons as reflected in the bronze mirror. It abruptly raised a hand, pointing at Fang Yu's brow, flooding him with a torrent of memories. 300 years ago, the master of the Tide Pavilion and the master of the island of myriad poisons were once partners. Together, they acquired the upper volume of the Great Void poison transformation. discovering that this technique required the Xiantian order as a catalyst to refine others into human pills for complete mastery. The master secretly implanted the blood fiend mother insect within his partner, and the relic before him was the ancient alchemist's remains, used as a catalyst. Now do you understand? The relic's voice trembled with lethal poison. The master of the Tide Pavilion summoned you here to use your body, which has nurtured the poison order, to activate this great void alchemical furnace. It suddenly tore open its chest, revealing a pulsating half-fragment of the Xiantian order. And I am the true lower volume of the great void poison transformation. In that instant, the entire secret realm began to collapse. Feng Yu beheld the poisonous flames of the inverted furnace manifesting the phantoms of the Tide Pavilion and Apos' fleet. They were dragging the entire island of myriad poisons towards the secret realm. The master's voice pierced through the void. Thank you, young friend, for completing the last fragment of the token. At the brink of life and death, Feng Yu executed an act no one had anticipated. He forcefully hurled the bronze mirror at the relic's chest, the surface of the mirror revealing the visage of the island master. The collision of two sources of resentment momentarily halted the relic's movements. In that fleeting moment, Feng Yu bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood onto the back of the mirror. Using poison to counter poison, a gamble for survival. Refined for me. The incantation of the Great Void Poison Transformation activated automatically, commencing the refinement of the relic as if it were a medicinal material. As the secret realm's dome was breached by the island of myriad poisons, he leaped into the cauldron of poisonous flames, clutching the half-melted fragment of the Xiantian order. Are you mad? The master of the Tide Pavilion's furious roar echoed. Without nascent soul cultivation, entering the furnace will. What? Within the poisonous flames, Feng Yu endured a torment more excruciating than that of the island of myriad poisons. His skin cracked inch by inch, yet was forcibly remolded by the alchemical fire. His bones shattered into powder, only to be reformed by the azure light emitted from the Xiantian order. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, he suddenly comprehended. The true essence of the great void poison transformation was to use oneself as the cauldron. Crack! The bronze mirror shattered under the intense heat, revealing a layer of gossamer thin golden foil within. Upon it was inscribed the true and complete teachings of the technique. It turned out that the craftsman who forged the bronze mirror had concealed the lower volume within. When the master of the Tide Pavilion broke through the alchemical furnace, what he beheld was a charred figure seated in the blue lotus-like flames. The figure lifted its head, and the moment its eyes opened, the master's lifebound treasure, that Songming Pearl, suddenly became riddled with cracks. That was the manifestation of the perfected Great Void Poison Eye. Impossible. The master retreated 100 feet, knowing that no living being could endure. His words faltered. He looked down to see a blue skeletal hand piercing through his chest, as Feng Yu's voice resonated from behind. Thank you for the catalyst, Pavilion Master. The charred exterior began to peel away, revealing a newly reborn body shimmering with bronze luster. Feng Yu grasped the master of the Tide Pavilion's nascent soul in his left hand, while his right hand reached out, summoning the fragments of the Xiantian order from the distant warship. As the three pieces fused together, an ancient bell tolled from the depths of the East Sea. A long-dormant cave dwelling was awakening. At his feet, the fragments of the bronze mirror began to writhe ominously. Each mirror's surface reflected the increasingly intense azure glow in Feng Yu's eyes. Feng Yu's fingers curled, and the master's nascent soul wailed in agony within the azure flames, transforming into a pure essence of spiritual power that entered his dantian. 3 fragments of the Xiantian order hovered before him, merging into a fragmented ancient order, its runes flowing and subtly pointing towards the depths of the East Sea. Just then, the fragments of the bronze mirror trembled violently, each reflecting the abnormal azure glow deep within his pupils, as if something were peering through his eyes into this realm. Something was amiss. Feng Yu abruptly performed a hand seal to inspect within, discovering a strand of unfamiliar divine consciousness lurking in the depths of his purple mansion. This consciousness resembled a green serpent, silently gnawing at his soul power. The remnants of the relic? He suddenly awakened to the truth. The forced refinement of the ancient alchemist and Apos' remains had allowed this ancient being and Apos' consciousness to infiltrate his primordial spirit. Suddenly, the ocean and Apos' surface erupted in towering waves as a bronze palace emerged from the water, its soul-constricting bell swaying without wind. The plaque above the palace door glowed with blood-red brilliance, resonating violently with the Xiantian order in Feng Yu and Apos' hand. The azure glow within the mirror surged explosively, and the divine consciousness within his consciousness let out a maniacal laugh. 300 years have passed, and I have finally found a worthy cauldron.